Chapter 6:15. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Yan Zhaoge nodded mildly. This Yan has no objections to Chief Lu's interest. Lu Feng said solemnly, please. The group continued their journey, but the mood of the spirit-returning sect disciples was completely different. The younger disciples were both excited and anxious. Their gazes towards Yan Zhaoge were filled with fervor. Meanwhile, the seniors of higher seniority all fell into deep thought as they hurriedly sent sound transmissions to their sect heads to discuss their opinions. The Broad Creed Mountain disciples, adhering to the principle of listening more and watching more, moving less and speaking less, all followed quietly by Yan Zhaoge's side. However, many thoughts also appeared in their minds at this moment. The first to speak was unexpectedly the usually quiet Qing. Seeing that she had the intention to speak, the North Ocean clone beside Yan Zhaoge expanded his chi flow, forming a formless barrier between them and the people of the spirit-returning sect, preventing their voices from spreading. Qing had originally intended to send a sound transmission through her aura chi, but seeing this, she directly asked, Senior Apprentice Brother Yan, the martial art you displayed just now? Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change. The supreme martial art of the Xuanwu lineage is known as the Xuanwu Fist Scripture. In the past, when I excavated all sorts of remnants, I obtained some incomplete cultivation techniques. However, when I killed the Radiant Light sect's martial sages, I obtained a rather complete inheritance from one of them. It's one of the direct martial arts of the true martial lineage. It has its merits. Qing nodded. It is indeed extremely profound. The martial arts of the vast ocean world's spirit-returning sect and Green Snake Island were already rather extraordinary just now. However, Senior Apprentice Brother Yan's Zhenwu Fist Scripture is undoubtedly much superior. Fu Enshu glanced at Lu Feng and the others before looking at Yan Zhaoge, asking, You intend to use this martial art to keep them hanging? Yan Zhaoge laughed, since our clan currently does not intend to advance into the vast ocean world, I also have no intention of causing a huge ruckus here. Moreover, having brought some fellow disciples over this time, I originally felt that the Eight Extremities world was too peaceful, hoping to temper myself more here in the vast ocean world. Still, I will be heading to the world beyond worlds very soon. Our lineage does not have any martial saints or sacred artifacts guarding over this place. Changli Mountain is an outsider at the end of the day. It is better to rely on ourselves than to rely on others. Some arrangements still have to be made just in case. Fu Enshu slowly nodded. Your thinking is very correct. Of those of Broad Creed Mountain, some had looks of understanding on their faces while others still looked rather dazed. Fu Enshu looked at them. Zhaoge taught the spirit-returning sect a lesson, but didn't he also teach you a lesson? Everyone pondered in unison as Fu Enshu continued, Before coming here, I have already told you about the situation of the vast ocean world that year. Still, after the successive changes, the situation here is already very different. That year, of the 7 pillars of good, Changli Mountain and the spirit-returning sect were both close to Water Crystal Palace. The 3 sects joined forces against the Blood Dragon sect, Myriad Sword Pool, Spirit Rhino Island and the Blazing Wind sect. Currently, the Blood Dragon sect has already been destroyed, Spirit Rhino Island unable to recover from this setback. Meanwhile, Changli Mountain's strength has increased greatly, their chief Gao Tianzhong having transcended mortality and entered sainthood, becoming a martial saint expert not inferior to the Palace Lord of Water Crystal Palace, Lin Shi. He also does not fear the sacred artifact of Myriad Sword Pool, the floating sinking sword. Fu Enshu said slowly, the relationship between the great sects is already different from how it was in the past. Those of Broad Creed Mountain all understood, the relationship between Changli Mountain and Water Crystal Palace will definitely turn from being allies to being enemies. With us being close to Changli Mountain, Senior Apprentice Brother Yan's actions are equivalent to pulling the spirit-returning sect which was still close to Water Crystal Palace over to Changli Mountain's side. Fu Enshu nodded, that's right, it is precisely so. Leaving Green Snake Island behind would also leave the spirit-returning sect with a sense of danger, at the same time leaving them with the thought of personally exterminating their mortal enemy. The two sides might have initially been competing over Tao traditions, but after so many years, having slain and killed countless enemies, their enmity has long since become as deep as the seas. Ah, who blinked, but what if Water Crystal Palace and Myriad Sword Pool join forces? Fu Enchu said, in the Dragon Tomb, Myriad Sword Pool has gained little. While Water Crystal Palace's gains are not as great as Changli Mountains, they are still considerable. The increase in their strength can be foreseen. While there has been no news of Water Crystal Palace in the vast ocean world these past 8 years, this precisely means that they are currently accumulating their strength, awaiting a metamorphosis. Perhaps Palace Lord Lin Shi has advanced a step further, or perhaps they have refined a sacred artifact of their own. Hearing her words, everyone nodded in unison. This way, Water Crystal Palace's strength will skyrocket, stably sitting on the throne of the #1 sect of the vast ocean world. It would indeed be impossible for Myriad Sword Pool to join forces with them. Instead, the possibility of them joining forces with Changli Mountain is greater. Taking in the spirit returning sect and weakening Water Crystal Palace is also a must. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, the people of Broad Creed Mountain all sighed emotionally. While this is so, it is easier said than done. Other than senior apprentice brother Yan, how many others could so easily change the situation of the world? Senior apprentice brother Yan said that he would not go all out, but with just a casual move of his, he has already caused the winds and clouds to change. Fu Enchu looked at Sikong Qing. Before absolute power, all trickery and trickery are useless. These words are true, but how many people are born with absolute power? In the process of unceasingly climbing towards the peak, there are some things that one has to pay attention to. You can choose not to use it yourself, but you have to understand it at the very least, preventing enemies from targeting you. There is a saying called, killing with a borrowed knife. You have to be wary of the edge that you have painstakingly sharpened becoming a knife in the hands of others. Sikong Qing was silent for a moment before she nodded, not speaking. Yan Zhaoge smiled, saying, Senior apprentice Aunt Fu speaks too seriously. I am not as good as you praise me to be. In baiting the turtle this time, it is those who are willing to take the bait. While the spirit returning sect is being used by us, they will also gain something. Whether they will suffer a loss or gain an advantage is still uncertain. It's just that when we give them, their gains will be in our hands. Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge passed a jade coin to Fu Enchu. Keep this jade coin, Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu. The contents of the first volume of the Xuanwu Fist scripture are recorded within. It is already sufficient. As for how to keep this turtle on our hook, you can decide. Receiving the jade coin, Fu Enchu nodded, saying, Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. They arrived at Changli Mountain. Some of the Changli Mountain martial practitioners who had received the news earlier were already waiting at the edge of the directionless sea. However, upon learning that the chief of the spirit returning sect, Lu Feng, was actually going to Changli Mountain to pay a visit as well, the Changli Mountain martial practitioners were all taken aback. As the news spread, it attracted the attention of all the other major powers, especially Water Crystal Palace. Amidst their shock, the various major powers all mobilized their manpower to investigate. In the end, the news that they obtained left them all speechless for a time. Yan Zhaoge grasped the direct lineage of Xuanwu. The martial legacies of the spirit returning sect had hopes of improving further. As the news spread, the vast ocean world was shaken. While the spirit returning sect was inferior to powers like Water Crystal Palace and the Dragon Slayer sect, they had always been one of the few powerful sects of the vast ocean world. They could be defeated, but when had they ever been subdued in terms of martial legacies? Today, however, someone had managed to do so. A living legend of the vast ocean world. Chapter 616. Everyone, please subscribe to the original version. Thank you. As the news spread, Water Crystal Palace and Green Snake Island were the ones who felt the most upset. Water Crystal Palace seemed to already see the spirit returning sect leaving them, entering the embrace of Changli Mountain. Meanwhile, Guan Jingqiong and the others of Green Snake Island wished that they could smash their heads against the ground. The spirit-returning sect desired to see the complete Xuanwu Fist scripture in order to improve their martial legacies. How was it not the same for Green Snake Island? What worried them even more now was that if the spirit-returning sect successfully advanced, Green Snake Island would be facing a calamity of destruction at any time. The chief of Green Snake Island, the Green Snake Madam, Guan Jingqiong, really did not know how she should face the ancestors of Green Snake Island now. Hearing that Yan Zhaoge had reappeared in the vast ocean world, the other major powers paid close attention to him as well. Even the ongoing great battle between the forces of good and evil had temporarily come to a halt, with no one stirring up any major conflicts as they all paid close attention to what Yan Zhaoge would do now that he had reappeared. Yan Zhaoge had no intention of doing anything else, just meeting the chief of Changli Mountain, Gao Tianzhong. They naturally exchanged some pleasantries. Having successfully transcended mortality and entered sainthood, Gao Tianzhong's strength was comparable to that of Water Crystal Palace's Palace Lord Lin Shi and the chief of the Dragon Slayer sect Zhao Zhong, replacing the fallen evil saint Lin Qiancheng as one of the three heavyweights of the vast ocean world. However, Gao Tianzhong's mind was very calm. He also thought that while there had been no activity from Water Crystal Palace recently, its strength had actually been increasing in secret. Gao Tianzhong naturally welcomed Yan Zhaoge's reappearance. He now more or less understood that Yan Zhaoge did not intend to reign supreme over a region of the vast ocean world, at least not for the time being. It was just that with more of Yan Zhaoge's fellow disciples appearing in the vast ocean world this time, those of Changli Mountain still secretly paid attention to him. Chief Gao, this Yan will be leaving soon. I still have some matters to attend to, so I will take my leave first. My fellow disciples may be a bother to your sect, so please take care of them, Yan Zhaoge smiled. Gao Tianzhong and the other Changli Mountain martial practitioners were all slightly taken aback. From Yan Zhaoge's words, it actually seemed like he would not appear for a long time. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, but Gao Tianzhong still did not hesitate in the slightest as he replied, Mr. Yan is too polite. Our sect naturally welcomes a friend who has come from afar. With both sides enjoying themselves, Yan Zhaoge and the others left while the spirit-returning sect's Lu Feng remained behind. While they had come for Yan Zhaoge's Zhenwu Fist scripture, since they had decided to stay far away from Water Crystal Palace and approach Changli Mountain, the spirit-returning sect naturally had many matters to discuss with Changli Mountain. Yan Zhaoge and the others exited the Great Hall together, their gazes simultaneously falling on Su Fei. Xue Fei and Shi Jun had already remained in the vast ocean world for over 15 years. While Xue Fei still appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, he was actually already close to 50. He had not wasted his time in these years either. He had long since become an Essence Talisman level martial grandmaster expert. His current age was extremely young in comparison to his lifespan. Yan Zhaoge asked, how is sister-in-law Yuzhen? Due to her heavy injuries, Yuzhen's lifespan had been shortened. Now that more than 10 years had passed, if there was no improvement, her situation would not be very optimistic. Xue Fei smiled, Jun, is looking after her. Thanks to the purple bamboo immortal pistol we found a few years ago, her lifespan was extended a little. Her situation is already much better now, just that she has yet to awaken. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge sighed in relief. There are purple bamboo immortal pistols in this vast ocean world? That's good then. Methods to extend one's lifespan were rare in the first place. With Yuzhen's unique situation, many methods could not be used, and many spirit medicines could not be easily consumed. Therefore, there were even fewer methods available. Purple bamboo immortal pistols had not been found in the Eight Extremities world and the Floating Life world. Unexpectedly, they were found here in the vast ocean world. Yan Zhaoge could not help but sigh emotionally at how the heavens always left a way out. They arrived at the back mountains of Changli Mountain. Within a courtyard stood a youth who looked to be around 27 or 28 years of age, his gaze firm and his features handsome. Senior apprentice granduncle Fu, senior apprentice uncle Yan. This youth was precisely Shi Jun. Seeing Yan Zhaoge and the others, a joyous smile appeared on his face. After first greeting Yan Zhaoge and Fu Enshu, he greeted the other fellow disciples of Broad Creed Mountain. While Feng Yunsheng, Xikong Qing and the others had long since known that the flow of time in the vast ocean world was different from that of the Eight Extremities world, seeing Shi Jun, who looked completely like a handsome youth now, they were still rather unused to it. Ing Longtu raised his head dazedly, looking at Shi Jun, who was almost a head taller than him. Back at Broad Creed Mountain that year, the two had been close in age, their relationship having been rather good. It was just that their former companion had suddenly been more than 10 years older than him. This had truly caused Han Long, who had already been gradually enlightened, to feel like his brain was no longer enough to process. It was Shi Jun who maintained his smile as he solemnly bowed towards Ing Longtu, senior apprentice Uncle Ing. No need for formalities. A rather dazed Ing Longtu stuttered a little. The others had originally still been a little unnatural, but seeing Ing Longtu's current appearance, they instead all smiled, no longer feeling so awkward. Standing beside Xuefei, Yan Zhaoge secretly sent him a sound transmission. Senior apprentice brother Su, in returning to the Eight Extremities world this time, I got Ah Hu to make a trip to Turbid Wave Pavilion and meet senior apprentice sister Xie. Xuefei's gaze hardened as he looked at Yan Zhaoge and Ah Hu. Yan Zhaoge nodded towards Ah Hu, who scratched the back of his head. Brother Fei, I met Miss Xie Yuchan. According to young master's instructions, I invited her to come to the vast ocean world as well. Miss Xie declined. Still, she said that if you return to the Eight Extremities world in the future, please make a trip to Turbid Wave Pavilion. Ah Hu was rather puzzled. I specifically asked around and found out that Miss Xie did not have a new lover. Still, why hasn't she come? Yan Zhaoge elbowed him, laughing as he scolded, what are you talking about? Ah Hu gave a simple and honest laugh, while Xuefei could not help but laugh as well, shaking his head. I more or less understand the reason for her not coming. Rest assured, after this matter is over, I will definitely find a way to return to the Eight Extremities world to see her. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Now that senior apprentice Aunt Fu and so many of our fellow disciples are here, there is no longer a need for you to keep an eye on sister-in-law Yuzhen and Jun. I will leave the lofty prestige mirror with you, also imparting you the mirror dimensional traversing technique. Roughly a year later, when the lofty prestige mirror has fully recovered, you will be able to return to the Eight Extremities world on your own. Make the best use of your time. Otherwise, by the time you return, you will have already surpassed them by 2 generations. Xuefei ignored Yan Zhaoge's teasing as he instead frowned, asking, I can indeed rest easy here. Still, if you give me the treasure, what about yourself? Yan Zhaoge answered, there is no need to use the lofty prestige mirror in heading to the world beyond worlds. After getting there, I might not be able to use it. Seeing that Xuefei's brows were still tightly knit, Yan Zhaoge paused for a moment before continuing. Having chatted with old man Mo before coming, I heard him mention that there are some things in the world beyond worlds. If they have yet to be severed, I naturally have other methods. The mirror dimensional traversing technique is not the only way to establish a temporary dimensional passageway. Hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, Xuefei finally relaxed. When do you leave? Yan Zhaoge said calmly, right now. Chapter 6:17. Now. Su Fei looked rather puzzledly at Yan Zhaoge. Martial practitioners who had yet to surpass the 3rd level of the martial saint realm would be hard-pressed to ascend to the world beyond worlds, as they could only do so via the wounds of the sky. Yan Zhaoge had previously given a simple introduction of that paper fan of divine wood. Xuefei already knew that Yan Zhaoge possessed a treasure that could protect him from the power of dimensions. But if he wanted to find the wound of the sky, where was it? With Yan Zhaoge's current methods, he was still unable to forcibly rip apart the boundary between the world beyond worlds and the vast ocean world. Yan Zhaoge smiled. A wound of the sky once appeared in the vast ocean world. That person of the dim darkness sect came from there. The wounds of the sky wall will not exist forever. The power of the domain will heal them, but it will be much easier to break open the places that were once torn. As for the place. Yan Zhaoge smiled, "Senior apprentice brother Su, you should also be able to guess it." When Su Fei heard this, he pondered for a moment, and a look of realization appeared in his eyes. Tribulation Wind Mountain. Yan Zhaoge nodded. "While I cannot be certain, if my guess is not wrong, when the dim darkness sects Liang Jichao descended, the wound of the sky was most likely in the vicinity of Tribulation Wind Mountain. Tribulation Wind Mountain was an extremely dangerous place of the vast ocean world, a forbidden zone for humans as it was located on the mainland. That place was shrouded by terrifying storms all year round, and even space itself was distorted by them. Even martial sage realm experts did not dare to step into that place easily." Yan Zhaoge said, "If the situation in the world beyond worlds is stable, I will think of a way to descend again and bring sister-in-law Yuzhen up. There might be more methods that I can think of over there that will definitely be able to help her make a complete recovery. Fortunately, with the purple bamboo immortal pistol extending her lifespan, we have much more time." Xue Fei said, "Be careful on this trip." Yan Zhaoge smiled, "Of course." After bidding farewell to Su Fei, Fu Enshu, and the others, Yan Zhaoge set off for the region of Tribulation Wind Mountain. Arriving in the vicinity of Tribulation Wind Mountain, Zhang Xian realized that it lived up to its name. Looking from afar, the sky was filled with storms, and it was impossible to see the surroundings clearly. Standing beside him, Feng Yunsheng and Ah Hu cupped their eyes with their hands as they looked at the tragic scene and gasped. "Young master, are you sure it's here?" Ah Hu grimaced. Pan Pan, who was sitting beneath them, was sprawled on the ground, his two front paws covering his eyes as he let out a weak roar, seemingly agreeing with Ah Hu's words. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. "After investigating the area, I'm even more certain that this is the place." Feng Yunsheng looked up at the sky. "If it's really here, what should we do?" Yan Zhaoge smiled. "I already thought about it back in the Eight Extremities world." He said to Ah Hu, "Take out all the things I asked you to prepare." The moment Ah Hu woke up, he hurriedly flipped through his shadow-shrinking pouch, pulling out a large pile of things. Crystal stones, talisman papers, green jade, gold and iron, and all kinds of other things. Every one of them was extremely huge, weighing more than 100 kilograms. Among them, there was even a peculiar sapling that flickered with a faint green light. Yan Zhaoge said, "Let us retreat." Saying thus, he led Feng Yunsheng, Ah Hu, and Pan Pan in retreat, while the Northern Ocean clone took those treasures before flying off in the direction of Tribulation Wind Mountain. The Northern Ocean clone possessed shocking strength as he forcibly broke through the storms on the outskirts, nearing Tribulation Wind Mountain itself. However, the further in he went, the more intense the storms of Tribulation Wind Mountain became. At the end, even the Northern Ocean clone found it hard to advance. The imperious cold martial armor appeared on his body, the fish dragon spear appearing in his palm. The Northern Ocean clone brandished the spear, a majestic force temporarily parting the storms, opening up a path for him. Just like that, supported by the two sacred artifacts, the Northern Ocean clone forcibly opened up a path, finally arriving at the peak of Tribulation Wind Mountain. Here, the storms had reached their peak, even distorting and ripping space apart. Even the Northern Ocean clone would be hard-pressed to remain here for a long time. He made good use of his time, forcing back the storms and landing at the peak of the mountain. With a wave of his palm, various spirit treasures of various kinds landed at the peak of the mountain, directly forming a massive formation. Beneath the assault of the storms, these spirit treasures were virtually about to be shattered in an instant. Fortunately, the Northern Ocean clone reacted quickly enough, stabbing the fish dragon spear into the peak of the mountain. A massive barrier instantly arose, blocking the storms for an instant. Making use of this time, the formation stabilized. At the center of the grand formation, that jade-green sapling planted its roots, growing with the wind as it actually instantly transformed into a great tree that towered into the heavens. The next moment, a streak of jade light shot into the skies from the peak of Tribulation Wind Mountain. Where the jade light passed, those terrifying storms were actually all drawn over by it, congregating at one point before shooting into the clouds together. In the distance, Yan Zhaoge and the others could feel the heavens and earth shaking unceasingly. The originally dim sky now turned even more blurry and indistinct. Huh? Yan Zhaoge's expression changed slightly. He seemed to vaguely see a faint light flickering within the sky. A moment later, he confirmed that it had not been a misconception on his part. Radiance had truly appeared within the sky, a long streak that resembled the sky being ripped apart as a scar was formed. Yan Zhaoge had once seen this scene in the Eight Extremities world when he had obstructed the descent of Zhang Chao and the others of the Radiant Light sect. It was precisely a wound of the sky. Numerous streaks of light descended from the sky as the sonorous voice of the great Tao seemed to resound by their ears. Feng Yunsheng, Hu, and Pan Pan all raised their heads, their eyes wide as they stared at that shocking scene. Yan Zhaoge howled, bringing the others along as they approached Tribulation Wind Mountain. The storms in the surroundings of Tribulation Wind Mountain temporarily rose into the sky as the Earth's surface instead calmed down. The Northern Ocean clone swept along Yan Zhaoge and the others, his figure resembling a great rock that soared into the nine heavens as he shot directly towards the wound of the sky. As they neared the wound of the sky, they instantly felt a boundless, immense force assaulting them. This boundless, immense force did not just originate from the outside world as it originated from within the bodies of Yan Zhaoge and the others. It intermingled internally and externally, omnipresent yet irresistible. Not only did the distorted, chaotic feeling cause one's fleshly body to feel pain as though it was about to be ripped apart and shattered, even one's soul was similarly thrown into disorder as they virtually descended into insanity. Their cultivation bases were insufficient as they passed through the wound of the sky. Not only would their fleshly body be reduced to a mist of blood and dust, even their soul would similarly be extinguished. This was truly the outcome of having their body and soul extinguished. Yan Zhaoge inhaled deeply, taking out that paper fan that he had obtained from a dim darkness sect martial practitioner and opening it with a swoosh. Stimulated by his true essence, radiance that resembled green whilst also gold surged, penetrating the heavens and penetrating the earth. The illusory silhouette of radiance seemed to form a massive tree that resembled a heavenly pillar, enveloping Tribulation Wind Mountain from below while its crown directly shot into the wound of the sky from above. The light pillar transformed into a perfectly straight tree trunk. While Yan Zhaoge and the others could still feel the terrifying threat of the power of dimensions within, their movements instantly became much smoother. The Northern Ocean clone made use of this chance, bringing Yan Zhaoge and the others along as they shot into the sky, traversing that crack in the sky which glowed with radiance. While it seemed like it had only been a short instant, Yan Zhaoge felt as though he had traversed the long river of countless years. Vast spiritual qi surged through his body, shaking his mind. When the light had dissipated, Yan Zhaoge could only feel as though the world before his eyes had suddenly opened up, a clear sky appearing above his head as spiritual qi roiled between the heavens and the earth, flowing without end. For an instant, Yan Zhaoge actually felt somewhat like he had returned to the great thousand worlds of pre-Great Calamity times. This world beyond worlds is truly indescribably wondrous. While this was his first time here, Yan Zhaoge could confirm that he had not come to the wrong place. This was indeed the world beyond worlds. Still, a clamor resounded by his ear. As Yan Zhaoge gazed over, blazing fire rampaged on the vast earth before him, floods surging to the heavens as the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. The flames of war had clearly raged where he had descended. Chapter 618. It can't be, again. Yan Zhaoge rolled his eyes. The situation before him was extremely similar to when he had arrived in the vast ocean world for the second time. Beside him, Hu and Feng Yunsheng could not help but glance at Yan Zhaoge. Young master, why is it that wherever we go, there is a battle? Hu grinned, asking. Yan Zhaoge answered exasperatedly, how would I know? What was slightly better than last time was that they had not landed directly in the center of the battlefield this time, simultaneously facing the attacks of both sides. Still, the great battle before them was even more intense than the conflict between the spirit-returning sect and Green Snake Island earlier. The two sides were already completely enraged as blood flowed like rivers. Gazing over, Yan Zhaoge and the others could see corpses littering the ground. Fresh blood had already accumulated on the ground, already close to drying up as it resembled a black swamp. Within the sky, martial grandmasters were currently in an intense battle, winds surging and clouds surging as the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. On the ground, there were martial practitioners with lower cultivation bases who were also locked in an intense battle, the scene even more tragic. Radiance flickered over the distant horizon, a vigorous force that shook one's heart surging unceasingly. Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly, feeling that martial saint experts were currently clashing there. While they were far away, Yan Zhaoge and the others could still feel the great earth beneath their feet shaking unceasingly. Yan Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone both retracted their auras as he carefully appraised the two sides currently battling. To Yan Zhaoge, while the cultivation bases of these people could not be said to be very high, he was still able to see through many things. After watching for a while, Feng Yunsheng and Ahu's expressions grew much more solemn as well. The world beyond worlds is indeed extraordinary. Other than being more abundant in spiritual qi, the martial arts cultivated by the martial practitioners here are mostly outstanding as well. Ahu muttered, I wonder what the background of these people are. Ahu murmured, I don't know what the background of these people are, but the martial arts they are executing, placed in the Eight Extremities world, while they are inferior to the direct lineages of sacred grounds, they are also definitely not something the legacies of those first and second-rate powers can compare to. Feng Yunsheng pondered for a moment. According to Zhaoge's words of Old Man Mo, while much of the essence of legacies from before the Great Calamity is also missing, it is preserved more completely than in the Eight Extremities world. There are even Tao legacies like the dim radiant sect that have not been severed. The level of the martial arts here is even higher than in the Eight Extremities world. She surveyed her surroundings. The spiritual qi here is so abundant, and there are many heavenly materials and earthly treasures as well as resources that are much more abundant than in the Eight Extremities world. Who stared at both sides of the battle. One side's troops are advancing and retreating in an orderly manner. It looks like they're in a military formation. Yan Zhaoge did not speak. He too had the same feeling. A group of armor-clad cultivators gathered together. Although their cultivations were not outstanding, they formed a formation. Their qi and blood surged into the sky as they attacked their enemies with the weight of Mount Tai. Everyone's power was concentrated in one place, and the quantitative change led to a qualitative change. It was clear that they were jointly using some kind of powerful battle formation. More than 1,000 body refinement martial artists had formed a battle formation, and with their combined forces, they had completely routed the group of evolved masters. On the other side, there was a great grandmaster martial artist. His strength swept across, and even 1,000-man battle formation could not withstand it. However, in this military formation, there were not only body-tempering martial artists, but also many martial Tao grandmasters. Under their guidance, the battle formation unleashed even greater power, at the same time also feeding it back to these martial scholars. The two sides joined forces, jointly resisting the martial grandmaster opponents before them. There was not just a single such battle formation. Under the command of a leader, several battle formations joined together, their power stacking and increasing unceasingly. While there was a limit to the power of a battle formation, the opponent was only a spirit vessel martial grandmaster. For a time, he was also pushed back unceasingly by this torrent of steel. On the army's side, there were similarly martial grandmaster experts leading them. With the assistance of the battle formation, the individual martial practitioners were instantly unable to withstand it. Yan Zhaoge looked calmly at this scene. The higher one's cultivation base, the harder it was for those below to defeat those above to obtain victory through numbers. This was because there were not many battle formations that could accommodate hundreds or even thousands of martial saint experts. Let alone martial saints, even martial grandmasters would find it hard to join forces. It was already a very rare situation for him to use the Tai Imperial breaking formation to join forces with Yen Di, Old Man Mo and the others to resist the Flame Devils. However, the Tai Imperial breaking formation could only be formed by 4 people. Still, when everyone's cultivation bases were rather low, a massive number of martial practitioners with low cultivation bases joining forces could indeed make up for the difference in their cultivation bases with numbers. This scene before him was the best example of this. Scanning the entire battlefield, Yan Zhaoge's gaze suddenly hardened slightly. Oh? Opening the door with good news, it was smoother than I had thought. Ah. With the situation unclear, with even the identities of the 2 sides still yet to be ascertained, Yan Zhaoge originally had no intention of interfering. He had only been waiting for the battle to calm down a little before casually grabbing someone to ask about it. However, looking carefully, he suddenly discovered a black-clothed middle-aged man. While this black-clothed middle-aged man was already a martial grandmaster, there was also an armored martial grandmaster leading the group who seemed to be an officer staring at him. Heavily outnumbered, this black-clothed middle-aged man instantly fell into danger. When Yan Zhaoge discovered him, he was currently being stabbed in the chest with a spear. The reason for Yan Zhaoge's attention was that this person's attire was clearly the same as that of the Dim Darkness sect martial practitioner Liang Jichao who had died in the Dragon Tomb. This was very likely a Dim Darkness sect martial practitioner as well. On the battlefield, facing the enemy's formation, the Dim Darkness sect martial practitioners were already beginning to crumble as they fled in all directions. Struck by a spear, the black-clothed middle-aged man collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, a youth in embroidered clothes beside him was greatly shocked as he hurriedly carried him on his back before turning and fleeing. Seeing their opponents beginning to crumble, the armored army dispersed as well, beginning to pursue and slay their fleeing enemies. To them, the heads of their enemies were all meritorious deeds. The youth in embroidered clothes fled with the black-clothed middle-aged man on his back, traversing mountains and traversing ravines. After fleeing for who knew how long, there was no one before him. Just as he was about to stop and catch his breath, a sound that resembled the roar of thunder suddenly resounded behind him. Shocked, the youth in embroidered clothes looked back, seeing a martial grandmaster leading a group of armored martial practitioners in pursuit. Looking at the black-clothed middle-aged man behind him, a smile appeared on their faces. Traders of the Dim Darkness sect are more valuable than other traders. The iron hooves of the enemy instantly arrived before him. The youth's face turned pale as despair appeared within his eyes. Could it be that I am going to die here today? As he thought this, the world before his eyes suddenly blurred. The world before those armored martial practitioners similarly blurred as they discovered that a handsome youth wearing a white robe and a black-bordered blue shirt had appeared within the forest, blocking before their target. The sabers and spears in their hands descended. The other party did not move at all as he just stood quietly with his hands behind his back. The next moment, all the armored martial practitioners were sent flying backwards, blood spurting from their mouths as they died on the spot. Yan Zhaoge's expression was as per usual as he swiveled his head to look at the black-clothed middle-aged man who was already heavily injured and unconscious before shifting his gaze to that youth in embroidered clothes who was still rather dazed. You are also a descendant of the Dim Darkness sect? Chapter 619. From the words of Deng Sen, Yang Zhanhua, Sun Hao, and the others of the Radiant Light sect earlier, Yan Zhaoge already knew that the current language of the world beyond worlds was extremely similar to the ancient language of pre-Great Calamity times. Although there were some changes, they were very close. In most situations, they could even be used interchangeably without affecting communication. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, a grateful look appeared on this youth's face, but he was also rather guarded against him. He hesitated slightly for a moment before saying, I am not a disciple of the Dim Darkness sect. Yan Zhaoge smiled, you don't have to be so nervous. I am not on the same side as your enemy, here to trick you into saying something. If not for the fact that this person of the dim darkness sect is currently heavily injured and unconscious, I would have originally intended to question him. I inadvertently found a corpse which was left behind by a transcending mortality martial grandmaster of the dim darkness sect after his death that year. Wanting to return it to the sect now, I sought a descendant of the dim darkness sect. The young man in embroidered clothes cupped his hands. No matter what, I still have to thank you for saving my life. Looking at that black-clothed martial practitioner, he said, the Xian crooks are tyrannical, bewitching the masses. The Radiant Light sect, the Dim Darkness sect and the other sects all rose up in revolt, wanting to overthrow the tyrannical regime of the Xian crooks. Martial practitioners of the various lands all responded to this, their followers as numerous as the clouds. I am merely a mere part of them. Mr. Zhang Qiansong is an old acquaintance of mine. It was due to his influence that I decided to join the great cause of resisting the Xian bandits. Still, I am indeed not a disciple of the Dim Darkness sect. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. May I ask if this is the royal reed sea? The youth in embroidered clothes was taken aback once more. This is indeed the royal reed sea. Sire, Yan Zhaoge spread his palms apart, smiling, I am not someone of the royal reed sea. As I said before, I have come here to send the remains of a senior of the Dim Darkness sect back home. The young man in embroidered clothes mumbled, you are truly an expert, having the style of the ancients. He relaxed a little, and his chatterbox gradually opened up. Only now did Yan Zhaoge note that many changes had occurred in the royal reed sea as compared to when old man Mo had still been around in the past. More than 100 years ago, an expert had descended upon the royal reed sea, calling himself the Xian king as he expanded his territory here, finally establishing the foundation of the Grand Xian dynasty. In the end, the Grand Xian dynasty ruled over the royal reed sea, which was even vaster than the entire Eight Extremities world. Besides the Radiant Light sect, the Dim Darkness sect and a few other peak powers, the other martial practitioners who were active in the Royal Reed Sea all submitted to the Grand Xian dynasty, the Radiant Light sect, the Dim Darkness sect and the other powers also temporarily avoiding their edge. However, over 10 years ago, the founder of the Grand Xian dynasty, the Xian king, had perished, causing the overall strength of the Grand Xian dynasty to suffer greatly as well. The Xuanmu kings of the past had always been tyrannical and cruel in their rule. This was especially so for the current third-generation king Xuanmu, who was arrogant and licentious as he had exerted great pressure on the martial practitioners of the Royal Reed Sea. Now that the Grand Xian dynasty was on a decline, internal strife instantly arose. Meanwhile, the powers at the head of the Radiant Light sect and the Dim Darkness sect even began brazenly attacking the Grand Xian dynasty, the flames of war currently raging throughout the entire Royal Reed Sea. Even as they resisted the Grand Xian dynasty, they were also inciting the experts that the Grand Xian dynasty had gathered to rebel against them, also drawing in the other martial practitioners of the Royal Reed Sea regardless of their cultivation bases as they rebelled together, shaking the foundations of the Grand Xian dynasty's rule in all aspects. This heavily injured and unconscious Dim Darkness sect martial practitioner Zhang Qiansong and his companions were doing precisely this. Meanwhile, the Grand Xian dynasty was naturally doing their utmost to suppress them as well, the two sides locked in a fierce battle. It was not just here before them as the chaos of war spread throughout the entire Royal Reed Sea. Yan Zhaoge nodded repeatedly as he heard this, the more chaotic the better. The more chaotic the situation is, the more convenient it will be for us to reap benefits from the fire. From the looks of it now, it was not just the Dim Darkness sect who was their nemesis. The Radiant Light sect also had other enemies in the Royal Reed Sea. It was just a pity that the Grand Xian dynasty was not a good partner to work with. Just from how the Radiant Light sect and the Dim Darkness sect, these two mortal enemies, had even joined forces to attack them, it could be seen how unpopular the Grand Xian dynasty was. Also, this Grand Xian dynasty was used to being domineering and overbearing. Working with them would really be asking a tiger for its skin. Still, the current chaos in the Royal Reed Sea was indisputably more beneficial to Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain. After all, If a massive entity like the Radiant Light sect went all out, it would be sufficient to suppress worlds like the Eight Extremities world or the Vast Ocean world. According to Old Man Mo, ever since the dim Radiant Emperor In Tianxia had perished, the dim Radiant sect had suffered a great loss in strength, a great number of its peak experts having perished as it had finally fallen apart. Even so, however, the Radiant Light sect had still had experts of the 6th level of the Martial Saint realm that year. Also, as compared to the Eight Extremities world, there were as many experts as there were clouds in the sect. Meanwhile, in the world beyond worlds, their cultivation bases would not be suppressed as they would be able to fight at their peak state. Looking at the youth in embroidered clothes before him, Yan Zhaoge smiled. After talking for so long, I still don't know how I should address you. The youth hesitated slightly. Yan Zhaoge had saved him and Zhang Qiansong. It would really be impolite of him not to give his name. Still, he was still a little worried that Yan Zhaoge was of the Grand Xian dynasty and was playing hard to get. The Wei family he hailed from was rather famous in the phoenix-bearing region of the Royal Reed Sea. As soon as he said his surname, most people who had heard of him would be able to associate him with the Wei family. It had been his own idea to follow Zhang Qiansong to rebel against the Grand Xian back then, keeping it a secret from the seniors of his family. After a while, the youth sighed, still answering honestly, I am Wei Lang. I wonder how I should address benefactor. I am surnamed Yan Zhaoge. While news of this might reach the ears of the Radiant Light sect, Yan Zhaoge did not give a fake name. Appraising Wei Lang, he said rather interestedly, from the martial arts that you executed, while they could not be said to be supreme, there are still merits to it. The sect or family that you hail from should not be nameless, right? If he was someone of the Grand Xian dynasty, using the name of the Wei family, it would be sufficient for them to make things difficult for him. Hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, Wei Lang instead heaved a sigh of relief, knowing that Yan Zhaoge was indeed not a native of the Royal Reed Sea. Relaxing greatly, he said, this is a supreme martial art that has been passed down in my family. My Wei family is also somewhat famous in this phoenix-bearing region of the Royal Reed Sea. Yan Zhaoge looked at that black-clothed martial practitioner. He is called Zhang Qiansong. His injuries are rather serious, and it looks like he won't be able to wake up for a while. Do you know how to contact the other dim darkness sect martial practitioners? Wei Lang said rather awkwardly, Brother Yan, I did not lie. I am indeed not a disciple of the dim darkness sect. As for the other dim darkness sect martial practitioners, while I have seen a few of them before, I do not know how to contact them. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge put a hand on his forehead, smiling bitterly within his heart. This really is. After pondering for a moment, Yan Zhaoge communicated with the Northern Ocean clone via thought, the latter stealthily leaving. In having come to the world beyond worlds this time, on one hand, he had ascertained the situation and contacted his enemies of the Radiant Light sect. On the other hand, he had to think of a way to prevent those of the Radiant Light sect from obtaining the supreme treasure of the Rahu luminary. While he might be able to contact the dim darkness sect now, it was still uncertain when he would be able to make any progress. Therefore, Yan Zhaoge decided to work on both fronts at once. He would contact the dim darkness sect while the Northern Ocean clone would go investigate the matter of the supreme treasure of the Rahu luminary. With Feng Yunsheng by his side, if he obtained any clues regarding the supreme treasure of the Rahu luminary, he would not have to worry about any delays. Wei Lang naturally did not detect anything at all as he was currently looking worriedly at the unconscious Zhang Qiansong. Now, Wei Lang's expression suddenly changed as he retrieved a paper crane formed of spirit talismans from his bosom. As the paper crane flapped its wings, Wei Lang was rather shocked. A senior of my family is nearby, currently looking for me. Chapter 620. Requesting subscriptions. Requesting monthly tickets. Glancing at the paper crane, Yan Zhaoge knew that this was a special secret communication technique that was commonly used amongst family members, making it easy for the elders to find and rescue the juniors. A moment later, a group of people appeared before Yan Zhaoge and the others. The one at their head was a middle-aged man. Seeing him, Wei Lang called out rather embarrassedly, "Second uncle." The middle-aged man looked first at Yan Zhaoge and the others before looking at Wei Lang, sighing, "Lang, her big brother and I were both very worried about you." Wei Lang hurriedly said, "It was my fault for making father and second uncle worry." Looking at Yan Zhaoge, seeing that his expression was as per usual, he introduced, "Brother Yan, this is my second uncle, ascending Yunsheng." "Second uncle, this is brother Yan Zhaoge. He saved me just now." Hearing his words, Wei Yunsheng cupped his hands towards Yan Zhaoge, "Many thanks for saving this nephew." Yan Zhaoge smiled, "You are polite, Mr. Wei." Looking at Zhang Qiansong, Wei Lang said slowly, "Second uncle, Mr. Zhang is injured, you." Wei Yunsheng shook his head, "I already told you before not to mess around with those of the dim darkness sect. If they can't stay in the phoenix-bearing region, they can just leave." "But where can my Wei family go?" Wei Lang said in a low tone, "Second uncle, the Xian crooks have always been domineering. Our Wei family has also suffered greatly from them, being exploited and oppressed. Now that they have lost their destiny, it is a great time to overthrow them." Wei Yunsheng said, "You are still young. Without the Grand Xian, there will still be other powers who will reign supreme. It will not be our Wei family's turn." Wei Lang muttered, "It can't be worse than being trampled on by the Grand Xian." Looking at Zhang Qiansong in deep thought, Wei Yunsheng glanced at Yan Zhaoge and the others, asking via sound transmission, "Why did these people save you? Was it just because they saw injustice and drew their swords to help?" "Actually, they should mainly be wanting to save Mr. Zhang." Wei Lang answered honestly, "This brother Yan is not a native of the Royal Reed Sea. Instead, he is escorting the remains of a dim darkness sect senior back to his hometown. Still, he does not know how to contact the dim darkness sect. You also know that the main altar of the dim darkness sect is mysterious and unfathomable. Few in the outside world know about it." Wei Yunsheng mused for a moment and sighed, "Forget it. Since that's the case, bring them back to Labor Wind City first." When Wei Lang heard this, he felt a little uneasy. "If I bring them back to the clan, will they bring danger to the clan?" If he had to risk his life and spill his blood, he would have no qualms about it. However, there were the old, weak, women and children in his family. If they were targeted by the Grand Xian dynasty, he dared not think too much about the consequences. Wei Yunsheng said, "With me protecting you, it would instead be harder for your tracks to be exposed. Otherwise, if you were to be captured by the people of the Grand Xian dynasty while roaming the outside world, your clan would still be implicated." Wei Lang was a little embarrassed. "Thank you, second uncle." He went to tell Yan Zhaoge about it, and Yan Zhaoge did not mind as he immediately nodded, "Since that is so, I will be troubling you." Under the cover of the Wei clan's martial practitioners, the group quickly traversed mountains and rivers. Only now did Yan Zhaoge and the others have the time to carefully sense everything that was happening in the world beyond worlds. Looking up, the spirit chi veins crisscrossed in the sky, almost visible to the naked eye. The clear blue sky was not purely blue. Instead, it seemed to have a faint green luster. Day and night were not so distinct. At night, it was also not like places like the Eight Extremities world where the bright starry sky could be seen. The night sky was not completely black. Instead, it seemed to be covered by a layer of blurry white gauze as it appeared completely dusky. Extremely bright starlight would suddenly streak across the horizon from time to time. While it was not like the great sun which illuminated the entire world, the starlight was still extremely bright and dazzling. It was only for a fleeting moment as it seemed to pass through the world itself. "It is like we are within the river of stars," Feng Yunxing murmured, "even if we are not, we are still close to the sea of stars." Yan Zhaoge smiled, "This is the world beyond worlds." While it could not compare to the heavenly court of the 9 heavens of pre-Great Calamity times, it was no ordinary world either. After traveling for a few days, a majestic city appeared on the horizon. Half of it was on land while the other half was on the vast ocean, not moving at all despite the waves of the ocean as it had a rather majestic aura. Gazing at the city in the distance, Yan Zhaoge knew that this was Labor Wind City, one of the major cities of the phoenix-bearing region of the Royal Reed Sea. The Wei family of which Wei Lang and Wei Yunsheng hailed from was the ruler of this place. The patriarch was Wei Lang's father and Wei Yunsheng's elder brother, Wei Yunchang. Wei Yunchang looked at Wei Lang rather sternly as Wei Lang was unable to raise his head under his gaze. Still, Wei Yunchang did not punish Wei Lang in front of Yan Zhaoge as he just received Yan Zhaoge's group, thanking them for saving Wei Lang. Yan Zhaoge and the others were settled in. Zhang Qiansong was also taken care of. Beneath Yan Zhaoge's methods, Zhang Qiansong's injuries gradually began to recover as he soon regained consciousness. Liang Jichao. That was a figure of my Grand Master's generation. It is rumored that he went to the lower worlds that year, though there has been no news of him since. Zhang Qiansong's face was pale. Does this mean that senior apprentice granduncle Liang has really perished? Yan Zhaoge held that wooden fan in one hand, waving lightly with the other. Enveloped by streams of clear qi, a white skeleton appeared, garbed in a robe similar to that of Zhang Qiansong's. Zhang Qiansong struggled to place his finger on the skeleton, infusing his aura qi within. After sensing it for a moment, he said sadly, "While I cannot be certain that it is senior apprentice granduncle Liang, it is indeed our sect's legacy without a doubt." He cupped his hands towards Yan Zhaoge. "Thank you for your righteousness." Yan Zhaoge smiled, "No need to stand on ceremony. Speaking of which, it was also a bit of a coincidence that I was able to meet a senior of your sect. It is related to another power of this Royal Reed Sea." Zhang Qiansong raised his brows. "Oh. May I ask which power it is?" Yan Zhaoge said, "The Radiant Light Sect." Zhang Qiansong instantly snorted coldly, "Radiant Light Sect, humph." Yan Zhaoge smiled, "Do not misunderstand. My sect and I have no relationship with the Radiant Light Sect. On the contrary, enmity has been sown between us. I wonder if you have any impression of the names Deng Sen, Sun Hao, Lu Feng, Yang Zhanhua and Jin Jie." Zhang Qiansong was shocked. They are all martial saint elders of the Radiant Light Sect, 3 of their direct disciples and 2 of their guest elders. How would I not have heard of them? Among them, Deng Sen is even an expert of the 4th level of the martial saint realm. Even in the entire Royal Reed Sea, he is a famous figure. Yan Zhaoge grinned. "Doesn't your sect feel that it has already been some time since we have heard any news of them?" Zhang Qiansong was taken aback, only reacting after a while as he looked even more shocked. "They're dead? It's related to your sect." Yan Zhaoge smiled. "Actually, there should still be 3 more 3rd-level martial saints. Sadly, I do not know their names. Also, they died not long ago. Your sect might not have received the news in time." Zhang Qiansong sucked in a breath of cold air. "May I ask which sect you hail from?" Chapter 621. While he was grateful to Yan Zhaoge for having escorted Liang Jichao's remains back to the Royal Reed Sea as well as for having saved his and Wei Lang's lives, as a descendant of the Dim Darkness sect, even though he was currently in dire straits, Zhang Qiansong still had pride within his heart. However, hearing that the disappearance and death of Deng Sen and the others were all related to Yan Zhaoge and his sect, Zhang Qiansong could not help but feel a chill within his heart. Whether they were direct disciples or guest elders, the deaths of so many martial saint experts was a great loss to the Radiant Light sect, which was a major power with many assets. If it was the Dim Darkness sect, they too would be unable to remain indifferent about it. This was especially so when Zhang Qiansong heard that it was likely that 3 experts of the 3rd level of the martial saint realm had perished as well. In total, they had lost a total of 8 martial saints, with 5 of them being experts of the 3rd level of the martial saint realm and Deng Sen being an expert of the 4th level of the martial saint realm. Such losses were already extremely massive. Deng Sen was one of the top 5 grand elders of the Radiant Light sect's Eternal Light Hall. He was a renowned figure in the entire Royal Reed Sea. Looking at Yan Zhaoge again now, Zhang Qiansong could not help but feel deep veneration. Even if the other party was inferior to his dim darkness sect, they were definitely from a major power that could not be underestimated. They might even be even more powerful than he had anticipated. Yan Zhaoge spoke no further as he just smiled mildly. Our sect does not belong to the royal Reed Sea. I believe that you have never heard of it before. Seeing that Yan Zhaoge did not say anything, Zhang Qiansong did not force him to ask. However, the other party's unfathomable expression did not cause him to look down on him, instead making him even more solemn. If what he said is true, the enmity between them and the Radiant Light sect is already so deep that it cannot be resolved. Perhaps they can become powerful reinforcements for our sect. While we are rebelling against the Xian together now, the Radiant Light sect is still our sect's mortal enemy at the end of the day, Zhang Qiansong thought. Still, we have to be careful of this being a ploy by the Radiant Light sect. While Yan Zhaoge had not mentioned it, Zhang Qiansong had also unconsciously denied the possibility that the other party had come from outside the world beyond worlds. This was similar to the thinking of those of the Radiant Light sect back then, carrying with it some sense of superiority as a major power of the world beyond worlds. In fact, if Deng Sen and so many other experts were to descend into a world outside of the world higher realm, they would basically be able to sweep through everything. There were only extremely few worlds where the martial Tao flourished. While they could not compare to the world beyond worlds, they did not lack experts of the third level of the martial saint realm. The number of people who had ascended from a single world was already not just one or two. However, for one, those worlds were too few in number. Compared to the thousands of lower realms, they were practically negligible. Secondly, even in such a world, there were many sects that existed side by side. Zhang Qiansong had never heard of any lower realm force that had the ability to take down so many powerhouses in Deng Sen's group. As for bringing back Liang Jichao's remains from the lower realms, it wasn't a big deal. Since Liang Jichao could descend to the lower worlds, others in the world beyond worlds could naturally descend and return as well. This, however, was the result of Yan Zhaoge's intentional actions. Everything he said was true, but an incomplete truth was sometimes more misleading than a lie. Zhang Qiansong was merely a spirit vessel martial grandmaster. Placed in sects like Broad Creed Mountain and Jade Sea City in the Eight Extremities world, he would not be able to reach the level of core decision-makers, let alone a major power like the Dim Darkness sect. Yan Zhaoge only needed to establish a connection with higher echelon Dim Darkness sect martial practitioners through him. The more exaggerated Zhang Qiansong's imagination about himself and Broad Creed Mountain, the more he would naturally recommend them. As for what would happen after they learnt the truth, Yan Zhaoge was not too concerned about it. The one who had misunderstood was Zhang Qiansong. Anyway, it wasn't like he was going to submit to the Dim Darkness sect. As Zhang Qiansong pondered on how to send news back to his sect to investigate the situation of Deng Sen's group further, verifying the veracity of Yan Zhaoge's words, he said warmly, "This Zhang is incomparably grateful for having escorted senior apprentice granduncle Liang's remains back to the clan. It is just that I am injured now as well, unable to escort his remains. Can I ask you to help me to the end? I will try to contact the senior experts of my sect to come and receive us. My sect's seniors will definitely repay you for your righteousness as a token of our sincerity." Yan Zhaoge smiled mildly, "It's fine. I originally wanted to remain in this royal Reed Sea for a period of time. Still, my original intention was to understand more about the Radiant Light sect's situation." Zhang Qiansong chuckled, "In this world, other than their own descendants, it would be our sect that understands the Radiant Light sect the most." As Yan Zhaoge and Zhang Qiansong conversed, elsewhere in the Wei family manor, there were also people conversing, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say that they were arguing. "Second brother, why has sixth uncle been alerted?" The patriarch, Wei Yunchang, who was also Wei Lang's father, was currently gazing solemnly at his younger brother, Wei Yunsheng. Wei Yunsheng's expression was calm as a white-haired old man beside him snorted coldly. Luckily, Yunsheng was alert. Otherwise, even this old man wouldn't know how much trouble you unfilial descendants have caused. His gaze swept across Wei Lang beside Wei Yunchang. Swept by his granduncle's gaze, Wei Lang instantly felt a chill run through his entire body. Wei Yunqing said mildly, "Let eldest brother know that General Yang's forces are already on the way, arriving at our Labor Wind City very soon." The bodies of Wei Yunqiang and Wei Lang simultaneously jolted, Phoenix-bearing General Yang Zhaozhen. The Phoenix-bearing general was the commander of the Grand Xian dynasty's army responsible for guarding the Phoenix-bearing region. Wei Yunqiang's face was sunken. Lang acted on his own. Even if he was in the wrong, he would naturally be dealt with according to the family's laws. "You actually reported him to the Grand Xian dynasty?" "Big brother, Lang is ignorant, but you're also so naive." Wei Yunqing said, "Lang is not the eldest son of the first wife, and he rarely goes out in the past. Most of the time, he stays in Labor Wind City, so there are not many people in the Phoenix-bearing region who recognize him. However, when he joined forces with those of the Dim Darkness sect to rebel against the Xian, the martial arts he executed were those of my Wei family. While it would not be easy for others to discover him in the chaotic situation of the battle formation, there would definitely be people who would notice it and become suspicious. The Grand Xian dynasty has long since grown suspicious." Wei Yunqiang fell silent. Old Granduncle Wei snorted from the side, "Yunqiang, don't think that I don't know. If not for your tacit consent, how would Wei Lang have been hanging out with those of the Dim Darkness sect? However, you are really too muddle-headed. The Grand Xian dynasty is still far from having been completely wiped out. Is that something that can be rebelled just because you say so? Even though we are usually oppressed and exploited fiercely, at least we are still able to maintain our ancestral family business. But now, we may be exterminated at any time." Wei Lang clenched his teeth. "I will bear the consequences of my own actions. Do not implicate the family because of me. Our Wei family is a major family. With the current situation, even the Xian bandits would not dare to blindly suppress us. As long as we hand me over, they will most likely still appease the family." Wei Yunqing smiled. "Second uncle can be considered to have watched you grow up. How would I want to send you to your death with my own hands? I invited General Yang and the others over to hunt down those of the Dim Darkness sect, not for you." Wei Lang stared. "Second uncle." Wei Yunqing smiled coldly. "Otherwise, why would I have so kindly invited them to Labor Wind City? If not for your description of their unfathomable strength, I would have taken them down on the spot. Only their heads can protect the Wei clan." Chapter 622. Wei Yunqing's voice caused Wei Lang to tremble in fear. These people surnamed Yan might not be of the Dim Darkness sect, but they are jackals of the same tribe who have come to the Dim Darkness sect. They must be traitors as well. General Yang would be very happy to accept them. Wei Lang's lips trembled. "Second uncle, they saved my life earlier. It was also because they believed in us that they came to Labor Wind City." Wei Yunqing smiled coldly. "I am also saving your life now, saving all of our lives. Since this brat surnamed Yan is so willing to help others, I believe that he would not be stingy in helping us once more. With their lives, we can save thousands of people of my Wei family. His merit is immeasurable. He should be happy to do so as well." Wei Lang opened his mouth wide, turning to look at his father in panic. His brows knit tightly. Wei Yunqiang had just been about to speak when old Granduncle Wei said coldly beside him, "Today's events are all due to the reckless actions of you father and son, Yunqiang." Amidst his words, a few figures appeared. Glancing at them, Wei Yunqiang's heart sunk. He saw that these were all elders of the Wei family who usually did not manage affairs, instead focusing solely on cultivating. These old monsters were all not beneath his in terms of cultivation bases. This sixth uncle before him was even the #1 expert of the Wei family. While he was the patriarch, with so many elders simultaneously expressing their opposition, Wei Yunqiang felt immense pressure. Old Granduncle Wei said in a heavy tone, "Yunqiang, do you still not understand? Yunqing has already contacted General Yang. Why was this old man still forced to leave seclusion? It was precisely because I wanted to capture these traitors with my own hands. Handing them over on our own accord and having them search for us are completely different results. Looking at Wei Yunchang, old granduncle Wei slowed his tone. It is not too late to mend the pen after the sheep are lost. Wei Yunchang said in a heavy tone, the Grand Xian dynasty has acted perversely. Currently, the entire royal Reed Sea is against them. While I have tacitly allowed Lang to travel with the people of the Dim Darkness sect, aren't you and second brother also standing on the side of the Grand Xian dynasty now? Also, you are the ones who betrayed the Dim Darkness sect. If the Grand Xian dynasty is really overthrown in the future, we will definitely be held accountable by the Dim Darkness sect. Also, we will be hated by them even more than the other powers which are vassals of the Grand Xian dynasty. Wei Yunchang said rather painfully, even if you are not on the same side as the Dim Darkness sect, why must you completely fall out with them like this? Just drive them away from this place. Old granduncle Wei snorted. You, as a clan leader, have really become muddle-headed. It seems like it was indeed a mistake for the clan to hand you the helm back then. You are just like those mediocre people, only seeing that the Grand Xian dynasty has currently fallen into a low ebb, with its founder King Xianwen having perished and the current King Xuanmu being powerless to suppress the world. Yet, do you not think about where the founding ancestor King Xuanqing is? Wei Yunchang was startled. Didn't King Xuanqing die earlier than King Xianwen? Old granduncle Wei said, King Xuanwen's death is something that is certain, but King Xuanqing's whereabouts are unknown. The royal family of the Great Xian dynasty is extremely secretive about it. His death is merely a guess of the masses. Who would dare pat their chest and say that King Xuanqing is definitely dead? Wei Yunchang frowned. King Xuanqing's cultivation base cannot be compared to King Xuanwen's. Even if he is still alive, he might not be able to rule the royal Reed Sea. Old granduncle Wei waved his hand. King Xuanqing and King Xuanmu are both present. Even if the Grand Xian dynasty cannot win, it will be very hard for them to lose. As long as they do not lose, other places aside, this phoenix-bearing region will still be the world of the Grand Xian dynasty. Our Wei family will still be living and flourishing within the territory of the Grand Xian dynasty. How can we offend them? His tone turned stern. Yunchang, you have already committed a grave mistake. Now, it is the entire clan that is bearing the risk alongside you, father and son. Wei Yunxing now said from the side, Sixth uncle, please calm your anger. There is also no need to be in a hurry to act. Old granduncle Wei raised his white brows. Are you worried that this old man will not be able to take down a few juniors? Such a young martial grandmaster is indeed rare. Still, how high can they be? The Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster Realm? Wei Yunxing said, firstly, there is no harm in being careful. At the end of the day, we do not know their background, also not knowing if they have experts lying in ambush outside our Labor Wind City. Secondly, from what I heard from their words, it seems that they want to contact other Dim Darkness sect martial practitioners over. Under such circumstances, whether the Phoenix-bearing general wants to first capture him or slowly plot against him, it is best that we do not make a decision on our own. I have already truthfully reported the situation to the Phoenix-bearing general. Let's wait for the people of the Grand Xian dynasty to arrive before making a decision. We just need to stabilize the situation here. Hearing his words, old granduncle Wei pondered for a moment before nodding. Keep a close eye on them. He swiveled his head and glanced at the pale Wei Lang. Confine yourself and reflect on your actions. Wei Yunchang's face tensed as he fell silent. Having learned some more about the current situation of the Radiant Light sect from Zhang Qiansong, Yan Zhaoge was very satisfied. Old Man Mo's intelligence had already been a matter of over 100 years ago, as it could only serve as a general reference. Zhang Qiansong, however, had first-hand, real-time information that was much more useful. Zhang Qiansong was heavily injured at the end of the day. Also, having been busy contacting his seniors of the Dim Darkness sect as well as conversing with Yan Zhaoge, he very quickly found himself lacking in energy once more. After he had rested, Yan Zhaoge left his room. Standing in the courtyard, he gazed up at the brilliant sky up above as he pondered. The intelligence that Zhang Qiansong had provided earlier surfaced in Yan Zhaoge's mind one by one. Luo Ziyuan, the chief of the Radiant Light sect, was already an expert of the late-seeing divinity stage over 100 years ago. While he has yet to break through to the 7th level of the martial saint realm and step into the immortal bridge stage, he is probably just lacking that final step. It would not be too much to say that he is currently one of the most powerful seeing divinity martial saints of the Royal Reed Sea. They have the high-grade sacred artifact, the Sun-Moon Wheels, guarding over them. Still, the Moon Wheel was damaged many years ago and no longer possesses its former might, causing the power of the two wheels to decline as well. Still, they are treasures that transcend the heavens and penetrate the earth. Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips. The old saying is indeed right. A starved camel is still bigger than a horse. Despite having been destroyed for so many years, the dim radiant sect still has some of its foundation left behind. As he pondered, Yan Zhaoge gazed up at the stars above his head, inhaling and exhaling the spiritual qi of the world as he felt relaxed to the extreme. At this moment, he seemed to feel as though the heavens and earth before him had returned to the era before the great calamity. Within his illusory consciousness, the long river of time seemed to surge on a grand, unstoppable scale. Yan Zhaoge felt as though he was standing in the present, facing off against the long, distant years of time. Many comprehensions, many thoughts, all cleansed and tempered his inner heart. Streams of clear qi emanated, enveloping this courtyard as those outside were unable to clearly see what was going on within. Beneath the clear qi was a clump of chaos, neither beginning nor ending. The acupoints of Yan Zhaoge's entire body pulsed, numerous runes flying out from within, condensing into a formation which then stacked on top of one another, jointly establishing a heavenly altar that resembled a pagoda whilst also a sacrificial altar. Atop the heavenly altar, infinite radiance changed unceasingly, as though time was flowing in reverse between the heavens and the earth, returning to before the creation of the heavens and the earth, returning to before the primordial world had been established. All existences finally transformed into chaos, seeming to pervade the heavens and the earth as they encompassed the entire area. Yet, at the same time, they also seemed to be congregated at an indescribable point. Amidst the changes in chaos, the figure of a person was seated within, indistinct at times. However, looking carefully, it also seemed as though he did not exist at all. Yan Zhaoge smiled mildly, entering transcending mortality today, I am able to see a portion of primordial beginning. Chapter 623. A heavenly altar erected above Yan Zhaoge's body, the phenomenon of peerless chaos manifesting atop it. That figure of a Taoist that resembled chaos and seemed to exist yet to exist was the true martial avatar that Yan Zhaoge had established with his own foundation. This originated from his comprehension of the peerless heavenly scripture. Yan Zhaoge's thoughts moved slightly as the true martial avatar atop the heavenly altar suddenly changed, transforming into a giant that seemed to raise a great seal in its hand. As the great seal was raised, it resembled the sky. As it descended, the heavens and the earth seemed to be overturned, the sky collapsing. Yan Zhaoge's gaze resembled water, light shimmering as his true martial avatar changed once more. The true martial avatar that manifested this time was the Broad Creed heavenly avatar of Broad Creed Mountain's martial practitioners, combining the clear qi profound art and the heavenly Broad Creed palm. Still, Yan Zhaoge's Broad Creed heavenly avatar was different from Zhang Kuan and He Ning's. Millions of swordlights were emitted around the tall giant's body, enveloping the surrounding space as it stood on a massive green dragon which rose and fell along with the giant. Yan Zhaoge stood up, retracting his true martial avatar as the clear qi that enveloped the surrounding area vanished as well. Gazing upwards, it was already daytime as the sky was clear before him. Yan Zhaoge smiled, returning to his lodgings and silently meditating. Over the next 2 days, Other than cultivating and analyzing the spiritual chi flow of the world beyond worlds, Yan Zhaoge conversed with the dim darkness sect's Zhang Qiansong, gaining a deeper understanding of the current situation in the royal Reed Sea. Still, Yan Zhaoge vaguely felt that something was wrong. While the Wei family treated him with great respect and hospitality, having servants prepare whatever he wanted as long as he gave a word. Ever since that first day, he had not seen Wei Lang again. "Young master, something really seems wrong," Ahu entered the room with a rather solemn expression on his face. Yan Zhaoge asked, "What is it?" "The Wei family says that he acted on his own, breaking the rules of the family as he is currently being confined to reflect on his actions." Ahu said, "This is nothing. Still, I feel that the Wei family vaguely intends to keep an eye on us, though they conceal it very well." Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge pondered. Yan Zhaoge could already tell that Wei Lang had acted on his own, joining the rebellion against the Xian along with Zhang Qiansong. Under such circumstances, Wei Lang would most likely be punished when he returned home. This was to be expected. The only difference was how the Wei family viewed Yan Zhaoge's group and the dim darkness sect. The Wei family did not try to cover things up, lying that Wei Lang was in secluded cultivation or had gone out due to some matters. "There will be no need to worry if we go over to meet him." The Phoenix-bearing region was not the dim darkness sect's territory. With a martial saint elder here, he would have opponents as well. It would be impossible for him to make a trip to Labor Wind City alone. Zhang Qiansong had contacted his fellow disciples earlier, and there were already others hurrying over to Labor Wind City to receive him before meeting up with that martial saint elder. Still, if the Wei family wanted to harm them now, the strength of the dim darkness sect martial practitioners who had come to receive them would appear rather weak. Just thinking about this, Zhang Qiansong felt pressured. Ignoring his injuries, he thought about leaving Labor Wind City first before anything else. Yan Zhaoge smiled, waving his hands towards him. "There is no need to be so nervous. I have not come here to urge you to leave. It is only to ensure your safety lest they try to make a move on you." Seeing Yan Zhaoge's relaxed manner, Zhang Qiansong was taken aback. He explained, "While you are young, your cultivation base far surpasses mine as you are a rare genius. Still, our sect and the Xian traders have long since been irreconcilable like fire and water, and the Phoenix-bearing region is not under our control. The Wei family aside, if they have really sided with the Xian traders, wanting to harm us, they should have already leaked our whereabouts to them." The Xian traders general in the Phoenix-bearing region, the Fire Rock Yang Zhaozhen, is an expert who transcends mortality and enters sainthood. At the same time, he is no ordinary martial practitioner, instead being the nephew of the Xian dynasty's Marquis Haicheng. He cultivates in the martial Tao of the Xian dynasty's royal lineage, possessing rather extraordinary strength. Zhang Qiansong said solemnly, "While Yang Zhaozhen was battling with our sect's elders earlier, he might not be able to divert his attention to Labor Wind City. Still, we still have to guard against him." Yan Zhaoge smiled, "Relax, relax." Not knowing whether to laugh or to cry, Zhang Qiansong was about to continue persuading him when Ahu's voice resounded from outside, "Young master, the people of the Wei family have arrived." Yan Zhaoge leisurely left the room, seeing a group of people standing in the courtyard outside. The one at their head was a white-haired old man. Beside him stood a group of Wei family elders who appeared to be around his age. Wei Yunsheng stood by the side, yet the family head Wei Yunchang was nowhere to be seen. "Why is young Master Yan in such a hurry to leave? Has my Wei family not been a good host in any way?" Wei Yunsheng coughed dryly. Chapter 624. Yan Zhaoge looked first at that white-haired old man and then at Wei Yunsheng. Comparing all that had happened previously, how could he not understand what was going on with the Wei family? Yan Zhaoge completely ignored Wei Yunsheng's polite words as he just appraised the people of the Wei family, not stopping until he shocked them to death with his words. "You wouldn't go to the extent of praying to your ancestors and abolishing Wei Yunchang's position as patriarch, right?" Wei Yunqing's expression stiffened slightly, the faces of the elders beside him sinking as well. Young Master Yan, please speak cautiously. My Wei family respects you as a guest, but your words just now were a little too rude. Wei Yunqing retracted his smile, saying slowly. Yan Zhaoge laughed lightly. This old man beside you should be that #1 expert of your Wei family who is rumored to have already stepped into the transcending mortality stage, the longtime elder. Everyone here, you Wei Yunqing included, should all be some of the strongest experts of your Wei family. If it is just to keep a guest here, is there a need for such a grand show of force? Yan Zhaoge said mildly, it is already obvious. Why not be a little more honest? Wei Yunqing was silent for a moment before he said, the Grand Xian dynasty is already suspicious of Lang Er's identity. We have no choice but to draw a clear line between us and the dim darkness sect. Yan Zhaoge said mildly, how do you draw that line? From the looks of it, it doesn't seem like you want to just expel us. You probably want to capture us and hand us over to the Grand Xian dynasty. Wei Yunqing said, to tell you the truth, we do indeed have such intentions. Still, our target is the dim darkness sect disciple Zhang Qiansong who is in this room. If you are not of the dim darkness sect, as long as you do not interfere, we will not make things difficult for you. Yan Zhaoge chortled, who are you trying to fool? His gaze sweeping past old granduncle Wei and the others, he said nonchalantly, let alone Zhang Qiansong being injured, even if he was in perfect condition, you, Wei Yunqing, would still be more than sufficient to capture him. With such a grand show of force now, you have clearly included me as well. Wei Yunqing was rendered speechless for a time. Old granduncle Wei strode forward, his powerful aura expanding unceasingly as it seemed to envelop the entire Labor Wind City. His murky old eyes shone with a terrifying light. Yunqing, why are you wasting your breath on them? Old granduncle Wei gazed coldly at Yan Zhaoge, since I've already said it out loud, I might as well tell you plainly that you won't be able to escape today. Yan Zhaoge said nonchalantly, from the moment we first met, you have been mistaken about one thing. From the beginning to the end, I never planned to leave this Labor Wind City. Earlier, I merely had the intention of alerting the enemy. Yan Zhaoge spread his palms apart, I appeared here specifically to wait for you. Everyone from the Wei clan frowned when they heard this. Yan Zhaoge gazed at Wei Yunqing, from when we first met and you invited us to Labor Wind City, you were already planning to deal with us, right? You have also included me in your plans from the very beginning. Otherwise, why would you have lured us to Labor Wind City? Apart from us, perhaps you've also included your elder brother, Wei Yunchang. Hearing his words, Wei Yunqing said slowly, you saved Lang Er's life at the end of the day. It would not have been good for my elder brother to make a move against you. Therefore, he was not present. Yan Zhaoge was surprised, with such a thing having happened, while you can allow Wei Yunchang to continue sitting on the position of patriarch, the Grand Xian dynasty will not be able to tolerate him. The Wei family elders did not speak. Wei Yunqing was silent for a moment before he shook his head, smiling, whatever you say. Actually, from my point of view, you saving Lang Er's life is but a small favor. Meanwhile, Lang Er was in danger because you anti-Xian people bewitched him, even dragging my Wei family down with you. This is a great enmity. Before such a great enmity, a so-called small favor is naturally not a favor at all. Old granduncle Wei said coldly, youngster, this old man can tell that you are full of confidence and are not bluffing. At your age, you are indeed a rare genius who has cultivated to the martial grandmaster realm. It is no wonder that you are so confident. Still, youngsters with some talent love to be arrogant. You must know that many times, you are not allowed to be unbridled and out of control. As he said thus, old granduncle Wei strode forward, raising his palm and grabbing towards Yan Zhaoge, just killing a few warriors of the Grand Xian dynasty, do you think that you can rampantly rampage under the heavens? Streams of qi formed a vortex. As they circulated, gazing upwards, winds surged and clouds surged in the sky above Labor Wind City, forming a massive vortex that enveloped the entire city. Wei Yunqing smiled, since you acted to save Lang, and are so righteous, I believe that you wouldn't mind helping my Wei family out a little more. My Wei family of over 1,000 people has been saved due to your sacrifice. You have all performed immeasurably virtuous deeds. Yan Zhaoge leisurely raised his head and looked at the vortex up above, saying smilingly, no need to be so polite. Saving your entire Wei family is indeed but a simple matter for me. As he said thus, Yan Zhaoge's figure suddenly flickered. Old Granduncle Wei and the others could only feel a blur before their eyes as Yan Zhaoge's figure had already disappeared from their line of sight. Greatly shocked, they were just about to search for Yan Zhaoge when Yan Zhaoge's voice continued resounding by their ears. On the other hand, taking your lives is also just a casual matter. Old Granduncle Wei's stooped body abruptly straightened, all the hairs on his body standing on end. Swiveling his head, he saw Yan Zhaoge clearly standing amidst the crowd, one hand directly clasping Wei Yunqing's neck. Wei Yunqing opened his mouth wide, yet was unable to utter a sound. Yan Zhaoge said slowly, you can be the first. A crack resounded as Wei Yunqing's neck was directly snapped by Yan Zhaoge's fingers. All the members of the Wei family stared wide-eyed at this scene in disbelief, their minds completely blank. Wei Yunqing was an early Essence Talisman martial grandmaster. His cultivation base was so high that he resembled a divinity when facing martial practitioners below the Essence Talisman stage. Yet, his neck had been snapped like a chicken's by a youth who was not even 30 years of age. What sort of cultivation base did this youth possess? Let alone experts being as common as the clouds in the world beyond worlds, even martial practitioners who had yet to reach the martial saint realm were innumerable who could kill Wei Yunqing and kill him so easily. Still, they had to be late Essence Talisman martial grandmasters at the very least. This youth before them, those of the Wei family were rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied, feeling as if the world before them was filled with a surreal feeling. The only one who could still react in time was old Granduncle Wei, who possessed the highest cultivation base. Amidst his stern roar, the terrifying power of the winds and clouds up above mightily descended towards Yan Zhaoge. The violent tides resembled a tsunami as the nearby Wei family longtime elders were all forced to retreat repeatedly. Yan Zhaoge casually tossed Wei Yunqing's body aside like trash before pushing outwards with a palm. The boundless, frenzied tides stirred up by the Wei family's direct lineage martial art, the heavenly falling cloud's palm, instantly dissipated. The old man spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Yan Zhaoge said mildly, I said earlier that I have no intention of leaving Labor Wind City. You pose no threat to me at all. Why should I leave? If someone has to run, it shouldn't be me. Chapter 625. Requesting subscriptions, requesting monthly tickets. Infinite coldness arose within old Granduncle Wei's heart. The higher one's cultivation base was, the more clearly they could feel how terrifying Yan Zhaoge was. With his transcending mortality martial grandmaster cultivation base, he had actually been unable to clearly see Yan Zhaoge's movements in grabbing Wei Yunqing earlier. Only when Yan Zhaoge had regained his footing and opened his mouth to speak did he discover that Yan Zhaoge had already arrived right before his eyes in an instant. The other party had killed someone while talking and laughing. Old Granduncle Wei had already acted immediately to save him, yet could only helplessly watch as Wei Yunqing's neck was snapped by Yan Zhaoge in the end. This caused Old Man Wei's entire body to feel a chill. He was certain that the Yan Zhaoge before him was not much different from his appearance. However, after confirming this, he was even more shocked as he even felt the urge to turn tail and run. Looking at Old Man Wei, Yan Zhaoge chuckled, since I have specially come here to wait for you, you can forget about leaving. Old Man Wei's anger surged upwards as he simultaneously struck out with his palms, the heavenly descending cloud palm being pushed to the maximum. The clouds in the sky billowed as they transformed into boundless, frenzied tides that struck towards Yan Zhaoge. Above Old Man Wei's body, a massive figure appeared. It was his true martial avatar, the heavenly descending cloud avatar. It seemed to be formed of numerous clouds, possessing vast, vigorous power and ethereal agility as it displayed the essence of the heavenly descending cloud palm to the point of perfection. Yan Zhaoge just smiled nonchalantly, pushing out with his palm once more as he struck out with the heavenly broad creed palm, the momentum of his palm seemingly enveloping the entire sky. However majestic and mighty the sea of clouds by the horizon was, it was still concealed by the sky at the end of the day. Accompanied by Yan Zhaoge's palm, the heavens and the earth seemed to overturn alongside it as that roiling sea of clouds instantly shattered. Old Man Wei grit his teeth, roaring in a low tone as numerous runes flickered within his pupils. As they flickered, streams of light flickered in the air above Labor Wind City, intersecting as they quickly formed a massive formation. The power of the formation descended, wanting to bolster Old Man Wei's body as the heavenly descending cloud avatar that had almost been crushed by Yan Zhaoge's palm regained a stable momentum. If someone had told Old Fart Wei that he was fighting with a young man who was not even 30 years old, not only was he unable to defeat his opponent, he even had to rely on the Guardian Array to protect his life, Old Fart Wei would definitely spit on his face. But now, he was only worried about one thing, and that was that his formation was not strong enough. At the same time, he activated the clan's Great Protective Array, a bracelet on Old Fart Wei's wrist lit up with radiance, and streams of spiritual qi were added to his body. With the support of the high-grade spirit weapon, Old Fart Wei felt that not only did his strength temporarily increase, he could even control the defensive array more smoothly. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge's palm did not cease in its momentum, still descending as though the sky itself was collapsing. With regards to Old Fart Wei's actions, he acted as though he did not see anything, and only took a step forward. Yan Zhaoge didn't seem to have done anything. Just a simple step forward, yet the space beneath his feet seemed to have undergone a transformation. The grand formation that enveloped Labor Wind City actually slowed down for a moment as it circulated. Numerous spirit patterns lit up on the ground. At this moment, they resembled numerous long snakes as their tails were simultaneously stepped on by Yan Zhaoge. Smiling, Yan Zhaoge took another step forward, directly arriving before Old Fart Wei. The palm that was raised high in the air also came crashing down at this moment. High-grade spirit artifact, shattered. Heavenly descending cloud avatar, shattered. Old Fart Wei despaired as he looked at that palm which resembled the sky itself, obscuring his vision and unceasingly descending. He wanted to struggle and resist, yet discovered that he was actually unable to move his body at all. "All of you, stop!" A roar suddenly resounded, coming from the distant horizon and instantly arriving before them. That voice shook the entire Labor Wind City, seemingly causing it to shake for a moment. Everyone within the city felt dizzy as they swayed left and right. The expressions of Feng Yunsheng, Zhang Qiansong and the others all turned slightly solemn, martial saint. All-encompassing flames blazed from the horizon, instantly enveloping half the sky before pressuring down towards Labor Wind City. The flames were green, brutal as they pierced through the sky, causing everyone within Labor Wind City to feel restless, as though they were about to combust and be reduced to ashes. Then, a speck of white light blossomed amidst the boundless green sea of flames, shooting speedily towards Yan Zhaoge. The white light expanded amidst space, resembling a white crane spreading its wings as it swept along streams of green fire, descending together. Yan Zhaoge smiled. This should be the stone fire art of the 5 fire true art and the white crane treasured spear of the 7 foul treasured spear. Indeed of the grand Xian royal lineage, just that it looks incomplete. It is no wonder. You can be considered a distant relative. As he said thus, Yan Zhaoge still struck towards Old Fart Wei with one palm, his other hand clenched into a fist. Yan Zhaoge clenched his fist before punching out towards the white light stabbing towards him from within the sky. As he punched out, he executed the Northern Ocean Divine Spear, incorporating spear arts into his fist as his fist was like the tip of a great spear. A great black sea seemed to appear in the air above Labor Wind City. Amidst the rising and falling tides, a massive fish leapt up, transforming into a great rock as it shot straight into the 9 heavens. Fist against fist, spear against spear, the forces of both sides clashed in midair. Just the aftershocks alone were enough to bring Labor Wind City's guardian grand formation to the brink of shattering. Meanwhile, Yan Zhaoge's heavenly broad creed palm did not cease at all as he shattered old Fart Wei's great head of 6 suns right in front of his opponent's face. The green sea of flames within the sky mightily exploded, a figure walking out from within. That was a middle-aged man in golden armor, his features authoritative as his entire body reeked of blood, possessing a brutal aura that intimidated one's very soul. Just coming into contact with such an aura, ordinary martial practitioners with weak wills would be scared out of their wits, losing their will to fight as they would wish for nothing more than to surrender and beg for mercy. It's General Yang. Phoenix-bearing General Yang Zhaozhen. Those of Labor Wind City who recognized this middle-aged general could not help but exclaim in shock. The other party was the valiant general of the Grand Qin who had always guarded the Phoenix-bearing region. He had a brutal personality as he had killed countless people. Before the large-scale rebellion against the Xian had begun, he had already claimed countless lives. After the rebellion had erupted, the number of anti-Xian martial practitioners who had been personally slain by him was even more innumerable. It was just that the flames of fury were clearly flickering within this General Yang's eyes at this moment. His face, which had originally already been illuminated by the fiery light, appeared even more brutal. Having been slain by Yan Zhaoge right in front of him, his attack having still been blocked by Yan Zhaoge, Yang Zhaozhen instantly felt like he had lost all face. After slaying old Fart Wei with a single palm, Yan Zhaoge nonchalantly retracted his palm, meeting Yang Zhaozhen's gaze calmly. "Oh, you've come personally? Is it to use us as bait after capturing us, ambushing and capturing even more dim darkness sect martial practitioners?" Yang Zhaozhen gazed at Yan Zhaoge. "If you are not a descendant of the dim darkness sect, who is your master?" Yan Zhaoge smiled. "Is this very important? Anyway, this person of the dim darkness sect is under my protection." Yang Zhaozhen said coldly, "It is indeed not important. All traitors must be slain." Saying thus, Yang Zhaozhen's figure shifted, white light appearing once more as it swept along numerous layers of green fire, obscuring the heavens and covering the earth as it descended towards Yan Zhaoge. Chapter 626. Although the terrifying spear tip was not as swift and violent as the northern underworld divine spear, but under the activation of the green flames that filled the sky, it was still extremely destructive. Like a white crane flapping its wings, it was even more agile and full of changes. The fiery light and the tip of the spear mixed together, scattering throughout the entire sky, enveloping Yan Zhaoge within. While it had spread out, the terrifying power contained within remained condensed without dissipating. No matter where it touched Yan Zhaoge's body, it would immediately transform into frenzied waves of slaughter and destruction. The corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth arched slightly upwards as he thought, 5 fire true art, 7 foul treasured spear, rather resembles the concept of the legendary supreme treasure of pre-Great Calamity times, the 5 fires 7 foul fan, just that it has yet to completely grasp its essence. Speaking of which, it can barely be considered as a branch of the clear jade lineage. Yan Zhaoge raised his palm once more. Light and shadow flickered above his head, and a huge figure appeared. It also raised its palm. Seeing this huge human statue, everyone present was slightly dazed. Martial Dao spiritual image. Transcendent Grandmaster. Even they who lived in the world beyond worlds had never heard of such a young transcending mortality martial grandmaster. Yang Zhaozhen, who had wielded the white crane treasured spear with the stone fire art and wished that he could rip Yan Zhaoge's corpse into 10,000 pieces along the way, was also slightly shocked as he saw this. Carefully appraising Yan Zhaoge, he was instantly shocked in his heart. His true age is practically the same as his outer appearance. A transcendent martial grandmaster less than 30 years old? How is that possible? With that thought, the anger in Yang Zhaozhen's heart immediately dissipated, and he regained some calmness. Where did this kid come from? Still, not waiting for him to change his stance, Yan Zhaoge and the true martial avatar behind him raised their palms simultaneously. The moment he lifted his hand, the heavens trembled. Heaven and earth were overturned, yin and yang were reversed, the cosmos was reversed, and yin and yang were reversed. Let alone the fact that your martial arts technique is not completely derived from the fan of 5 flames and 7 birds, even if it is a martial arts technique formed from the power conception, can your fan of 5 flames and 7 birds defeat my flipping sky seal? Yan Zhaoge's true martial avatar instantly rotated between the broad creed heavenly avatar and the cyclic heavenly avatar. As his palm descended, the heavenly broad creed palm transformed into the cyclic heavenly seal, directly extinguishing the white light and green flames between the heavens and the earth with a single palm. The majestic power of reversing the universe burst out and collided with Yang Zhaozhen's 7-foul treasured spear. A muffled hum sounded between the heavens and the earth. Then, a series of explosions rang out, sweeping out in all directions. It was as if an invisible force had pierced through the space within a radius of 10,000 kilometers. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a figure was sent flying upwards. Flying upwards, with Yan Zhaoge standing on the ground and Yang Zhaozhen attacking downwards from mid-air, if someone was jolted into the air, then this person would be. Everyone's jaws dropped as they stared blankly at the scene before them. None of them could come back to their senses. As the two sides clashed, the one who was sent flying was the martial saint, Yang Zhaozhen. Yan Zhaoge stood where he was, his expression calm as no changes could be seen in the least. The entire Labor Wind City was deathly silent. Everyone who had witnessed everything that had happened earlier felt as if they were in a dream, and it was unbelievable. The youth before them had not only stepped into the peak of the 10th level of the martial grandmaster realm at a young age, he had even forcibly defeated a martial saint expert in a head-on clash. While Yang Zhaozhen was only at the 1st level of the martial saint realm, the early merging avatar stage, he was still an authentic martial saint expert. As the commander of the Phoenix-bearing region of the Grand Xian dynasty, not only was his cultivation base high enough, his strength was also extraordinary amongst martial practitioners of the same cultivation level. Transcending mortality and entering sainthood, having entered the martial saint realm, it was a completely different concept from martial grandmasters. Now, however, the martial grandmaster Yan Zhaoge had domineeringly repelled the martial saint, Yang Zhaozhen. In the distant horizon, others now appeared as well. They were all clad in armor, their auras imposing as they were all experts of the Grand Xian dynasty under Yang Zhaozhen's command. They had accompanied Yang Zhaozhen in exterminating the anti-Xian martial practitioners. Due to their cultivation bases, they had been slightly slower. It was just that the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners had never thought that upon arriving, the first thing they would see would be their general, the martial saint expert Yang Zhaozhen, being sent flying backwards. Everyone was taken aback, wondering what kind of powerful foe it might be. In the end, when they clearly saw the true martial avatar above Yan Zhaoge's body, they were all instantly rendered dazed. The world beyond worlds was filled with experts as geniuses abounded. It was not that there were no rumors of transcending mortality martial grandmasters contending against, or even defeating, martial saints. Still, these were all legendary existences as no one here had truly seen them before. Suddenly seeing it now, they were naturally shocked to the extreme. This was especially so after they had confirmed Yan Zhaoge's age. All of them were rendered speechless, only feeling as though the world before them had become unreal. All of them could not help but ask themselves, having cultivated in martial arts for so many years, had they all been living like dogs? A furious roar resounded within the sky, white light piercing through space, shooting swiftly towards Yan Zhaoge. Amidst Yang Zhaozhen's enraged roar, a jet-black spear shockingly appearing within his hands, a speck of white light exceptionally striking on its tip. Streams of green flames agglomerated on the spear, coating it with a layer of dim green light. The heat of the flames could not be felt as they instead caused one to feel a bone-piercing chill. Gazing at that jet-black spear, Yan Zhaoge could feel the terrifying destructive power contained within even from a great distance away. Low-grade sacred artifact, dark feather slaughtering golden spear. As the nephew of the Grand Xian dynasty's Marquis Haicheng, a distant relative of the royal family, Yang Zhaozhen was not like others. While he was only at the first level of the martial saint realm, he possessed a sacred artifact. A martial saint wielding a sacred artifact would possess shocking power. Even with the toughness of Yan Zhaoge's fleshly body, a hole would still be pierced through by this spear. It was just that to Yang Zhaozhen, it was truly not a glorious thing for him to have to use his sacred artifact against a martial grandmaster. However, he could not care about that now as he only wished to kill Yan Zhaoge. As long as he killed this strange young expert before him, nothing else mattered. Zhang Qiansong had long since been unable to stay in the room any longer. Seeing this terrifying scene now, he could not help but cry out in shock. Yan Zhaoge, however, laughed, roaring towards the heavens that resembled the roar of a dragon. Ice-blue radiance flickered, a light armor appearing on Yan Zhaoge's body as an endless icy sea expanded into the surroundings. Numerous ice dragons shot out of the icy sea, intermingling as they blocked Yang Zhaozhen's spear. The eyes of those of the Grand Xian dynasty simultaneously widened. He even has a accompanying sacred artifact. The roars of the ice dragons resounded throughout the 9 heavens. Yan Zhaoge and the true martial avatar above his head did the same thing as they both extended their palms and flipped over once more. Yang Zhaozhen grit his teeth, resisting with all his might. However, amidst the sounds of explosions, the lofty phoenix-bearing general of the Grand Xian dynasty, the martial saint expert Yang Zhaozhen, was sent flying backwards once more. Everything that had happened earlier had all been futile as he was still sent flying by a single palm in the end. Yang Zhaozhen's heart was filled with sorrow as he was no longer able to suppress the surging of his injuries as he spat out a mouthful of blood, spraying into the air. Chapter 627. The humiliation and fury within Yang Zhaozhen's heart reached a peak. Still, his mind had completely calmed down now. While he felt extremely humiliated, while he found it hard to accept, he was now clear on one fact. He was not Yan Zhaoge's match. Even with the dark feather slaughtering golden spear in hand, the youth before him also had a sacred artifact accompanying him. If he continued fighting to the death, there would only be one outcome, and that was that he would die at Yan Zhaoge's hands. There would be no second possibility. Even if there was hope of perishing together with him, the valiant and brutal Yang Zhaozhen would still fight to the death. However, knowing that there was no chance of victory at all, after calming down, he instantly felt the urge to retreat. Gazing over, Yan Zhaoge saw that Yang Zhaozhen who had been sent flying by his palm had not stabilized his figure this time as he instead made use of the momentum of his flight to flee into the distance. The green flames were retracted, white light expanding which seemed to transform into wings as Yang Zhaozhen directly flew into the distance. Yan Zhaoge smiled, easy to come, difficult to leave. The roar of dragons resounded in the air, ceaseless by the ear as a massive palace appeared before everyone's eyes. Numerous dragons of light rampaged between the heavens and the earth, their majestic, authoritative power shocking the surrounding area. Gazing over in shock, Yang Zhaozhen saw that the palace was jet black all over, flickering with golden radiance as countless sigils and runes appeared on its walls. Streams of golden cloud chi suffused the area, transforming into a sea of clouds that directly enveloped the horizon, completely obscuring the space around Labor Wind City. Yang Zhaozhen was not someone who lacked knowledge. Therefore, after clearly seeing the palace before him, he felt even more shocked than the other spectators. While every brick and tile of this massive palace seemed no different from ordinary materials, it actually seemed to have been formed from numerous pieces of dragon bones and numerous dragon scales. Every brick and tile of the entire palace was priceless as they also contained extraordinary power. Gathered together, it manifested boundless majesty. Aside from young Zhaozhen, who was a martial saint, all the other lifeforms in the surrounding 5,000 kilometers felt a desire to bow down in subservience as they looked at the palace in midair. The palace was concealed amidst the numerous auspicious clouds of dragon might, resembling a true dragon hiding its head. Yet, it possessed the might of a monarch descending to all beneath the heavens, ruling over all things. The great gate of the palace opened, a massive suction force emanating from within as numerous patterns of light flickered, wanting to form a frenzied tide that swept young Zhaozhen within. Greatly shocked, young Zhaozhen hurriedly brandished the dark feather-slaughtering golden spear, circulating his own strength to resist the terrifying suction force of the myriad dragon palace. Noticing from the corner of his eye that Yan Zhaoge had also risen from the ground and was flying towards him, young Zhaozhen's face was livid as he raised his wrist, a green fiery light shooting into the horizon. The flames were about to explode in the sky, but the surrounding void suddenly darkened. Young Zhaozhen's pupils shrank. He saw that the sky above his head was shrouded in darkness. There was no sound, no light, and no light. The green flames were directly swallowed by the darkness. The next moment, a clap of thunder resounded in the darkness. The pale white lightning flashed, as if it was the first ray of light born in the eternal darkness. Lightning exploded, and streaks of pale white lightning struck down on young Zhaozhen. Helpless, young Zhaozhen could only raise his dark feather-slaughtering golden spear to painstakingly resist the bombardment of Yan Zhaoge's thunder of eternal night. Yan Zhaoge walked neither hurriedly nor slowly before him, smiling at young Zhaozhen before he struck out with another palm. Young Zhaozhen's eyes seemed on the brink of imploding, yet he was powerless to evade as he was sent flying backwards once more by Yan Zhaoge's palm, falling within the great gate of the myriad dragon palace. The great gate mightily closed, intense vibrations quickly emanating from within. After sending young Zhaozhen into the myriad dragon palace with a palm, Yan Zhaoge did not rush in to pursue him as he instead swiveled his head to look at the other Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners. Originally, after their initial shock, the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners had all unconsciously rushed over, wanting to reinforce young Zhaozhen as they surrounded and attacked Yan Zhaoge together. However, the situation had changed in an instant. The myriad dragon palace had appeared, directly imprisoning and suppressing young Zhaozhen. There were many martial grandmaster experts amongst these Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners, all of whom had usually been ruthless characters who rampaged through the world. However, as Yan Zhaoge's gaze swept past them now, they all felt a chill run through their bodies as they even felt their limbs go numb. Seeing that even the supreme martial saint young Zhaozhen, who usually guarded the phoenix-bearing region, was not Yan Zhaoge's match, the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners all felt their bodies trembling uncontrollably at this moment. Yan Zhaoge flicked his sleeve, 1,000 jade green light dragons roaring as they instantly swept through the heavens and the earth. Numerous green dragons rampaged between the heavens and the earth, sweeping through the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners. The dense sword light caused the entire Labor Wind City to be immersed in an icy chill. It was not just the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners. Even those Wei family elders who had come along with Wei Yunsheng were slaughtered by Yan Zhaoge's sword light. As his sleeve flickered, the sword light was completely retracted. Yan Zhaoge had a leisurely expression on his face as he strode into the myriad dragon palace. Just having entered the palace, all-encompassing green fire surged before his eyes. Within the sea of fire, young Zhaozhen's face was sunken as water as he glared unblinkingly at Yan Zhaoge. Now that it was already a matter of life and death, young Zhaozhen gave up on all thoughts of fleeing as he attacked towards Yan Zhaoge with all his might. There was only one path he could take now, either killing his way out or dying a tragic death. Golden light surged amidst the green sea of fire as a great rock flew out, shooting towards Yan Zhaoge. 7 Foul Treasured Spear, Great Rock Treasured Spear. While it was not as agile and ever-changing as the White Crane Treasured Spear, it was even swifter, even more ferocious, even more violent. The great rock spread its wings, streams of green flames surging along the edges of its golden wings as they enveloped the heavens and covered the earth. Yan Zhaoge shook his head, extending his palm once more and returning the cyclic heavenly seal. The green flames were instantly extinguished, the great rock wailing mournfully. Golden light exploded within the myriad dragon palace, specks of light drifting about, resembling countless bird feathers scattering about. An icy sea coiled around him, numerous ice dragons roaring as they grew even stronger as the draconic chi of the myriad dragon palace revolved around them. Garbed in the imperious cold martial armor, Yan Zhaoge extended a hand, directly grabbing the shaft of Yang Zhaozhen's dark feather slaughtering golden spear. With the tip of the spear right before Yan Zhaoge's eyes, Yan Zhaoge could even feel the sharp sharpness of the cold, icy coldness as well as the scorching, dry heat within. However, the spear shaft was firmly fixed on the spot, unable to move an inch. Yan Zhaoge looked calmly at the tip of the dark feather slaughtering golden spear before him as well as Yang Zhaozhen who was just inches away from him, smiling slightly. The imperious cold martial armor on his body instantly transformed into an ice dragon, moving along Yan Zhaoge's arm and coiling around the dark feather slaughtering golden spear. The shaft of the spear lit up with a magnificent radiance. Within the radiance, a dark feathered rock flapped its wings and soared high into the sky, its boundless power stirring up wild waves. However, after being swept up by the ice dragon, the radiance instantly dimmed. A layer of frost condensed on the surface of the jet-black spear that flickered with golden light. With a wave of Yan Zhaoge's hand, the dark feather slaughtering golden spear flew out of Yang Zhaozhen's hands, landing on the ground alongside the imperious cold martial armor. The two sacred artifacts were filled with spirituality, possessing majestic power. Currently entangled together, even without their owners, they were still engaged in a heaven-shaking, earth-overturning battle within the myriad dragon palace. However, despair appeared on Yang Zhaozhen's face. Having struck the dark feather slaughtering golden spear with the imperious cold martial armor, Yan Zhaoge did not halt as he instead continued punching towards Yang Zhaozhen with a palm. The heavens and earth within Yang Zhaozhen's eyes seemed to have closed into a single line at this moment. Then, amidst that blurry line, a palm squeezed out from the limits of the heavens and the earth. As it flipped, it grew larger and larger, seemingly replacing the existence of the heavens and the earth, everything within the world vanishing as only this palm remained. The sun and moon lost their light, resembling an ancient divine mountain being lifted up by an unrivaled king of divinity before smashing down onto the head of Yang Zhaozhen. Chapter 628. As Yan Zhaoge's palm descended, Yang Zhaozhen raised his hands, finally managing to block Yan Zhaoge's palm as he was barely not slain by that palm. However, as he blocked Yan Zhaoge's palm, the bones of Yang Zhaozhen's entire body emitted explosive crackling sounds. It was as if innumerable fine metals were shattering and collapsing at the same time. The acupoints of Yang Zhaozhen's entire body trembled as streams of terrifying green flames spurted out from them. However, just having lit up, the green flames were extinguished in succession in an instant. A boom resounded as Yang Zhaozhen's entire body shortened, his knees weakened from this palm of Yan Zhaoge's as he nearly knelt down. He roared madly, the terrifying qi and blood of his body erupting as he tried to stand up straight. However, the pressure from above instead forced his body downwards even further, the bones of his entire body bending together. Yang Zhaozhen wanted to forcibly endure it, yet was completely unable to do so. If he did so, the result would be his entire body's bones being crushed. Yan Zhaoge pressed down on Yang Zhaozhen with his palm. Looking at Yang Zhaozhen's already flushed face, he smiled as he raised his other hand. Beneath Yang Zhaozhen's despairing gaze, Yan Zhaoge executed the cyclic heavenly seal with both palms, striking down towards his head. A boom resounded as the sound of explosions resounded from within Yang Zhaozhen's body. Then, the sounds of bones breaking resounded unceasingly, ceaselessly resounding by the ear. Yang Zhaozhen opened his mouth, yet was unable to utter any sound at all as a great amount of fresh blood spurted out. All the blood of his entire body seemed to be squeezed out at this moment, seeping out from every single pore of his body as he was dyed completely in blood. All the bones of his entire body shattered, his internal organs all reduced to a pool of blood. The green stone fire began burning uncontrollably within Yang Zhaozhen's body. Within the myriad dragon palace, Yan Zhaoge calmly retracted his palm, watching as Yang Zhaozhen's body broke apart before him, blood and fire scattering. Elsewhere, the imperious cold martial armor and the dark feather slaughtering golden spear were still entangled. However, Yan Zhaoge was already no longer concerned about them. No matter how much they fought, it was still within the myriad dragon palace. Even if the dark feather slaughtering golden spear had thoughts of its own and wanted to flee, it would not be able to do so. Yan Zhaoge turned and pushed open the great gate of the myriad dragon palace, walking out, looking down at the people of Labor Wind City. Everyone within the city raised their heads to gaze at the myriad dragon palace that loomed majestically in the air. With Yan Zhaoge and Yang Zhaozhen having entered, there was no one who wouldn't be concerned about the outcome. Although Yang Zhaozhen had been beaten to the point of covering his head and fleeing, the people's inherent respect for martial saints still made them feel uneasy. Still, seeing Yan Zhaoge remain calm as he pushed open the door of the myriad dragon palace and walked out as though nothing had happened, everyone knew the result of this battle. As a martial grandmaster, Yan Zhaoge had surpassed levels to slay a martial saint expert, the phoenix-bearing general of the Grand Xian dynasty, Fire Rock Yang Zhaozhen. The transcendent martial grandmaster in front of him was not only ridiculously young, but his cultivation was also exceedingly high. Feng Yunsheng and who were not the only ones, but the others could not help but feel a little dazed at this moment. The dim darkness sect's Zhang Qiansong was currently staring wide-eyed at Yan Zhaoge in mid-air, completely unable to speak. Hearing Yan Zhaoge mention the deaths of Deng Sen and the others of the Radiant Light sect earlier, Zhang Qiansong had felt shocked. Still, it had not been completely verified at the end of the day. Also, from Zhang Qiansong's understanding, that was the work of Yan Zhaoge's seniors. As for the Yan Zhaoge before him, as Zhang Qiansong saw it, having already become a martial grandmaster at such a young age, he was already a heaven-defying genius. Never would he have thought that Yan Zhaoge's cultivation base had actually already reached the peak of the 10th level of the martial grandmaster realm. Even less would he have thought that Yan Zhaoge would be powerful enough to actually forcibly slay the martial saint expert Yang Zhaozhen. The process was not complicated, but Zhang Qiansong was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied as he watched on, unable to speak for a long time. Such an age, such a cultivation base, such strength. Zhang Qiansong could not think of a second person in the entire Royal Reed Sea who could achieve this. His dim darkness sect, the Grand Xian dynasty, the Radiant Light sect and the other powers, even the peak descendants of their direct lineage would not be able to find a transcending mortality martial grandmaster who was not yet 30. Looking back at the history of the various sects and clans, Zhang Qiansong was at least unable to think of such a shocking figure for the time being. Yan Zhaoge kept the dragon ceiling palace, landing on the ground as he smiled at Zhang Qiansong. Your sect won't mind me directly killing that Yang Zhaozhen, right? I wonder if your sect has any other arrangements in the phoenix-bearing region. Realizing this, Zhang Qiansong said emotionally, everyone has the right to slay the Xian traitors. Mr. Yan having slain him, my sect will naturally not have any objections. Now that he had regained his wits, his gaze that was on Yan Zhaoge involuntarily turned blazing hot. Now, Zhang Qiansong truly felt that his dim darkness sect had to rope in Yan Zhaoge and the sect behind him. The Wei family manor was already in a mess. Those of the Wei family who had previously been unwilling to act against Yan Zhaoge, Zhang Qiansong and the others could no longer sit still now. Yet, they dared not approach Yan Zhaoge and the others as they were awkwardly caught between a rock and a hard place. The patriarch Wei Yunchang was silent, no light visible within his eyes at all. Even Wei Lang, who had been imprisoned earlier, was now released as he stared dazedly at this scene before him, resembling a wooden statue made of clay. Look, Mr. Yan. Zhang Qiansong observed Yan Zhaoge's expression. Yan Zhaoge shrugged nonchalantly, your sect can just deal with it. I had no intention of acting in the first place. It is just that someone is just seeking his own death. Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge leisurely returned to his room. Looking at Wei Lang and his father, Zhang Qiansong sighed. Yan Zhaoge indeed did not care about how the dim darkness sect would deal with the Wei family. Comparatively speaking, Yang Zhaozhen's weight was much heavier than theirs. Still, Yan Zhaoge would still not show any mercy. Very quickly, the people of the dim darkness sect who had come to receive Zhang Qiansong arrived. Zhang Qiansong first explained Yan Zhaoge's situation. Hearing this, the eyes of his fellow disciples all bulged out of their sockets as they were shocked to the point of being unable to keep their mouths shut. They hurriedly informed the highest authority of the dim darkness sect in the Phoenix-bearing region, their elder, Wang Wenmin, a mid-merging avatar martial saint. Wang Wenmin had originally been in a standoff with Yang Zhaozhen. Recently, he had been wondering about Yang Zhaozhen's sudden disappearance. Who knew that when he received news of his death, it would already be news of Yang Zhaozhen's death? What shocked him even more was that Yang Zhaozhen had actually been slain barehandedly by a martial grandmaster. Wang Wenmin was shocked by this. Having clashed with Yang Zhaozhen many times, he naturally knew that Yang Zhaozhen possessed a low-grade sacred artifact, the dark feather slaughtering golden spear. One with the spear, even if Wang Wenmin himself did not possess a sacred artifact, he had still been unable to take down this opponent after clashing a few times. Yet, someone had told him now that Yang Zhaozhen had been slain by a martial grandmaster. Wang Wenmin's first reaction was disbelief. Then, hearing that martial grandmaster also possessed a sacred artifact, he heaved a sigh of relief, nodding slightly. No wonder then, this isn't right. Even if he had a sacred artifact, with Yang Zhaozhen's dark feather slaughtering golden spear having been slain by a martial grandmaster as a lofty martial saint, how could it be any wonder at all? Even though Wang Wenmin was used to seeing storms, for just that one moment, his mind still buzzed. Chapter 629. Defeating a person and killing a person on the spot were two completely different things. After all, other than a few situations, most people would choose to run if they couldn't win, rather than fight to the death. As a martial grandmaster, Yan Zhaoge had not merely resisted or defeated the martial saint Yang Zhaozhen. Instead, he had beaten Yang Zhaozhen to death in Labor Wind City, not even giving him a chance to flee. The strength he displayed was even more shocking. Wang Wenmin didn't say another word and immediately hurried to the area of Labor Wind City. At the same time, Elder Wang of the Dim Darkness sect who had regained his wits did not forget what he had to do. The current Phoenix-bearing region was precisely a good chance for them to succeed. While the Dim Darkness sect and the other anti-Xian powers were shocked by Yang Zhaozhen's sudden death, the Grand Xian dynasty similarly needed time to receive the news and make a response. Hence, the turmoil in the Phoenix-bearing region instantly became even more intense. The Dim Darkness sect and the other anti-Xian powers wanted to make use of this period of time when the Grand Xian dynasty's control over the Phoenix-bearing region had weakened. After all, in a while, the Grand Xian dynasty would be enraged by Yang Zhaozhen's death. Not only would they retaliate, the momentum of their retaliation would also be great. Yang Zhaozhen's death might even draw out the Grand Xian dynasty's Marquis Haicheng. When they arrived at the place, Wang Wenmin was shocked to hear Zhang Qiansong and the others recount what had happened. A transcendent martial grandmaster who isn't even 30 years old. Zhang Qiansong swallowed his saliva and nodded with some difficulty. I also find it unbelievable. Wang Wenmin gazed upwards. An essence spirit martial grandmaster of this age has never appeared in the 72 regions of the Royal Reed Sea. Zhang Qiansong said, according to what he said, he and the sect behind him are from outside the Royal Reed Sea. At the same time, they were in conflict with the Radiant Light sect. Wang Wenmin knit his brows slightly. Just like us, the Radiant Light sect has been entangled with the Grand Xian dynasty these past few years. How could they have the leisure to offend a power outside of the Royal Reed Sea? Zhang Qiansong said rather hoarsely, the disappearance of the Radiant Light sect's Deng Sen, Sun Hao, and the others seems to be related to this person and the school behind him. An elder of the Radiant Light sect's Eternal Light Hall, Deng Sen of the early Seeing Divinity stage. Wang Wenmin's expression turned solemn. Deng Sen can be ranked in the top 5 of the Eternal Light Hall. Including his direct lineage and guest elders, Deng Sen can also be ranked in the top 25 of the Radiant Light sect. If what this Yan Zhaoge says is true, not only is he himself shockingly talented, the sect behind him cannot be underestimated as well. Having been able to casually come to the Royal Reed Sea where the Radiant Light sect was active after having killed Deng Sen and the others, it meant that the other party likely did not care about the threat of the Radiant Light sect at all. If he had killed them, so be it. Not only had he offended the Radiant Light sect, he had even killed a martial saint of the great Xian dynasty who guarded a continent without any reservations. From another point of view, this also seemed to prove that the other party was extremely confident. Zhang Qiansong suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, the reason why he could stop Yang Zhaozhen and prevent him from escaping is because of a strange treasure that can actually manifest a giant palace. That palace is overflowing with dragon qi. Every brick and tile seems to be built from the bones and scales of a true dragon. Its value is inestimable. Being able to possess such a rich foundation and accumulation, it does not seem like something that ordinary powers can possess. Wang Wenmin pondered for a moment before saying, perhaps he wants to understand the situation of the Radiant Light sect, or perhaps he wants to find an ally in the Royal Reed Sea. Anyway, since he has come into contact with our sect, it should not be that he has no intentions of befriending us at all. Our sect can interact more with him and the sect behind him. This matter is of great importance. Lead this person to the Flourishing Peace region to see Senior Apprentice Uncle Wu. I will still have to sit over the Phoenix-bearing region for a period of time. Zhang Qiansong was rather taken aback. Elder Wu has arrived at the Flourishing Peace region. Wang Wenmin nodded, not speaking. He gazed towards the distant horizon, his gaze seemingly having no focus at all. While Deng Sen does not possess a mid-grade sacred artifact, it would not be easy for experts of the same cultivation level to kill him. After all, he cultivates in the radiant light illuminating art and the inextinguishable light body. Zhang Qiansong and the others all had deeply sympathetic expressions on their faces. Having interacted with disciples of the Radiant Light sect for half their lives, they were all extremely familiar with the characteristics of their martial arts. It would be very hard for a dim darkness sect martial practitioner of the same cultivation level to lose to a Radiant Light sect martial practitioner who primarily cultivated in the inextinguishable light body. Still, it would be even harder for them to win. Wang Wenmin retracted his gaze. Let's go. Let me see this heaven-defying genius. While he knew that Yan Zhaoge was young, Wang Wenmin still sighed endlessly upon truly seeing him. Still, he did not show any contempt on the surface in the least as he praised Yan Zhaoge greatly. At the same time, he was also probing Yan Zhaoge deeply, hoping to obtain more information from him. Yan Zhaoge exchanged pleasantries with Wang Wenmin, not revealing anything at all. While Wang Wenmin was rather disappointed, he could still feel Yan Zhaoge's goodwill. Young Master Yan is noble and righteous, sending the remains of my fellow disciple back to the clan. This Wang expresses his deep gratitude. Wang Wenmin finally said, this Wang will still be sitting over the Phoenix-bearing region in the coming days. With continuous battles, it will not be easy for me to entertain young Master Yan. Still, I would like to invite young Master Yan to our sect's main altar, allowing our entire sect to express our gratitude as a host. What do you think, young Master Yan? Yan Zhaoge smiled. I'm fine with that, just that I don't know if it would be too much of a hassle. Wang Wenmin shook his head, smiling, of course not. Young Master Yan speaks too seriously. Young Master Yan can first accompany Zhang Qiansong and the others to the Flourishing Peace region. Our sect's non-brightness hall's Elder Wu will be sitting over there. He will make arrangements for you. Yan Zhaoge nodded slightly. a guest follows the host's wishes. After their conversation, they went their separate ways. Wang Wenmin still had matters to deal with in the Phoenix-bearing region, while Yan Zhaoge's group headed to the flourishing peace region along with Zhang Qiansong and the other dim darkness sect martial practitioners. According to Zhang Qiansong, Elder Wu is the first seat elder of the non-brightness hall, one of the dim darkness sect's 3 halls. As they walked, the corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth arched slightly upwards, whether it is in terms of cultivation base, status, or seniority, he is even higher than Elder Wang Wenmin. Scratching his head, Hu said, "Young Master could they be like that Wei family, seeing that their current strength in the Phoenix-bearing region is insufficient to deal with us, therefore leading us to a place with more experts? While we are currently on pretty good terms with the dim darkness sect, isn't it impossible to read a person's heart? Your extreme yang seal still needs more than a year before it can be used." Yan Zhaoge smiled, barring any unforeseen circumstances, that is still not the case for the time being. Hu thought for a moment, the strength and potential that you have displayed are too shocking. If they knew that you came from a lower world, they might hope to recruit you into their ranks. Still, now that they think that we have a great background, they will not act rashly. Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips, in slaying the Phoenix-bearing general of the Grand Xian dynasty without any reservations. It looks like I have misled those of the dim darkness sect even further. Hearing his words, Feng Yunqing smiled. "Isn't this precisely your goal?" Yan Zhaoge said righteously, "What are you talking about? I clearly could not bear to see the Phoenix-bearing region being exploited and persecuted by the Grand Xian dynasty for a long period of time, the anti-Xian rebels being massacred on a large scale. Thus, seeing injustice on the road, I acted out of righteousness, exterminating the evil and bringing peace to the people." Chapter 630. Looking at the righteous Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng and Hu did not have much of a reaction. Hu chuckled in a silly manner while Feng Yunsheng nodded very insincerely, "That's right, that's right. The most righteous of them all is you." After laughing, Feng Yunsheng knit her brows slightly. "The dim darkness sect will definitely try to obtain information from the radiant light sect, investigating the actual situation of Deng Sen and the others as well as your background. At that time, wouldn't they know that we are not natives of the world beyond worlds, instead coming from a lower world?" Yan Zhaoge chuckled, being able to confirm the deaths of Deng Sen and the others is already their limit. Feng Yunsheng raised her brows lightly, "Right. First, not speaking of the fact that so many experts have perished in a single sect of the Eight Extremities world, having already caused the Radiant Light sect to lose all face, just for the sake of the Extreme Yang seal and the Extreme Yin crown, the Radiant Light sect would also go all out to suppress the news of this. Even if the Dim Darkness sect has spies within the Radiant Light sect, their level would not be too high. Otherwise, the Radiant Light sect would long since have been destroyed by them many times over." Yan Zhaoge was all smiles as he said, "It's fine even if they expose me. Everything I said is the truth. I can't control the associations they form because of this." Hu grinned. "Young master, we need to be strong enough to make them fear us. Otherwise, they won't reason with us." Yan Zhaoge nodded, "That's right, it is precisely so. Therefore, we just have to endure through this initial period of time. While I can only wield a portion of the extreme Yang seal's power now, it is still comparable to mid-grade saint artifacts." At this point, Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. "Still, it is a pity that I only have the power for a single strike. What I am more concerned about now is that supreme treasure of the Rahu luminary that the Radiant Light sect is currently searching for. Sadly, the Northern Ocean clone has yet to discover anything." Feng Yunqing asked, "Your Northern Ocean clone has already entered the territory of the Radiant Light sect?" Yan Zhaoge nodded, "Indeed." Feng Yunqing pondered as she said, "Speaking of this, when the Purple Sun Marshal Saint Zhang Chao and the others descended to the Eight Extremities world for the second time, they only saw Chief and you as well as the Extreme Yang seal at the World Illuminating Peak. As for Dang Sen and the others who had seen your Northern Ocean clone in your first descent, not a single one of them survived. Little Wan and Tang Yonghao who Zhang Chao brought to the world beyond worlds left before you and the Northern Ocean clone returned to the Eight Extremities world. Those of the Radiant Light sect should be completely unaware of the existence of the Northern Ocean clone. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge smiled. It is precisely so. The group continued forward, crossing the vast world. Along the way, the flames of war could be seen everywhere. It was not always the dim darkness sect martial practitioners who were leading the rebellion. Yan Zhaoge even saw a bloody battle between the Radiant Light sect martial practitioners and the Grand Xian dynasty. After a long, arduous journey, they arrived at the flourishing Peace region. This was no longer the world of the Grand Xian dynasty, instead having always been the territory of the dim darkness sect. The person who had appeared before Yan Zhaoge and Zhang Qiansong was not the first seat elder of the dim darkness sect's non-brightness hall, Wu Zixio. Instead, he was an elder of another lineage, the primordial darkness hall, Niasheng. This elder Niasheng was also no ordinary person as he was the grand elder of the dim darkness sect who mainly managed the affairs of the southern region of the Royal Reed Sea. Currently, in the southern region of the Royal Reed Sea, within the territory of the Grand Xian dynasty, the dim darkness sect was causing a raging rebellion against the Grand Xian dynasty. Niasheng was the leader as well as the person in charge. It was worth mentioning that Liang Jichao who had perished in the vast ocean world many years ago had been of the same lineage as Niasheng. Niasheng naturally thanked Yan Zhaoge profusely for sending Liang Jichao's remains back to the clan, even personally making arrangements for their lodgings. After Niasheng and the others had left, Hu heaved a sigh of relief. Good fella, this is still the first time I have personally seen an expert of the 4th level of the martial saint realm. Even though he looks amiable and approachable, I still feel all the hairs on my body standing on end. While Ah Hu had always been very broad-minded, even he felt cold sweat seeping out of his back at this moment. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Martial practitioners who have just entered the martial scholar realm or martial practitioners who have just entered the martial scholar realm would also feel the same way as you do now. According to the words of Zhang Qiansong and the others, that first seat elder of the non-brightness hall, Wu Zixio, has an even higher cultivation base, being an expert of the 5th level of the martial saint realm. Sitting in the meditative position, Feng Yunsheng asked curiously, from the records left behind in the ancient texts of pre-Great Calamity times, the 5th level of the martial saint realm is known as the mid-seeing divinity stage. Yan Zhaoge nodded. That's right. The martial saint realm is also divided into 10 levels and 3 stages. From the 1st level to the 3rd level of the martial saint realm, it is known as the merging avatar stage. Transcending mortality martial grandmasters merge their essence into an avatar and refine a true martial avatar that belongs to them. If they are able to successfully refine the true martial avatar that they release outside of their body to the point of merging perfectly with their fleshly body, they will be able to step into the martial saint realm, transcending mortality and entering sainthood as their cultivation base and strength will soar by leaps and bounds in all aspects. Merging the body and the avatar, that is the 1st level of the martial saint realm, the early merging avatar stage. Afterwards, the avatar and the soul will merge, stepping into the 2nd level of the martial saint realm, the mid-merging avatar stage. Finally, the body, avatar and soul will merge as one, no longer being separated, that is the 3rd level of the martial saint realm, the late merging avatar stage. Yan Zhaoge said, after that would be a massive bottleneck, which is the breakthrough from the merging avatar stage to the seeing divinity stage. It was recorded in ancient times that breaking through space can see divinity. The divinity here did not refer to the gods and Buddhas of the heavens as well as one's own soul. The divinity here referred to the numerous acupoints of the human body. Seeing the acupoints through inner brightness was something that martial practitioners at the peak of the body refinement realm, would be able to grasp. However, the acupoints now were still just acupoints, being limited to the human body itself. In truth, the acupoints of the human body were like the stars in the sky of the universe. The human body was like an internal universe with the acupoints being the stars within, resembling divinities that reigned over the heavens and earth. Martial practitioners corresponded to the heavens and earth of the outside world, tempering their bodies to the point of resembling a single universe. The acupoints of the human body could resonate with the stars of the universe, breaking through the barriers of space between the heavens and earth as they refined their acupoints to see divinity. Only then could it be considered as breaking through space can see divinity. When an expert of the third level of the martial saint realm was able to refine their first acupoint, it would signify that they had stepped into the fourth level of the martial saint realm, the early seeing divinity stage. After that, unceasing tempering, the myriad acupoints and the myriad divinities working together would cause a martial practitioner to become a true martial divinity, immeasurable and flawless. Meanwhile, refining their acupoints to see divinity would also allow a martial practitioner to possess the ability to resist the power of dimensions to a certain extent. Therefore, experts of the fourth level of the martial saint realm would be able to independently ascend to the world beyond worlds, not needing to rely on protective treasures. Yan Zhaoge said, as for after seeing divinity, there would be yet another major bottleneck, which would be attempting to ascend the immortal bridge. The seventh level of the martial saint realm is also known as the early immortal bridge stage. The founding ancestor of the Grand Xian dynasty, King Xianwen, was an expert of the eighth level of the martial saint realm, the mid-immortal bridge stage. Therefore, he was able to suppress major powers like the Radiant Light sect and the Dim Darkness sect who possessed high-grade sacred artifacts but no immortal bridge martial saints, becoming the hegemon of the royal reed sea. Feng Yunsheng and Hu nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. While it was very appropriate for Elder Nya to receive us, that Elder Wu did not appear, also not mentioning the matter of sending us to the main altar of the Dim Darkness sect, Feng Yunsheng asked, would there be any special circumstances in keeping us here in the flourishing peace region? Chapter 631. While they were doubtful, Yan Zhaoge's trio settled down peacefully at the branch altar of the Dim Darkness sect in the flourishing peace region. Their movements were not restricted as well as they normally could. If they had any requests, the Dim Darkness sect would mostly do their best to accommodate them. If they wanted to meet higher echelon experts like Nya Sheng, they would similarly not be refused. Still, the people of the Dim Darkness sect did not mention anything further, especially not the matter of guiding Yan Zhaoge's group to their main altar. Do we have to spend time verifying the news regarding the deaths of Deng Sen and the other Radiant Light sect experts? Who scratched his head, or is there really something else? Numerous cities were situated around the Dim Darkness sect's branch altar, all of them rather bustling. Yan Zhaoge's trio strolled through one of the cities, appraising everything there. Hearing Hu's question, Yan Zhaoge answered nonchalantly, let's wait and see for now. Surveying the surroundings, he saw many martial practitioners moving about within the city. Not just disciples of the Dim Darkness sect, there were also disciples of other sects and powers of the flourishing peace region. While their cultivation bases varied, those with lower cultivation bases made up the majority. Many body refinement martial practitioners could be seen. Of the merchants operating within the city, there were martial practitioners as well as ordinary people who did not cultivate in martial arts. Walking amongst them, Yan Zhaoge appeared rather interested. The people here were liberal, especially martial practitioners who had few reservations. In just a short while, Yan Zhaoge had already discovered quite a few young girls staring at him with burning gazes. It was just that after seeing Feng Yunsheng beside Yan Zhaoge, they all retracted their gazes enviously yet helplessly. I'm still very popular, looking at Feng Yunsheng, Yan Zhaoge chuckled, looking indescribably smug. Feng Yunsheng nodded in all seriousness, they should hide you away and not let anyone see you. Exchanging glances, the two shook their heads and smiled. While it was not a well-known market with relatively low standards as well, Yan Zhaoge exchanged glances. Still, as he strolled within, he saw many things that seemed ordinary yet did not exist in places like the Eight Extremities world and the vast ocean world. These things had not been rare before the Great Calamity. It was just that the great calamity had caused many things to disappear. Still, just looking at the trade in this small city, it could be seen that many things had been preserved in the world beyond worlds. Perhaps there were also extinct items that didn't exist here but existed in the lower realms. Comparatively speaking, however, the traces of the great thousand worlds of pre-Great Calamity times had been preserved in the world beyond worlds the most complete. While Yan Zhaoge's group was guessing what the Dim Darkness sect was planning, after having settled them down, the Dim Darkness sect's elder Niashing directly headed to the innermost depths of this branch altar. In a quiet room, an old man dressed in black was staring at the spell formation in front of him. This array formation seemed to be shrouded in a black fog, and not a single drop of spirit light could be seen. Niashing entered the quiet room and bowed to the black-robed old man. Elder Wu. The first Sea Elder of the Dim Darkness sect's non-brightness hall, Wu Zixio, was still focused on the formation before him, not turning, no need for formalities. Niashing came to Wu Zixio's side and said, "He looks young, but his mouth is tight. I won't be able to get anything useful out of him." Wu Zixio nodded slowly and remained silent. Niashing glanced at the formation in front of him. "Elder Wu, should we send them away first? The day of the sacrificial ceremony is not far away. It would not be appropriate at the end of the day to leave these outsiders who do not know their depths here. Of course, they definitely cannot be sent to the main altar." Wu Zixio said, "If there are no discoveries, we can only send them away first." Still, Niashing asked, "Elder Wu, are you suspecting something? Are you suspecting that they are related to the Radiant Light sect, and are you intentionally trying to deceive us? We will know very soon whether Deng Sen and the others are dead or not." Wu Zixio said, "As for this youth, he is not a descendant of the Radiant Light sect at the very least. His martial arts do not originate from the Radiant Light sect. Wang Wenmin should still be able to discern this. A transcending mortality martial grandmaster slaying a martial saint. This youth is indeed shockingly talented. Also, the martial arts that he cultivates in are definitely extraordinary as well. He should have a great background. Even if he is related to the Radiant Light sect, it should most likely be a cooperative relationship rather than a submission. This old man is inclined to think that he and the people behind him are not of the same faction as the Radiant Light sect." Wu Zixio muttered to himself, "This person claims to be from outside the Royal Reed Sea. That should be believable. The problem is, where does he come from? This youth might have a great background." Wang Wenmin said that the language he uses is purely the ancient language commonly used in pre-Great Calamity times. Niashing nodded, "Yes, that's right. The ancient language commonly used in pre-Great Calamity times is still used by people in the current world beyond worlds." He pondered over Wu Zixio's words. "You already have a guess, Elder Wu?" Wu Zixio hesitated for a moment before saying, "This old man is wondering if it might be related to the Southeastern Exalt." Niasheng was shocked. The Southeastern Exalt shouldn't interfere in the matters of the Royal Reed Sea, right? To him, this is just a minor matter. Why would he lower himself to such an extent? That's right. Logically speaking, he shouldn't. While he said this, Wu Zixio's expression was solemn as he showed no intention of relaxing in the slightest. Still, the ancestors of our sect and the Radiant Light sect are different from other powers at the end of the day. Hearing this, Niasheng's expression turned solemn as well. The Radiant Light sect is already a thing of the past, having been plundered time and time again by so many people. After so many years, there has long since been nothing that those major figures would be interested in. If there is, we should be the clearest about it. Wu Zixio shook his head slightly. They might not think this way. After pondering for a moment, Niasheng's expression suddenly changed slightly. Could something special have happened over at the Radiant Light sect? Weren't we still wondering why Deng Sen and the others had suddenly disappeared? Wu Zixio nodded slowly. This is not impossible. If that is so, it would be hard to predict. Nieshing smiled bitterly. While our sect and the Radiant Light sect are sworn enemies, we currently have a common enemy in the Grand Xian dynasty. Currently, the war is at its most stalemate. While I have always hoped for the Radiant Light sect to be destroyed, we are now in the same boat. Wu Zixio sighed, unable to ascertain the other party's identity. We cannot just casually settle them down, much less send them to the main altar. Nieshing nodded in deep agreement. Ascertaining whether Deng Sen and the others are dead or alive will still require some time. We can use this chance to investigate for the main altar. It is just that, he smiled bitterly, it is just that it is not peaceful over here as well. The sacrificial ceremony is about to begin very soon. We have to cooperate with the main altar. Wu Zixio thought for a moment before saying, how about we first get our disciples to investigate them? Nieshing frowned, how? For a young man with such shocking potential, we either have to befriend him and form a good relationship with him, or we have to use our full strength to kill him. It's a test that's neither too light nor too heavy. If we become enemies with him, we won't be able to kill him, leaving behind a huge problem for no reason. Wu Zixio shook his head, what are you talking about? First, this youngster's true thoughts aside, on the surface at least, he has no ill will towards our sect. Instead, he has formed enmity with the Grand Xian dynasty and the Radiant Light sect. There are many ways to get to the bottom of things. Chapter 632. The myriad dragon palace shrunk as Yan Zhaoge stood within, watching silently as streams of dragon qi coiled within, transforming into a light dragon. The light dragon coiled around the shaft of a jet-black spear, its two dragon claws grabbing onto the spear's tip. The low-grade sacred artifact, the dark feather slaughtering golden spear, was constantly vibrating, its jet-black shaft flashing with a golden light from time to time. Yan Zhaoge reached out, grabbing the end of the spear. The dark feather slaughtering golden spear instantly shook even more restlessly. The spirituality of a sacred artifact far surpassed that of a spirit artifact. Wanting to subdue it, even Yan Zhaoge would have to expend some effort. Still, with the myriad dragon palace suppressing it, this treasured spear was unable to struggle free. As time went on, Yan Zhaoge would eventually be able to subdue it, just like with the Dawn Sun crown he had obtained from the Radiant Light sect's elder Yang Zhanhua earlier. The Dawn Sun crown's temper had long since been smoothed out by Yan Zhaoge as he now remained peacefully at Broad Creed Mountain. While he did not have the help of the Northern Ocean clone now, as Yan Zhaoge grasped the dark feather slaughtering golden spear, runes lit up on his palm, imprinting themselves onto the body of the spear. More and more runes were engraved on the spear, and in the end, it was as if there were really marks engraved on the spear. As time passed, the restlessness of the dark feather slaughtering golden spear seemed to weaken a little. Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly, retracting his palm. He strolled within the myriad dragon palace. Many spaces had been opened up here, not just the palace itself. In a space, Feng Yunsheng sat upright. Her black saber was unsheathed and placed horizontally on her knees. As she breathed, streams of dragon qi entered her body, and faint dragon patterns appeared on her cheeks. Yan Zhaoge appraised him. Seeing that there were no problems, he retreated. After leaving the myriad dragon palace, Yan Zhaoge's figure grew alongside the wind as he reverted from the size of a thumb to his original size. Now, who walked in from outside. Seeing Yan Zhaoge, he could not help but scratch his head. Young master, I heard that the situation in the outside world seems to be even more chaotic. While they had been temporarily left in the flourishing peace region, the dim darkness sect did not forbid Yan Zhaoge and the others from obtaining information. In truth, even if Yan Zhaoge's group left just like this, those of the dim darkness sect would most likely not obstruct them. With Wu Zixio and Niesheng's tacit approval, most of the information that the dim darkness sect's branch altar in the flourishing peace region could obtain, other than some extremely secretive information, was made available to Yan Zhaoge. Pan Pan's fat body lay there, lazily resembling a small mountain of flesh. Yan Zhaoge also didn't stand on ceremony as he leaned against its body, as though he was nearing a massive reclining chair made of fur. How messy? Yan Zhaoge asked, to which Hu answered, the current ruler of the Grand Xian dynasty, the third-generation Xian king, King Xuanmu, has left the capital of the Grand Xian dynasty, personally leading the army. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. It cannot be considered a smart move. While King Xuanmu is powerful, being a late-seeing divinity martial saint, he cannot compare to his grandfather and father, being far from being able to dominate the royal Reed Sea. It's fine if he's in his lair, but once he leaves the capital, he'll lose his geographical advantage. How will he face a group of fierce opponents? Even if these opponents of his are also on guard against each other, unable to work together, King Xuanmu's actions are still too careless, unless, Yan Zhaoge's eyes narrowed into slits, unless he has something to rely on. Hu continued, also, young master, you killed that one surnamed Yang in the Phoenix-bearing region, incurring the wrath of his uncle, the Grand Xian dynasty's Marquis Haicheng. He has been searching for you in the southern regions of the royal Reed Sea over this period of time. I heard that he has already arrived in the vicinity of the flourishing peace region. Yan Zhaoge shrugged nonchalantly. Wu Zixio and Nie Sheng, the two dim darkness sect elders, aren't just there for show. Hu gave a simple and honest laugh, that's true. Yan Zhaoge pondered for a moment before standing up, smiling, come, let's go out for a spin. Following behind him, Hu asked, young master, are we just going to keep wasting time here with the dim darkness sect? Definitely not. Yan Zhaoge said as he walked, there's no rush now. A little later, we will be able to speak. It will be more advantageous to speak for a little longer. Of course, we can't delay for too long. While Yan Zhaoge did not take the initiative to activate the defensive formations of the dim darkness sect's branch altar, he was also quietly comprehending the spiritual chi flow of this place as he walked. It's actually strong in the day and weak at night. I didn't come to the wrong place, right? This is the territory of the dim darkness sect, not the radiant light sect's side. Yan Zhaoge blinked, the formation vaguely seems to be circulating in reverse. Are they preparing some special ritual? As he pondered, the sound of a dispute suddenly resounded up ahead. Gazing over, Yan Zhaoge saw that two dim darkness sect disciples were currently in the midst of a dispute. While the two sides were not very old, their cultivation bases were not low as they were mostly martial scholars. There were also body refinement martial scholars. Still, they were all very young, looking like new disciples of the younger generation who had just entered the sect not too long ago. Currently, they were following behind their senior apprentice brothers to join in on the fun. The leaders of both sides were martial grandmasters who were currently in the midst of a dispute. Listening to the general content, Yan Zhaoge discovered that both sides were of the dim darkness sect's non-brightness hall and primordial darkness hall lineages. What they were currently arguing about here was the superiority of their seniors' attainments in alchemy. As they argued, it was mentioned that both sides were about to engage in a competition. The disciples of the two halls were currently arguing over their seniors to the point that their necks and faces were red with anger. I wonder what level the alchemy here in the world beyond worlds has reached. I heard that the dim darkness sect's alchemy can be considered rather advanced in this region of the royal Reed Sea. We might as well take a look. Yan Zhaoge found this interesting as he turned to Hu and said, find out where the competition is and whether outsiders can spectate. Hu nodded, walking over before retreating a moment later, young master, we can go watch as well. It's not far up ahead. Amidst their conversation, the two sides were already yelling as they headed forward together. Yan Zhaoge went over rather interestedly. Upon arriving, he discovered that this so-called competition was not in pill concoction but in restoring an incomplete pill formula. This caused Yan Zhaoge to feel even more interested. As compared to actual pill concoction, attempting to restore an incomplete pill formula was a greater test of one's theoretical abilities. In a private room behind the pill hall, Wu Zixio and Nie Sheng sat facing each other. Nie Sheng asked, Elder Wu, I know that the southeastern exalt is proficient in alchemy. Still, he is not the only expert in alchemy. How should we judge this? Wu Zixio said slowly, therefore, it is not pill concoction but pill formulas. This old man likes studying the Tao of alchemy. It is just that I am ashamed to say that I am greedy for more than I can chew, not being sufficiently profound. Nia Sheng shook his head, no need to be humble, Elder Wu. You are our sect's #1 expert in alchemy. Everyone admires you greatly. Wu Zixio said, I am well aware of this old shortcoming of mine. Still, I still have some redeeming features. While I only have a superficial understanding of the pill formulas of various clans outside of the Royal Reed Sea, I am still able to recognize their lineages. It is fine if this young man holds himself back and does not make a move. As long as he is tempted, this old man will be able to tell his origins from the lineage of his deduction of pill formulas. The old man exhaled softly. We shall wait and see. Chapter 633. There were 3 halls within the Dim Darkness sect, namely the Non-Brightness Hall, the Primordial Darkness Hall and the Dim Brightness Hall. The 2 parties that were currently competing belonged to the Non-Brightness Hall and the Darkness Hall. Both sides were martial grandmasters, one at the 6th level of the martial grandmaster realm, late essence spirit stage, while the other at the 7th level of the martial grandmaster realm, early essence talisman stage. Although there were differences in cultivation realms, at this level, the level of attainment in alchemy depended more on one's personal level. Cultivation realm was no longer a decisive factor. It was not rare for a martial grandmaster to have a higher attainment in alchemy than a martial saint. At the very least, after a few glances, Yan Zhaoge felt that essence spirit martial grandmaster with a slightly lower cultivation base, a dim darkness sect martial practitioner of the non-brightness hall, might have a deeper understanding of alchemy. There was no need for them to actually concoct pills, which eliminated the last bit of influence brought about by the gap in their cultivation realms. Deriving and restoring pill formulas had become purely a competition of theories. While it was a little theoretical, it also allowed Yan Zhaoge to observe more directly. Oh, his level is not low. Yan Zhaoge looked at it for a moment before nodding to himself. From the small to the big, the world beyond worlds has inherited the most legacies of pre-Great Calamity times in the area of alchemy, or perhaps it could be said that it is developing the fastest as it is not just a level or 2 higher than the 8 extremities world, the vast ocean world and the floating life world. Who secretly sent a sound transmission to Yan Zhaoge, young master, who do you think will win? The one from the non-brightness hall, Yan Zhaoge answered casually. Still, if I were to say it, both of them are losers. Who opened his eyes wide, looking rather blankly at Yan Zhaoge. Looking at that pill formula, Yan Zhaoge said casually, how could it be so easy for them to deduce and restore an incomplete pill formula? If it could really be solved in such a short period of time, this pill formula would have been restored long ago, and suitable materials would have been found for use. Why would we wait for them to use it for the competition? The content of their competition is actually to see who can restore more content within a limited time. Of course, the prerequisite is that they can't make a mistake. The one from the Primordial Darkness Palace is a bit faster now, but he has already made a mistake. Yan Zhaoge said mildly, the one in the non-brightness hall is fine for now. Still, slow work produces fine work. The work is too slow. Who scratched his head. Young master, do you have the complete pill recipe? Yan Zhaoge said, there isn't. Still, looking at the contents of the pill formula, it should be a pill known as the Scenic Heart Pill. It was rather commonly seen in pre-Great Calamity times, but was lost along with it. I would never have thought that I would be able to see an incomplete pill formula here. He had not lied to Who. Yan Zhaoge indeed did not have the pill formula for the Scenic Heart Pill. The reason for that was actually because its level was not high enough. Still, Yan Zhaoge's attainments in the Tao of alchemy were much, much higher than those present. With just a few glances, Yan Zhaoge already had a general idea of what it was that both sides were unable to deduce and restore within a short period of time. After all, other than crafting, he was best at alchemy and arrays. Among them, the array formation was something that he had painstakingly perfected later on, and alchemy had always been his forte. It was just that it was not good to show off too much in the beginning, because the impression he left on the people around him in his youth was that he was not very good at alchemy. In the Eastern Tang Kingdom that year, he had helped the eldest prince Xiao Yuan suppress Xiao Hao out of consideration for the Eastern Tang's political situation, being a special case. As his cultivation base rose and he went to more and more places and experienced more and more things, his attainments in alchemy had also gradually improved over the years, gradually being displayed. Ah Hu chuckled, egging Yan Zhaoge on, "Young master, aren't you going to show them a thing or two? Let them see what true standards are." Yan Zhaoge said nonchalantly, "Even if I show them a thing or two, it will not be in front of them. Whether they can understand it or not is also a problem." Ah Hu's eyes widened, only recovering after a long time as he gave a thumbs up, "Young master, I really worship you too much." Yan Zhaoge was calm and composed, resembling a teacher watching two students debating as he leisurely watched the competition between the two dim darkness sect martial grandmasters. To him, it did not matter who won or who lost or who was superior to them at all. He was merely observing the two of them and deducing the attainments in alchemy of the dim darkness sect martial practitioners, thereby estimating the level of alchemy in the Royal Reed Sea and even in the world beyond worlds. While Yan Zhaoge was leisurely, Wu Zixio and Nie Sheng were having a headache. Nie Sheng smiled bitterly as he looked at Wu Zixio. "Elder Wu, if he does not participate, what do we do? Could it be that he is not proficient in this Tao?" Wu Zixio shook his head, saying decisively, "No." From his expression, he is not a layman, looking like he has a card up his sleeve. He is probably looking down on the level of the scenic heart pills formula. Nie Sheng frowned. Is it out of politeness that he is not speaking, or has he detected our intentions? Wu Zixio pondered for a moment before shaking his head. He should not have detected our intentions. It is either politeness or disdain. The old man sighed. From the looks of it, his level might be even higher than this old man thought. Nie Sheng was silent for a moment before he asked, "What if he is unrelated to the southeastern exalt, coming from somewhere even further away?" Wu Zixio was silent as well. If Yan Zhaoge was unrelated to the southeastern exalt, coming from somewhere even further away, he would have crossed the line. It would be fine if nothing happened if it was just an ordinary adventuring. However, if something happened and his dim darkness sect was on good terms with him, the southeastern exalt might be angered afterwards. From the looks of it now, with Yan Zhaoge having enmity with the Radiant Light sect and having just killed someone of the Grand Xian dynasty, it did not look like he was safe and sound no matter how one looked at it. Wu Zixio exhaled slowly. "I really cannot rest easy without getting to the bottom of this person's background." Nie Sheng looked at Wu Zixio for a moment. "Elder Wu, you wouldn't be intending to personally participate, right?" Wu Zixio said, "There is no need for that." Saying thus, he summoned someone in. It was an elder of the Non-Brightness Hall who was at the first level of the Martial Saint realm, the early merging avatar stage. Nie Sheng recognized him as Wu Zixio's personal disciple, Qin Ku. Elder Qin Ku aside, his cultivation base had come from Wu Zixio's legacy as well. His attainments in alchemy were also outstanding as he was one of the peak figures amongst the dim darkness sect's merging avatar martial saints. After Wu Zixio said a few things to him, Qin Ku nodded. "I will obey master's instructions." The next moment, Qin Ku appeared within the pill hall. He bowed towards Yan Zhaoge as though he had just happened to be here. The dim darkness sect disciples all bowed towards him as well. He waved his hands, indicating for the competition to continue. As Qin Ku chatted with Yan Zhaoge from time to time, Yan Zhaoge discovered that this person's alchemy skills were indeed not bad, being even more outstanding than those two martial grandmasters who were currently competing. With this, Yan Zhaoge was in no hurry to leave as he chatted with Qin Ku while waiting for the competition to end. With this, the two sides no longer had to test and argue with each other as they instead submitted it to Chen Ku to be the judge. While Chen Ku was an elder of the Non-Brightness Hall, the martial practitioners of the Primordial Darkness Hall did not raise any objections. Chen Ku glanced at Yan Xiaoge through the corner of his eye before commencing his evaluation. Chapter 634. When the Dim Darkness sect had obtained the pill formula of the Scenic Heart pill, it had indeed been incomplete. Still, since he had already set his mind on it, Wu Zixu naturally had to make his preparations as he began deducing and restoring the pill formula. The pill formula that would be rather troublesome for his disciples would not be so difficult for an expert of the Tao of alchemy like Wu Zixu. It was just that a pill formula like the Scenic Heart pill would usually not come to trouble Wu Zixu. The old man had more pressing matters to attend to. His plan this time was to probe Yan Xiaoge. Therefore, Wu Zixu had chased the pill formula out. Chen Ku recalled Wu Zixu's instructions as he calmly evaluated both sides of the competition. As Yan Xiaoge had predicted, that Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster of the Primordial Darkness Hall had made a mistake in his derivation process. With a single mistake, a second and third mistake had appeared afterwards. Meanwhile, while that Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster of the Non-Brightness Hall had a slightly lower cultivation base, his attainments in alchemy were superior as he fought steadily and surely. Victory and defeat were already clear now. Chen Ku did not just end things as a judge. Instead, he continued deducing and restoring the pill formula of the Scenic Heart pill based on the results of the competition. As he deduced, he explained to the Dim Darkness sect disciples present. Other than watching the commotion, most of the Dim Darkness sect martial practitioners gathered here were also interested in alchemy. Chen Ku made use of this chance to teach them a lesson as well. The Dim Darkness sect martial practitioners naturally cherished this rare chance as they listened attentively. Yan Xiaoge was also smiling as he listened by the side. Honestly speaking, he felt that Chen Ku's skill was still not bad as he deduced and restored the pill formula clearly and correctly. While it appeared rather complicated, his deep foundation could still be seen. Still, as he listened, Yan Xiaoge felt that something was wrong. Even as Chen Ku explained to the Dim Darkness sect disciples, he was actually also secretly observing Yan Xiaoge's movements. Noticing the gradual change in Yan Xiaoge's gaze, Chen Ku's heart jolted slightly as the words of his master Wu Zixu surfaced within his mind. Your master intentionally left behind an error in this pill formula at the end. Let's see if that Yan Xiaoge can discover it. If he points it out, you can make use of this chance to communicate with him, listening to his complete train of thought as he deduced the pill formula of this Scenic Heart pill. Chen Ku thought to himself. On the surface, he acted as if nothing had happened and continued his explanation. After patiently listening to Chen Ku's narration, Yan Xiaoge thought for a moment before saying to Chen Ku via sound transmission, Elder Chen, forgive my rudeness, but it seems that the pill formula of this Scenic Heart pill still needs to be considered. While Chen Ku loved to show off, the Dim Darkness sect was currently still rather friendly towards him. Therefore, Yan Xiaoge did not directly question Chen Ku's pill formula in front of everyone. Instead, he chose to communicate only with Chen Ku via sound transmission. Chen Ku's eyes narrowed. He really found out. Chen Ku also pondered over this pill formula and found that his master Wu Zixu's derivation was very perfect. Although Wu Zixu had purposely left a mistake, it was actually very well hidden. If he did not explain it in advance and let Chen Ku look at it himself, he would not be able to discover it even after looking at it a few times. He would need to look at it a few more times before he could discover the problem. In fact, according to Chen Ku's analysis, it wasn't accurate to call it a mistake. It was more appropriate to call it a flaw. If he directly followed the current pill formula to start the furnace to refine the pill, it was not necessarily impossible to refine the pill, but the quality of the pill would be a little worse. Yet, Yan Xiaoge had actually immediately discovered it. This person shouldn't possess the original pill formula of the scenic heart pill of pre-Great Calamity times, right? Chen Ku could not help but wonder. While he was doubtful, his expression was calm as he similarly replied via sound transmission, "Oh? The pill formula of this scenic heart pill has always been lost after the Great Calamity. Our sect only managed to obtain an incomplete pill formula by chance. Could it be that young Master Yen has a complete pill formula of pre-Great Calamity times?" Yen Zhaoge smiled, "That's not it. It is just that during the competition between your sect's disciples just now, this Yen also attempted to divine it for a bit." Chen Ku asked slowly, "I wonder if young Master Yen has anything to say." Yen Zhaoge said, "In the formula, the 1,000 scales blood droplets portion is 5% too much." Ha. Chen Ku was just about to nod when he suddenly felt that something was wrong. This was different from the flaw that Wu Zixio had told him about. "So it's someone who pretends to know when he doesn't." A look of surprise flashed through Chen Ku's eyes as he unconsciously wanted to retort. Yet, the words stopped at the tip of his tongue. Chen Ku was also someone proficient in alchemy. Carefully thinking about Yen Zhaoge's words, he suddenly felt that, it seemed like, there might be some logic to it. This caused Chen Ku to feel shocked. Yen Zhaoge, however, continued, "Also, the portion of the clear scenic stone has been reduced by 30%. It would be better to add a bit more. Also, the core of the Grand Harmony grass seems to already be extinct. It is not impossible to replace it with the flower core of the bright cloud flower. Still, I think that using the core of the middle dragon grass would be more effective. Other than that, I feel that it would be better to first dry the east acorns before grinding them into powder. That would be more effective. Finally, if the pill is pulled out when the furnace is opened, it would be easier to produce the pill, saving on medicinal ingredients." After saying thus, Yen Zhaoge looked sincerely at Chen Ku. "These are all just some minor flaws. I might have been nitpicking a little. Still, I see that Elder Chen's derivation process was extremely exquisite. It is just that due to being rushed, some details were overlooked. If you could pay attention to them, this scenic heart pill's pill formula would basically be perfect. Of course, I am referring to the results that can be achieved under the current circumstances." He had indeed not thought too much about it. On the contrary, Yen Zhaoge really felt that the pill formula that Chen Ku had given him was already pretty good, just that it was rather a pity that it had not been able to be done to its best. Therefore, his earlier intention of showing the other party a thing or two had gradually faded. Now, he felt that he might as well just help Chen Ku out. Chen Ku glanced deeply at Yen Zhaoge. He was already unable to hear what Yen Zhaoge had said afterwards as his mind was completely filled with the improvements that Yen Zhaoge had made to the scenic heart pill formula that he possessed earlier. Other than the east acorns powdered, which Wu Zixio had already pointed out to him, the other points were all problems that the two of them had never thought of before. Chen Ku was a knowledgeable person. After carefully pondering over it, he felt that Yen Zhaoge's words were all true, feeling that they made more and more sense the more he thought about it. Still, it was precisely because of this that he felt even more shocked. Chen Ku forcibly composed himself, asking Yen Zhaoge how he had derived the pill formula. He wanted to prove one last time whether Yen Zhaoge had long since possessed the original formula for the scenic heart pill. After carefully appraising him with a glance now, Yen Zhaoge nonchalantly gave him a few pointers. Hearing this, Chen Ku completely lost his temper. He had no choice but to accept it. Looking at Yen Zhaoge, who was not even 30 years of age, Chen Ku even felt a little dazed for a time. After taking his leave, he returned to the secluded room where Wu Zixio and Nie Sheng were still anxiously waiting. Hearing Chen Ku's narration, Wu Zixio was dazed on the spot. When the old man recovered, he could not help but smile bitterly. Afraid that he would be put in a difficult position, Nie Sheng hurriedly said, "This person is indeed skilled in alchemy. Still, I believe that Elder Wu should also be able to see through his background. Our target has still been achieved at the end." Target? The corners of Wu Zixio's mouth twitched as he revealed a smile that was even uglier than crying. I can see through it, but it's the same as not seeing through it. No, it should be worse than not seeing through it. Chapter 635. Nie Sheng looked rather bemused at Wu Zixio. Wu Zixio sighed. He used quite a few different methods to derive a simple pill formula. This old man recognized some of them, some of which I could not even recognize. It probably would not have been so troublesome for him to derive and restore the pill formula of the scenic heart pill initially. Still, he must have seen through our intentions afterwards and thus intentionally dealt with it this way. Being proficient in so many pill formulas, this old man was instead unable to see through his true methods. It can only be said that his attainments in alchemy definitely surpass this old man's. Wu Zixio shook his head repeatedly. He is expressing his dissatisfaction. Nie Sheng looked rather shocked at Wu Zixio, only saying after a long time, he intentionally concealed his origins. Perhaps this means that he has ulterior motives. Wu Zixio said, who doesn't have their own secrets? It is just a pity that the other party is more skilled this time. Nie Sheng was silent for a moment before he asked, why don't we just send someone out of the Royal Reed Sea to meet the Southeastern Exalt? If we let him know beforehand, it would be better if there were any problems afterwards. Wu Zixio said, if they are related to the Southeastern Exalt, this would inevitably be a taboo. Nie Sheng reminded, the sacrificial ceremony is about to begin. Wu Zixio smiled bitterly, this old man knows. Nie Sheng shook his head. Wang Wenmin has really sent back a huge problem. While it might be a good thing usually, it is really a headache at this critical juncture. Wu Zixio said, he does not know that the main altar and the branch altars are preparing for the dim sun cold moon sacrificial ceremony. He does not understand our situation here. Normally, he would handle things very stably, with nothing inappropriate at all. Nie Sheng said, indeed, ignorance is not to be blamed. It is just that we cannot ignore this now. Wu Zixio slowly nodded, the sacrificial ceremony is of utmost importance. Send them away first. After the sacrificial ceremony has concluded, send them to the main altar for chief to decide. Do not be impolite. Everything else aside, with such high attainments in the Tao of alchemy, it is worth it for this sect to be on good terms with him. Hearing his words, Nie Sheng said, that is only natural. Wu Zixio was left alone in the room as he sighed, he is really young. He has actually reached such a cultivation base at such a young age, also having such high attainments in the Tao of alchemy. Where did he find so much time and energy? Wu Zixio laughed bitterly. For the first time in so many years, he felt like he was getting old. Yan Zhaoge brought Ah Hu back to their lodgings, who asked curiously, young master, what do we do next? If my predictions are not wrong, this branch altar of the dim darkness sect seems to be planning something major. Yan Zhaoge said thoughtfully, it might be some sort of ritual. Still, as for the specifics, there are too few clues at the moment. I can't say for sure. Yan Zhaoge sat down. Under such circumstances, it would clearly be inappropriate to leave us outsiders here. If they have malicious intent towards us, they will make their move very soon. If they don't, I think they will try to send us away from here to somewhere else. Ah Hu scratched his big head, will they send us to the dim darkness sect's main altar? Yan Zhaoge shrugged, maybe, maybe not. It's still hard to say now. In the pill hall earlier, Yan Zhaoge had not thought much of it at the start. Still, when Qinku had not only obtained the pill formula for the scenic heart pill but had even probed into his thoughts on restoring the pill formula, Yan Zhaoge had instantly sensed that something was wrong. The other party seemed to not simply be doubting that he had long since possessed the original pill formula for the scenic heart pill. Instead, he seemed to be trying to probe his path in the Tao of alchemy. Yan Zhaoge did not know what the other party wanted to verify. Therefore, he had spoken cautiously, leaving the people of the dim darkness sect with nothing to show for it. As the two conversed, someone came to visit. It was precisely Nie Sheng whom they had met earlier. Nie Sheng told Yan Zhaoge about his intentions in coming, expressing that he was prepared to send Yan Zhaoge's group to the main altar of the dim darkness sect. Yan Zhaoge glanced at Nie Sheng. While the other party had agreed to send them to the main altar, it was very hard to say when and where they would arrive and whether or not they would go around in circles along the way. One thing that could be confirmed was that the dim darkness sect, or at least Wu Zixio and Nie Sheng's lot, currently did not wish for him, Yan Zhaoge, to remain in the flourishing peace region. The other party was currently still rather friendly with him. Therefore, while Yan Zhaoge was curious as to what the dim darkness sect's branch altar was up to, he did not intend to pursue the matter. This Yan would naturally be happy to pay a visit to your sect, Yan Zhaoge said. A guest should follow the host's wishes. I will leave it to your sect to make the arrangements. Nie Sheng smiled, nodding. Since that is so, after young Master Yan's group has finished packing up, I will dispatch someone to lead the way for you. Very quickly, Yan Zhaoge saw the dim darkness sect martial practitioner who would be leading the way for him. It was precisely Elder Chen Ku whom he had met once before. After exchanging a few words, Yan Zhaoge learnt that this errand had been requested by Chen Ku himself from Wu Zixio and Nie Sheng. This elder of the dim darkness sect's non-brightness hall, who was at the first level of the martial saint realm, the early merging avatar stage, was rather infatuated with the Tao of alchemy. He clearly wanted to make use of this opportunity to exchange pointers with Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge was naturally fine with this. Still, just as they had left the dim darkness sect's branch altar, before they could get far, an extremely intimidating aura emanated over from the distance. Even with Yan Zhaoge's current cultivation base, he felt his entire body's true essence seemingly going out of control as it was about to spontaneously combust, his body numb as he virtually felt like he was about to suffocate. Huh? Yan Zhaoge's gaze hardened slightly. Is it that Marquis Haicheng of the Grand Xian dynasty? No, according to the dim darkness sect, this Marquis Haicheng is an expert of the fourth level of the martial saint realm, the early seeing divinity stage. While he is also extremely powerful, this aura is clearly much, much more powerful. Swiveling his head to look at Chen Ku, Yan Zhaoge saw that Chen Ku's expression was solemn to the extreme as well. After a moment's hesitation, he brought Yan Zhaoge and the others back to the branch altar with a wretched look on his face. In virtually just an instant, the all-encompassing light of fire enveloped the sky, enveloping the entire flourishing peace region and even the surrounding vast territories as the sky itself was completely unable to be seen. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. This feeling is probably that of a late-seeing divinity martial saint. The extreme Yang seal can currently only exert the effect of a mid-grade sacred artifact. Even if it could be immediately used, it would probably not be able to do anything to him. Feng Yunsheng and Ah Hu gazed at the sky as well. Even protected by the grand formation of the dim darkness sect's branch altar, their bodies could still feel a blazing pain. Chen Ku said solemnly, it should be one of the four Lord Protectors of the Grand Xian dynasty, Lord Protector Zheng. Yan Zhaoge smacked his li while the former number one expert of the Royal Reed Sea, the founder of the Grand Xian dynasty, King Xianwen, had perished and his son King Xuancheng was no longer around, the power of the Grand Xian dynasty having weakened greatly as rebellions had arisen throughout the Royal Reed Sea. However, as the number one power of the Royal Reed Sea, the Grand Xian dynasty which the Radiant Light sect, the Dim Darkness sect and the other major powers had to join forces to deal with, still possessed an extraordinary foundation. The four Lord Protectors of the current Grand Xian dynasty were all descendants of King Xianwen, King Xuancheng's brothers and King Xuanmu's uncles. All of them were peak experts who reigned supreme over a region of the Royal Reed Sea, acting rampantly without fear. This time, however, this Lord Protector Zheng had not come for him, Yan Zhaoge. He was most likely here for the Dim Darkness sect's current arrangements. This game is a little big, Yan Zhaoge muttered to himself as he looked at the all-encompassing blazing fire. Chapter 636. At this moment, the raging flames that filled the sky blocked off space and formed a unique domain, isolating the flourishing peace state from the outside world and turning it into a separate world. Immediately, streams of black chi shot into the skies with the dim darkness sect's branch altar as their center, transforming into infinite darkness that resembled the veil of night which devoured the fiery light, returning peace to the world. At the highest point of the branch altar, the Grand Elder of the Dim Darkness sect, the first seat elder of the Non-Brightness Hall, Wu Zixio, had a stern expression on his face as he gazed upwards into the sky. After discovering that it was Lord Protector Zheng, he knew that the other party had not come for Yan Zhaoge having slain the phoenix-bearing general Yang Zhaozhen. Firstly, while Yang Zhaozhen was a martial saint expert, a general of a continent, it was not to the extent where the top 5 experts of the Grand Xian dynasty would pursue and seek revenge against him. Secondly, Yang Zhaozhen's backer, Marquis Haicheng, was not only not close to Lord Protector Zheng, they even had political disagreements. Marquis Haicheng was the trusted aide of the current King Xian, King Xuanmu. Even if Marquis Haicheng wanted help, he wouldn't ask Lord Protector Zheng. In coming to the flourishing peace region this time, Lord Protector Zheng had specifically come for their dim darkness sect. Realizing this, the hearts of Wu Zixio, Nie Sheng and the other dim darkness sect experts all sunk. In the end, news of their secret plan to prepare for the dim sun cold moon ritual was still leaked, causing them to attract a great enemy. Instead, it was Yan Zhaoge's group who had been implicated as they had been trapped here in the flourishing peace region, caught in the crossfire. It was just that thinking of how he had been unable to do anything to Yan Zhaoge and had originally intended to send him away, yet now that the Grand Xian dynasty was blocking his way, Wu Zixio could not help but smile bitterly. This Grand Elder of the Dim Darkness sect felt extremely unhappy at this moment, only feeling that not a single thing had gone according to his wishes. Now that things had already come to this, Wu Zixio did not think about anything else as he first activated the branch altar's Guardian Grand formation before clashing with the invading Lord Protector Zheng of the Grand Xian dynasty. Wu Zixio of the 5th level of the Martial Saint realm, the mid-seeing divinity stage, while his cultivation base was slightly inferior to Lord Protector Zheng's, relying on the geographical advantage of the Dim Darkness sect's branch altar Grand formation, he still possessed the ability to battle. The power of both sides clashed between the heavens and the earth, with the dim darkness sect's branch altar being concealed amidst the darkness most of the time. But from time to time, the curtain of night would be abruptly cut open by flames. The flames disappeared in a flash, and the world returned to darkness. But soon, the flames would light up again in other directions. Yan Zhaoge returned to the dim darkness sect's branch altar, feeling the two powerful forces currently clashing intensely between the heavens and the earth as he fell into deep thought. With a bitter expression, Hu said, "Young master, a fire at the city gate brings disaster to the fish in the moat. What should we do now? If this branch altar of the dim darkness sect is breached, the Grand Xian dynasty would definitely not mind taking care of us as well." Yan Zhaoge raised his head to look at the sky. Within a short period of time, there shouldn't be any problems. However, as time passes, that might not necessarily be the case. The Guardian Grand formation of the Dim Darkness sect's branch altar was currently not in a normal state due to the preparations for the ceremony. Forcefully circulating it under such circumstances, battling an expert like the Grand Xian dynasty's Lord Protector Zheng for a long time, he would definitely be able to see through its flaws and make use of it. Feng Yunsheng pondered for a moment before saying, "Previously, there was news that the reigning Xian king of the Grand Xian dynasty had personally led the army. We were guessing that he might have something else to rely on. Logically speaking, an expert like Lord Protector Zheng should be moving together with King Xuanmu, concentrating their strength. Now that he has come here separately, this seems to prove our earlier guess as well. The Grand Xian dynasty seems to be very confident in their momentum this time." Yan Zhaoge pondered as he said, let's see how the other powers of the royal reed sea deal with this. The dim darkness sect will not be able to pass this hurdle easily. Hearing his words, Hu said solemnly, young master, that is to say that the dim darkness sect's main altar might not be safe as well. Yan Zhaoge said, the location of the dim darkness sect's main altar has always been mysterious and indiscernible. Still, with the Grand Xian dynasty having come with such ferocious momentum this time, their chances of success should not be small. If I do not see wrongly, this ritual that the dim darkness sect is currently planning is no small matter, being on a very large scale. I suspect that this branch altar is merely a part of it, the core being their main altar. This way, with the main altar and the various branch altars joining forces, the Grand Xian dynasty might be able to make use of this chance to track them down. Hu said exasperatedly, why doesn't the Grand Xian dynasty go find trouble with the Radiant Light sect? The Radiant Light sect's headquarters are so easy to find. Why must they come to the dim darkness sect? As he spoke, Hu suddenly fell silent, a look of realization surfacing within his gaze as he looked at Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng. Yan Zhaoge grinned at him, indicating that he was right. Hu instantly felt a headache coming on. The three exchanged glances, not knowing whether to laugh or to cry. Because of the extreme Yin crown and the extreme Yang seal, the Radiant Light sect had recently diverted some of their attention towards competing with Broad Creed Mountain and the Eight Extremities world outside of the world beyond worlds. As a result, their movements in the Royal Reed Sea had been more low-key than the Dim Darkness sect and the other powers. Meanwhile, the Dim Darkness sect had been especially active in the anti-Xian war in recent years. Like that, they naturally became the primary target of the Grand Xian dynasty. The Dim Darkness sect's main altar was indeed much more concealed than the Radiant Light sect's headquarters. Still, on the other hand, having a way to find the Dim Darkness sect's main altar this time also became a rare opportunity. Moreover, the ceremony that the Dim Darkness sect was plotting was clearly no small matter. If they were allowed to succeed, it would be greatly detrimental to the Grand Xian dynasty as well. They would naturally have to target them heavily this time. Looking at the Dim Darkness sect's branch altar before him, Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes into slits. Danger, danger. With danger, there is also a chance. After pondering for a moment, Yan Zhaoge said, you all enter the Myriad Dragon Palace first. Feng Yunsheng, Hu, and Pan Pan all entered the Myriad Dragon Palace as instructed. Currently, many great battles had already erupted in the air above the Dim Darkness sect's branch altar. Outside the night sky that was filled with flames, a massive hole suddenly appeared. Then, a jet-black spear protruded from within. That spear was incomparably massive, its sharpness seemingly enveloping the heavens and the earth. As it descended, 7 treasured lights flickered together, 7 great divine birds vaguely visible coiling and dancing in the air. There were phoenixes, green wands, great rocks, peacocks, white cranes, swans and owls. As they danced, sigils and runes were inscribed amidst space, seemingly having existed since time immemorial. Fire in the air, fire in stone, fire in wood, samadhi fire and fire of the mortal world. The 5 types of flames merged together, driving that terrifying spear as it pierced towards the Dim Darkness sect's branch altar. This was different from how Yang Zhaozhen had previously only relied on a single type of fire in stone to wield the Great Rock Treasured Spear and the White Crane Treasured Spear. This was a supreme direct lineage martial art of the Grand Xian dynasty, the true perfection of the 5 fire true art and the 7 foul treasured spear. Beneath this spear, even space between the heavens and the earth was incinerated and destroyed. Facing this spear, Wu Zixio had a solemn expression on his face as he simultaneously pushed out with his palms. The boundless darkness seemed to transform into a massive vortex, entangling the descending spear from above like a black hole as it unceasingly unleashed a terrifying destructive power. Meanwhile, elsewhere, The dim darkness sect experts led by Nie Sheng were also clashing with the Grand Xian dynasty experts who had accompanied Lord Protector Zheng over. As numerous martial saints clashed, with more than a single seeing divinity martial saint amongst them, the terrifying momentum created virtually shook the heavens and overturned the earth. It was only because the spiritual qi circulation of the world beyond worlds was stable and the boundaries of the heavens and the earth were sturdy. If it was a world like the Eight Extremities world or the vast ocean world, the entire world would have already been ripped apart as soon as the two sides clashed. Yan Zhaoge inhaled deeply, directly donning the imperious cold martial armor as numerous ice dragons hovered and coiled around the surface of his body. His figure leapt up and down as he leapt towards the high point of the dim darkness sect's branch altar. Chapter 637. The peak experts of the Grand Xian dynasty had come to invade while the dim darkness sect also had experts like Wu Zixio and Nie Sheng here. Both sides were locked in battle, and the situation was extremely chaotic. The entire territory of flourishing peace region was overturned by the battle. It was just that as Yan Zhaoge had predicted, the dim darkness sect's grand formation that guarded this place was currently unable to function normally. Under such circumstances, Wu Zixio, Nie Sheng, and the others naturally fell into a disadvantageous position. Receiving another spear strike from the Grand Xian dynasty's Lord Protector Zheng, Wu Zixio's aged body bent even more. The dim darkness sect martial practitioner beside him discovered to his shock that fresh blood was vaguely leaking out from the corner of Wu Zixio's mouth. Nie Sheng grunted and forced his opponent to retreat, but a sword wound appeared on his right arm. He retreated to Wu Zixio's side and transmitted his voice, "We can't hold on like this." Wu Zixio wiped the corners of his mouth, coughing a few times. "The news of our sect wanting to carry out the dim sun cold moon ritual has been leaked. The Grand Xian dynasty wants to make use of this chance to investigate the location of our main altar." Nie Sheng said, "The arrow is already knocked on the bowstring, and must not be released. Even if we do not activate the ritual, the Grand Xian dynasty would already have obtained some clues. Since that's the case, we might as well fight to the end." Wu Zixio fell into deep thought. He looked up and saw that in the sky, streams of fire were rolling and rolling up waves of fire. In the sea of fire, a huge pattern of light condensed and shone down like a bright mirror. After the dim darkness sect's branch altar was enveloped by this mirror light, streams of black smoke arose. The black smoke did not fly straight upwards. Instead, it flew diagonally, resembling a rope with one end connected to the dim darkness sect's branch altar while the other extended into the unknown distance. If one's gaze was not limited to the flourishing peace region alone but the entire Royal Reed Sea, they would discover that the branch altars of the dim darkness sect were virtually all suffering fierce attacks at the same time. Above every branch altar of the dim darkness sect, there was a strange, bright mirror light illuminating it. Wisps of black smoke extended into the void from different directions, gradually converging and pointing at the same place. Looking at the black smoke above the flourishing peace region, Wu Zixio sighed, "They really came prepared." The old man had a determined look on his face. "At a time like this, we can only give it our all." Saying thus, he raised a palm, once more blocking the terrifying spear of the Grand Xian dynasty's Lord Protector Zheng up above. At the same time, his other hand slammed down towards the ground beneath his feet. Beneath his feet, rays of light that were neither bright nor dark lit up, and together, they revealed the true appearance of a giant formation. The spirit array suddenly activated, and the center of the spirit array suddenly lit up with a strong light. It actually expelled the darkness in an instant. However, this strong light disappeared in the blink of an eye and was once again swallowed by the darkness. At this moment, the darkness was even deeper, even more tranquil, and even more terrifying. Having received Wu Zixio's instructions, Chen Ku and the other dim darkness sect martial practitioners did not join the battle to reinforce their fellow disciples as they instead threw all the sacrificial offerings that they had long since prepared into the grand formation. The deep darkness was like a lake or an ocean. Everything that entered it stirred up a few ripples before quickly returning to normal. If only we could wait for a few more days. Wu Zixu shook his head and raised his hand to write a profound black-colored talisman marking in midair. After that, he tapped it with his finger and the talisman marking sank into the darkness formed by the grand formation beneath his feet. Up above, the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners sensed the changes as well as they could not help but attack with greater urgency. Wu Zixu, Nie Sheng and the others resisted with all their might. The deep darkness began expanding unceasingly, the surrounding world simultaneously dimming as all light in the vicinity was devoured by this darkness. Even the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners in the sky up above felt the light of the world around them grow dim. There were only a few peak experts like Lord Protector Zheng who still emanated the fiery light that surged to the heavens, unaffected by the darkness. However, everyone could feel the intense changes in the Guardian Grand formation of the dim darkness sex branch altar down below. The next moment, a streak of light that was not bright, instead appearing extremely dim, arose from the center of the grand formation. The light similarly did not shoot straight upwards, instead flying diagonally outwards. The direction that the dim light pointed in was the same as that black smoke, extending far into the distance, its destination unknown. Accompanied by the light, the darkness that enveloped the dim darkness sex branch altar began dissipating unceasingly. Within the sea of flames in mid-air, the figure of a man with an authoritative expression surfaced. He looked to be a middle-aged man with a full beard on his face. Seeing that dim light, he could not help but frown, giving up on Wu Zixu who he had been battling all this while, instead stabbing towards that light with his spear. Accompanied by numerous streams of flame and light, the descending spear resembled an actual descending star, dragging a long tail of flames behind it as it mightily struck the dim light. After the two collided, the middle-aged man's spear that seemed able to destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth was actually repelled. The dim pillar of light shook slightly for a moment before continuing to shoot off into the distance. This middle-aged man was naturally one of the Grand Xian dynasty's four Lord Protectors, Lord Protector Zheng. His gaze focused, what a fella. While this pillar of light seemed dim and inconspicuous, seemingly weak and turbid, the power contained within was vast and heavy such that even Lord Protector Zheng, a late-seeing divinity martial saint, was unable to destroy it with a single blow. His spear moved once more, Wu Zixu and the others hurriedly coming forward to block it. Whatever you are planning, it will all be futile, Lord Protector Zheng laughed loudly, so what even if I allow you traitors to complete your ritual? You can just be reduced to ashes along with your main altar. Wu Zixu retaliated with a move. Just as he was about to retort, a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. Someone from the branch altar had actually been swept into the central region of the grand formation, whether intentionally or not. Looking over, Wu Zixu saw that it was clearly Yan Zhaoge. This youngster will be crushed by the power of the formation. Wu Zixu had just thought of this when he suddenly saw Yan Zhaoge struggling, actually vanishing amidst that dim pillar of light. Wu Zixu was greatly shocked. As the controller of the formation, he could feel that someone had shot into the horizon alongside a streak of light from within the dim pillar of light, instantly leaving far away. Wu Zixu heaved a sigh of relief as he had not affected the formation. However, Wu Zixu did not know whether he should be happy or worried at this sudden turn of events. As the Grand Xian dynasty experts attacked once more, Wu Zixu had no time to consider the problem of Yan Zhaoge as he could only first face the enemy head-on. Yan Zhaoge was not feeling too good at this moment as he seemed to have been swept away by a mountain flood, everything before his eyes turning blurry as the heavens and earth spun. Fuck. While there is the Tao Tide reversal formation, the spiritual chi flow is really too chaotic, Yan Zhaoge could not help but want to curse. Having dared to enter, he had naturally been prepared. With the help of a unique technique to protect his body, not only would he not be ripped apart by the power of the dim darkness sex ritual, he had even borrowed the power of the ritual here to send him to the dim darkness sex main altar, the core of the dim sun cold moon ritual. It was just that the feeling along the way was really not wonderful at all. It was like being on a roller coaster whilst also feeling seasick. Yan Zhaoge was shaken to the point of being dizzy. After a long time, he finally arrived, his surroundings gradually calming down. Huh? Yan Zhaoge composed himself, appraising his surroundings. Then, he saw a great black sun currently slowly rising before his eyes. Chapter 638. A sun rose right before his eyes. Yet, Yan Zhaoge could not feel any heat or warmth. This was because the sun before him was shockingly black. It was no longer a ray of light emitting amidst the boundless darkness. Instead, it was like infinite darkness had been birthed amidst the radiance. Yan Zhaoge's heart jolted slightly. Gazing over, he saw that there was clearly a dim blue moonlight beside the great black sun. The sun and moon stood side by side. The great sun was pitch black, yet the moonlight was also not as bright and clear as usual as it illuminated the heavens and the earth. This full moon was pale and dim, emanating streaks of ice-blue radiance that caused a chill to arise within one's heart. Dim sun and cold moon. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge was slightly taken aback. Yet, he also felt emotional that this was indeed the case. While the dim sun-cold moon ritual was a ritual that had only appeared after the Great Calamity, he had never come into contact with it before. Still, seeing that great black sun and ice-blue full moon, connecting this with the martial legacies of the dim darkness sect as well as the current situation, Yan Zhaoge immediately understood why the dim darkness sect had expended so much effort in executing this ritual. Those of the dim darkness sect wanted to artificially create a dim sun and cold moon before borrowing the power of these reversed sun and moon to undergo a baptism. The current number one expert of the dim darkness sect was their chief Zhou Haosheng, who was an old foe of the chief of the radiant light sect, Luo Ziyuan. Zhou Haosheng, who was also a late-seeing divinity martial saint, had also been stuck at this level for a long time. This time, he wanted to borrow the assistance of the dim sun-cold moon ritual to break through this bottleneck of many years, stepping into the immortal bridge stage of the 7th level of the martial saint realm. As Yan Zhaoge pondered, he saw the dim sun and cold moon before him trembling slightly, the unique space of darkness he was in shaking as well. The Grand Xian dynasty has found the main altar of the dim darkness sect by following the vines, Yan Zhaoge realized. They came really quickly. In the southeastern region of the Royal Reed Sea, the sky above the vast sea split apart as an incomparably massive black hole seemed to appear. In the depths of the black hole, a massive cliff hovered within the air, atop which sat a majestic city. The city and the cliff were shockingly all jet black as they seemed to have merged as one with the surrounding darkness. The darkness was unceasingly extending into the surroundings, devouring even more light. At this moment, the city and the cliff were connected by chain-like dark pillars of light and black smoke. The dark pillars of light and the black smoke stretched into the void, disappearing without a trace. These pillars of light and black smoke undoubtedly originated from the various branch altars of the dim darkness sect in the distance. Dim pillars of light traversed the heavens and the earth, intermingling as they congregated at the dim darkness sect's main altar, forming a massive spirit formation together with the branch altars that enveloped a corner of the Royal Reed Sea. However, long before the dim pillars of light had lit up, the black smoke that similarly originated from the various branch altars had already congregated at the dim darkness sect's main altar, causing it to be exposed. As the void trembled, a sea of fire swept across the sky. The might of the flames was even more terrifying than the attacks unleashed by the experts of the Grand Xian dynasty at the dim darkness sect's branch altar in the flourishing peace region. The raging fire was not devoured by the black hole. Instead, it caused the black hole to distort and collapse. In the end, it was actually the fire that continued to devour and burn the dark void. The light of the fire gradually dispersed the darkness, and even illuminated the pitch-black city and cliff. Situated within the special space created by the dim sun-cold moon ritual, Yan Zhaoge could feel a majestic will appearing close to him, seemingly enveloping the heavens. It was as if a pair of eyes had opened and were staring at the raging fire that was surrounding them. The aura emitted by the other party was even stronger than that of the Grand Xian dynasty's Lord Protector Zheng earlier. While they were all experts of the 6th level of the martial saint realm, there were still differences in strength between them. The aura of a veteran expert like the chief of the dim darkness sect, Zhou Haosheng, was even more obvious. Even if this pair of eyes was not staring at him, Yan Zhaoge still felt his entire body turn numb. Silently circulating the peerless heavenly scripture, Yan Zhaoge seemed to have let go of the void, turning into nothingness as he merged with those dim streams of light amidst space, virtually becoming indistinguishable from one another. The attention of the chief of the dim darkness sect, Zhou Haosheng, was currently placed on the outside world. Because the enemy that he was about to face was even stronger than him. The terrifying boundless sea of flames parted to the two sides, numerous figures appearing in an orderly formation as they stood together amidst space. At the center of the formation, numerous experts guarded a dragon carriage, waving a dragon flag, raising a circular fan and holding a yellow umbrella as a 5-colored canopy enveloped the area. Atop the carriage sat a person who wore a black dragon robe and a flat heavenly crown, his gaze dignified. It was precisely the current king of the Grand Xian dynasty, the third king of the Xian dynasty, King Xuanmu. Beside King Xuanmu, there was shockingly another person seated alongside him, his aura even more powerful than King Xuanmu's. While this person appeared to be in his 20s from the outside, his gaze was heavy and aged. While he was seated alongside King Xuanmu, the feeling he gave off seemed to be that of an even higher level as one could not help but admire him. Swiveling his head to look at this person, King Xuanmu said slowly, "Please lend me a hand, senior apprentice uncle." The other party did not speak, just raising a hand and pointing towards the dim darkness sect's main altar. A sword light that resembled water was emitted, resembling a long river as it swept over towards that black cliff and city. In the surroundings of the dim darkness sect's main altar, streams of dim light circulated, forming a massive formation which manifested boundless darkness. Where the darkness passed, the blazing fire was instantly halted, even being devoured by the darkness instead. However, wherever that sword light that resembled water passed, all colors seemed to turn pale and powerless, as if faced with the erosion of the long river of time, all of it declining towards decay and decay. Light and darkness seemed to have lost all meaning at this moment as all things seemed to have become mere symbols before time. Within the dim darkness sect's main altar, an expressionless white-clothed old man watched this scene. Above his head, a great black sun and a blue full moon hung high, dim light descending, illuminating his body. Black light lit up on the white-clothed old man's body, dense black incantations suddenly surfacing on the surface of his white robe. He simultaneously pushed forward with both palms, boundless darkness enveloping the dim darkness sect's main altar, isolating all light. The world seemed to no longer have light as everything returned to the primordial darkness of the universe. That sword light that resembled water was also isolated by the darkness at this moment. However, the sword light zigzagged, coiling around the darkness as it began unceasingly wearing down the defensive power of the dim darkness sect's guardian grand formation, the primordial wilderness formation. Now, King Xuanmu made use of this chance to attack as well, commanding the Grand Xian dynasty experts under him to attack the primordial wilderness formation. All-encompassing blazing fire swept over once more, aided by the sword light that resembled water, dispersing the layers of darkness. Within the dim darkness sect's main altar, the white robe of Chief Zhou Haosheng was already filled with incantations, causing it to turn completely black. The darkness that resembled the descent of eternal night unceasingly resisted the attacks from the outside world. Still, it currently seemed to be struggling to advance. Zhou Haosheng was not looking at King Xuanmu now, instead gazing at that person who had a young appearance but an aged gaze. 7th level of the Martial Saint Realm, Early Immortal Bridge Stage. Zhou Haosheng paused with each word. That person seated beside King Xuanmu now suddenly stood up, spiritual light flickering above his head as he descended from the dragon carriage. He strode forward, arriving above the dim darkness sect's main altar before stomping downwards. Light circulated beneath his feet as the sword light that resembled water appeared once more, flowing downwards like a waterfall as it descended towards the dim darkness sect's main altar. Chapter 639. Zhou Haosheng's gaze turned solemn. Time sword. Time flowing sword. You are Shenlingzi's successor. When the Grand Xian dynasty had been founded in the past, its founder, King Xianwen, possessed peerless martial prowess as he had suppressed the royal Reed Sea with his might. At the same time, there had been others who had established the Grand Xian dynasty together with him. At that time, King Xianwen addressed these apprentice brothers, and Shenlingzi was one of them. Afterwards, when the Grand Xian dynasty had stabilized its position in the royal Reed Sea and King Xianwen had established the kingdom, Shenlingzi and the others had not remained behind as they had instead vanished without a trace. This left the later generations with many speculations, such as the possibility of putting away the bow after the birds had been killed, killing the meritorious officials, and so on. But looking at the situation today, Zhou Haosheng knew that everyone had guessed wrongly. Shenlingzi's lineage really did not care about the right to rule over the royal Reed Sea. That year, when the Grand Xian dynasty had been founded, they had already retreated. Now that the Grand Xian dynasty's situation was unstable, they had actually appeared once more to lend a hand. While this person before him looked young, his seniority and age were probably even higher than that of Zhou Haosheng and King Xuanmu, his cultivation base having already reached the 7th level of the martial saint realm, having already stepped onto the immortal bridge. As the other party strode towards the dim darkness sect's main altar, every step he took seemed to be treading on a formless bridge as he went higher and higher. The so-called high did not refer to arriving above the dim darkness sect's main altar purely in terms of spatial distance. Instead, it was like stepping onto a higher level, overlooking Zhou Haosheng and the others down below. Zhou Haosheng's expression was solemn as he fused with the power of the grand formation. He was like an abyss of darkness as he withstood the impact of the waterfall-like sword lights. The darkness that could devour all things was now resisting everything. The sword light that fell like a waterfall collided with the darkness, but it actually shattered and bounced off, dispersing into nothingness. It was like real flowing water hitting the black rocks below, splashing water everywhere. The young man up in the air glanced downwards at the dim darkness sect's main altar before nodding slowly, the vicissitudes in his eyes growing denser as his features seemed to have become younger. A sword appeared in his hand. It was rusted and decayed, as if it could break by itself at any time. However, as he swung his sword, the water-like sword light became even more erratic. In the world that was tainted by the sword light, the flow of time seemed to become fast and slow, forming a kind of distorted power. Under the attack of the sword light, the solidified darkness was gradually penetrated, like water droplets piercing through a stone. On Zhou Haosheng's long robe, the densely packed black light incantations had already merged into one, forming a black light screen that was indistinguishable from his own martial path fist intent. However, Zhou Haosheng's heart was heavy at the moment. Ordinarily, by relying on the primordial chaos formation, he would still be able to hold his own against this opponent. But now, firstly, he was undergoing the dim sun cold moon ritual, and secondly, King Xuanmu was attacking from the side. Zhou Haosheng instantly felt an immense pressure. The other experts of the dim darkness sect who were still at their main altar had all come to assist in battle. Still, the Grand Xian dynasty had as many experts as there were clouds as well. Zhou Haosheng also discovered that other than that expert of the 7th level of the martial saint realm, there were also other peak experts of Shenlingzi's lineage assisting him. The dim darkness sect was instantly faced with an extremely terrible situation, the primordial darkness formation seemingly about to be broken through. A terrifying spear tip emerged from the void. Wherever the tip of the spear touched, the void immediately split open. The tip of the spear blazed with blazing flames. As the fiery light descended, this corner of the heavens and earth of the royal reed sea of the world beyond world seemed to be incinerated completely, leaving behind a blank space. King Xuanmu was expressionless as he wielded the spear in his hands with the 5 fire true art and the 7 foul treasured spear, killing towards the main altar of the dim darkness sect. King Xian's spear. Seeing that spear, Zhou Haosheng paid even more attention to it than seeing King Xuanmu himself of the late seeing divinity stage. Yet, having already been fully drawn in by the time-flowing sword up above, he was currently powerless to resist this terrifying spear. Within the main altar of the dim darkness sect, other experts of the dim darkness sect went up to meet it. Yet, they were powerless against the spear of the King Xian spear. Currently, King Xuanmu who wielded the King Xian spear was not any weaker than that martial practitioner who was executing the time-flowing sword in the least. The terrifying spear finally broke through the primordial chaos formation. It was like dawn had broken after the dark night, light returning to the great earth as blazing flames instantly illuminated the city and half of the cliff. Zhou Haosheng's face was sunken as water as he slowly brought his palms together before abruptly pulling them apart. The pitch-black sky seemed to be ripped apart as an unprecedentedly powerful light erupted, even obscuring the blazing light of fire and the flowing light of time. Extreme darkness birthed light. When darkness reached the extreme, incomparably pure, incomparably dazzling radiance was born. While it was fleeting, it was incomparably dazzling. The bright radiance transformed into a terrifying saber light that hacked towards King Xuanmu. King Xuanmu retracted the King Xian spear in his hand, sweeping it horizontally within the air as he blocked Zhou Haosheng's terrifying extreme darkness splendor saber. As the two collided, the sky lit up completely white, a rain of fire and a rain of light descending together. The great sea down below was riddled with innumerable holes as the seawater was virtually completely evaporated. However, amidst the dense white light, that time-flowing sword that seemed neither hurried nor slow hacked towards Zhou Haosheng once more. Zhou Haosheng dealt with it calmly, projecting the concept of light and darkness intersecting, brightness and dimness changing. The bright saber light turned, instantly transforming into darkness once more as it swept along the sword light that resembled water. Yet, amidst the changes in speed of the sword light, it suddenly evaded Zhou Haosheng's defenses, attacking in another direction. Zhou Haosheng inwardly cried out in alarm as he realized that the other party was trying to create a diversion. He wanted to change his stance, but King Xuanmu brandished the King Xian spear and attacked once more. Caught in a difficult situation, Zhou Haosheng was hard-pressed to balance his attacks as he saw that sword light that resembled a long river of time cleave down on the dim sun and cold moon above his head. Swept along by that sword light, the great jet-black sun and the dim blue full moon both descended from above Zhou Haosheng's head, transforming into streaks of light as they descended into the distance. Within the unique space formed of the intertwining dim sun and cold moon, the heavens and the earth were overturned at this moment. Yan Zhaoge stabilized his figure within, not wanting to experience that earlier roller coaster-like feeling once more. Looking at the dim sun and cold moon that were beginning to rise and fall chaotically before him, feeling the connection between this space and the primordial chaos formation of the outside world being severed, Yan Zhaoge exhaled slowly, his gaze beginning to turn sharp. While it is different from what I had expected, there is still a way. At the same time, a vigorous sword light flew over from the distant horizon, surging with majestic momentum. King Xuanmu's gaze turned cold slightly. North Sea Sword Pavilion. They came really quickly. The sword light shocked the heavens, its target being that swordsman who was currently attacking the main altar of the dim darkness sect. The sword lights of both sides clashed in mid-air, wild tides surging for 10,000 li as they swept through the surrounding area. The pressure on Zhou Haosheng lessened as he hurriedly blocked King Xuanmu and the King Xian spear. A few figures shot out from both camps, speedily shooting in the direction of the descending dim sun and cold moon. Meanwhile, Light also lit up in another direction, similarly targeting the dim sun and cold moon. As the light rose and fell, it resembled the alternation of sun and moon. It was clearly the legacy of the radiant light sect's sun-moon interchanging art. While he was enveloped by the dim sun and cold moon, as the other party was close, Yan Zhaoge immediately sensed it, those of the radiant light sect. Chapter 640. As the dim sun and cold moon intertwined, a strange space was formed. Due to the simultaneous descent of the sun and moon at this moment, this independent space was distorting and deforming as it seemed like it might collapse at any moment. As Yan Zhaoge felt the changes in the spatial domain and the dim sun and cold moon amidst it, many thoughts instantly flashed through his mind. The originally jet-black spatial domain suddenly lit up as a great amount of light seemed to be illuminating it from beyond space. While it could not be seen clearly due to the spatial domain, Yan Zhaoge could vaguely make out the alternating rising of the sun and moon through the veil of night. The great sun that illuminated the heavens and the earth and the bright, quiet moon circulated alternately. The normal sun and moon outside the veil of night formed a miraculous connection with the strange black sun and blue moon within the veil of night, resembling two opposing extremes that reinforced and countered each other. Yan Zhaoge recognized that this was the sun-moon interchanging art of the radiant light sect's martial arts. While they were irreconcilable enemies, the radiant light sect and the dim darkness sect both originated from the dim radiant sect that had flourished for a time in the past. The sun-moon interchanging art of the radiant light sect's three great legacies and the dim brightness scripture of the dim darkness sect's three great legacies were of the same source as they were virtually identical. While the dim sun-cold moon ritual was a secret ritual of the dim darkness sect, this radiant light sect expert who cultivated in the sun-moon interchanging art was still able to quickly figure out some things about it. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge inhaled deeply, his palms simultaneously extending outwards. Roiling true essence agglomerated, manifesting as two massive heaven-obscuring hands, one on each side as they grasped that jet-black sun and dim blue moon together within their palms. The radiant light sect martial practitioner instantly discovered that something was wrong as he exclaimed lightly, clearly not having thought that someone had actually long since been present within the space formed of the ritual. He similarly spread his palms apart, a great dim golden sun on his left palm and a silvery crescent moon on his right. Light and darkness intersected as the concept of yin and yang coexisting was unleashed together, seemingly wanting to grasp the sun and moon within his palm. At the same time, however, boundless darkness suddenly surged behind him, wanting to devour the radiance of the sun and moon. This radiant light sect expert frowned, spreading his palms apart. A golden sun and a silver moon simultaneously appeared on his left palm, sucking the dim sun and the cold moon that continued descending. When has it ever been your turn to interfere? Nong Yuxuan laughed lightly, giving it to trash of your dim darkness sect would be a waste of the power of reversed sun and moon. A sword light that resembled water flew over from the distance, chopping down towards Nong Yuxuan's left hand that was absorbing the dim sun and cold moon. It would similarly be a waste to give it to you. You should just let this young master keep it. Where the sword light passed, everything between the heavens and the earth seemed to age and decay. Looking at his white clothes gradually becoming mottled, the radiance of the sun and moon gradually dimming, Nong Yuxuan could not help but knit his brows slightly. Time-flowing sword, I have long heard of your famed name. It has been many years since it has appeared in the royal Reed Sea. The sword light flickered, a person in the form of a youth appearing before everyone. That dim darkness sect elder's heart sunk. While the other party looked young, his true age was actually not that young either, his cultivation base not lower than his own. While the time-flowing sword had not appeared in this world for a long time, when it had rampaged through the royal Reed Sea that year, it had been a supreme martial art that was even more powerful than the Grand Xian dynasty's 7 foul treasured spear, also surpassing many martial arts of the dim darkness sect. However, this person seemed to be full of vigor, and his attitude and style really revealed some frivolity of youth. The man laughed and said, "So what if I haven't appeared for many years? The time-flowing sword is like true time, cleansing all things, only itself eternal. As long as we appear once more, there will still be no one in the royal reed sea who will be able to stand against us." Nong Yushuan's left hand continued to hold on to the dim sun and cold moon as he raised his right hand, radiance radiating for tens of thousands of meters, resisting the sword light of the time-flowing sword as he said indifferently, "What I actually want to say is that the time-flowing sword is only so. That senior who is attacking the dim darkness sect's main altar aside, you only make me feel that you are not as good as your reputation." The other party's face darkened. "How dare you?" His sword light rose once more, yet he saw the sun and moon circulating on Nong Yushuan's right palm. The silver moon gradually disappeared, leaving only a great golden sun. In the next moment, a terrifying black energy suddenly appeared and engulfed the golden sun. The sunlight and the black energy intermingled, two diametrically opposed forces clashing as an extremely terrifying momentum was formed. Nong Yushuan struck out with his palm, actually breaking apart the sword light that resembled the flowing water of time. He did not cease in his actions. After repelling this opponent, he struck out with another palm, repelling that dim darkness sect elder who was lunging over once more. Nong Yushuan stood proudly within the air, one hand grabbing the dim sun and cold moon as he fought one against two with his other, simultaneously blocking both opponents. "This power of reversed sun and moon, if I say it's mine, then it's mine," Nong Yushuan said calmly. Now, however, enveloped by the radiance of the dim sun and cold moon, an even more indifferent, calm voice resounded, "Whose it is not up to you to say it." Illuminated by the great black sun and the dim blue full moon, Yan Zhaoge laughed lightly, his pupils suddenly changing color, one golden, one silver. Chapter 641. The mass of chaotic qi within Yan Zhaoge's body split into two. One side turned into a blazing sun, while the other turned into a cold moon. Yan Zhaoge stimulated the foundation of his peerless heavenly scripture, splitting his attention as he simultaneously manifested the profundities of two supreme martial arts. Firstly, it was a supreme martial art that he had comprehended from the fist intent left behind by the original owner of the high-grade sacred artifact, the extreme yang seal. It was tough and yang, verifying the true intent of the power of the sun star, the extreme yang scripture. The second was a supreme martial art known as the Dark Moon Pill scripture that had been stored in the martial repository of the Heavenly Court's divine palace in pre-Great Calamity times. It was of extreme gentleness and extreme yin, originating from the power of the moon star of extreme yin. Unlike the Extreme Yin Sutra, which was a martial arts secret manual that was specially suited for maidens of extreme yin to cultivate, the Dark Moon Pill refinement didn't have any requirements for the cultivator's physique. While Yan Zhaoge did not cultivate in the Dark Moon Pill scripture, he was familiar with its profundities. At this moment, he was using the peerless heavenly scripture to temporarily imitate it. However, he was able to imitate it and obtain some of its essence. Yan Zhaoge's pupils changed, his left eye like the bright sun in the middle of the sky, his right eye like the bright moon hanging high in the sky. He stretched out both his left and right hands. In the palm of his left hand was a golden sun, while in the palm of his right hand was a bright full moon. A martial Tao spiritual avatar appeared above his head. It was 1,000 feet tall, and the surface of its body emitted a half-gold, half-silver brilliance, like the combination of the sun and the moon. The power of the sun and the power of the moon combined into one, triggering the pitch-black sun and the azure-cold moon from the inside. Both sides also produced a strange resonance that attracted each other. The connection between Nong Yushuan and the dim sun and cold moon instantly started to weaken. However, what Nong Yushuan was most concerned about was that he recognized Yan Zhaoge's voice. "It's you." Yan Zhaoge laughed lightly. "What else do you think?" Nong Yuxuan, whose expression had not changed even when surrounded and attacked by two martial saint experts, now had a sinister expression on his face. You're seeking death. Although he was distracted by the enemies in the outside world, Nong Yuxuan had never overlooked the fact that someone had long since been concealed under the cover of the dim sun and cold moon. Nong Yuxuan, who had originally already been prepared to deal with an enemy, after discovering that the other party was Yan Zhaoge, he could not help but put in more effort. Waving his palm to repel the enemies in the outside world, Nong Yuxuan's right hand once again slapped towards the dim sun and cold moon. The terrifying power of the third level of the martial saint realm, the late merging avatar stage, surged downwards as it sought to overturn the sun and moon. Yan Zhaoge donned the imperious cold martial armor, summoning the myriad dragon palace, a powerful force simultaneously bolstering his body. The black sun and the deep blue full moon started to change and become more and more unstable due to the twisting power of the two sides. Kang Jinyuan gripped the long sword in his hand tightly, the sword light that resembled water pulsating as he stared fixedly at Nong Yuxuan and that dim sun and cold moon that rose and fell ceaselessly. Ever since he started cultivating, he had never suffered such humiliation. In his rage, he executed the time-flowing sword once more. Wherever the distant sword light passed, time seemed to suddenly slow down. Everything in the surroundings seemed to have fallen into slow motion. Only Kang Jinyuan's voice was normal. Aren't all of you being too full of yourselves? I've said it before, it's mine. Amidst his fierce shout, Kang Jinyuan's sword light swept through the world, directly arriving before Nong Yuxuan's throat. Get out of my way. Nong Yuxuan snorted coldly, numerous layers of starlight lighting up on his body which enveloped him from head to toe, transforming into the form of armor. The power of the sacred artifact, the heavenly starlight armor, merged with Nong Yuxuan's sun-moon interchanging art. Light circulated as it deflected Kang Jinyuan's sword light to the side, deviating from its original trajectory. That dim darkness sect elder now attacked once more. Kang Jinyuan smiled coldly, only you have a sacred artifact. The sword in his right hand deviated, a short sword suddenly appearing in his left hand, its blade transparent as it resembled flowing water. A terrifying sword that was even sharper than before struck towards Nong Yuxuan. Nong Yuxuan's expression was cold as streams of black smoke suddenly surged from his body, transforming into the black dim glorious devilish qi. The terrifying power that swallowed the heavens and devoured the sun merged together with the sunlight on Nong Yuxuan's body that had become stronger. The two intermingled, not merging as they clashed intensely, instantly generating an explosive, majestic force. The violent force directly clashed head-on against Kang Jinyuan's time-flowing sword and that dim darkness sect elder's primordial dark claw. At the same time, Nong Yuxuan's violent force also assaulted the dim sun and cold moon, seeking to force Yan Zhaoge into retreat. Yan Zhaoge, however, suddenly brought his palms together at this moment. Beneath the profundities of the cyclic heavenly scripture, the power of extreme yang and extreme yin instantly reversed their extremities. The entangled dim sun and cold moon suddenly separated and reunited, becoming even more chaotic. Finally, the great black sun and the dim blue moonlight directly merged together, next undergoing a change that surpassed everyone's expectations. The jet-black sun gradually changed, no longer being completely dark. Yet, it also did not transform into normal sunlight. The great black sun actually turned ice blue at this moment, flickering with dim radiance as cold qi emanated from it. Meanwhile, the full moon that had flickered with dim blue radiance earlier had now turned completely jet black, instead emanating blazing heat from within. Nong Yuxuan looked shockingly at this scene. What is this? Cold sun, and dim moon. The power of reversed sun and moon that had already been strange and tyrannical in the first place changed once more, a terrifying, massive force formed as the two extremities reversed, directly sending Nong Yuxuan flying. Greatly enraged, Nong Yuxuan shot forward once more. Even Kang Jinyuan and that dim darkness sect elder felt shocked. Seeing that strange blue sun and black moon fly off into the distance once more, they could no longer be bothered with Nong Yuxuan as they similarly shot towards these sun and moon which had undergone a change. The sun and moon which had already been unstable in the first place experienced the two extremities reversed. While their power had sent Nong Yuxuan flying, they themselves had become even more unstable as well. The space created by the power of reversed sun and moon completely collapsed, the great ice-blue sun and the jet-black full moon looking like they were about to explode. Yan Zhaoge's gaze was calm. "Yunsheng, I'll leave it to you." With just a thought, the great gate of the myriad dragon palace opened, emitting a massive suction force which instantly sucked that cold sun and dim moon within. Nong Yuxuan and the others were all taken aback. If that strange, tyrannical power of reversed sun and moon exploded, even they would not be able to bear it. Yan Zhaoge, having accommodated it with the myriad dragon palace, was practically inviting a wolf into the house. Nong Yuxuan's expression was cold as he was the first to react. He did not cease in his footsteps as he continued shooting straight towards Yan Zhaoge. Having failed to gain anything from the dim sun-cold moon ritual, Yan Zhaoge had to be slain here at the very least. It just so happened that this kid was greedy, actually wanting to forcibly stop the explosion of the cold sun and dim moon. Affected by this, his strength would definitely plummet greatly. Looking at Nong Yuxuan, Yan Zhaoge chuckled coldly, bolstering himself with the imperious cold martial armor as numerous ice dragons soared, meeting Nong Yuxuan head-on. Tens of thousands of dragons roared in unison at this moment, and the surrounding void completely froze. With a sacred artifact on him, Yan Zhaoge expanded his true martial avatar, its form changing as it was no longer in human form as it actually transformed into a bright true dragon that was 100,000 feet long. As the dragon's scales opened and closed, extreme coldness surged out. It was as if the world had returned to the Ice Age. Dragons have reverse scales, and those who touch them will die. With his peerless heavenly scripture, Yan Zhaoge merged the coiling dragon sleeve sword art and the imperious ocean cold dragon art, creating this unprecedented killing technique. Reverse scale frost. Feng Yunsheng stood in front of the sun and moon that were about to explode. She raised a half-black, half-white metal fragment high in her hand. That fragment was precisely the strange relic of the dim radiant sect that Yan Zhaoge had obtained from the painting Saint Old Man Mo in the Eight Extremities world back then. Ice-blue sunlight and jet-black moonlight flickered unceasingly before him, dyeing the interior of the myriad dragon palace bluish-black. Terrifying energy surged. Once it exploded, even a martial sage would die without a burial. Feng Yunsheng's face showed no fear in the face of the horrifying scene where just a little shockwave could tear her into pieces. Her gaze was steady. Recalling Yan Zhaoge's earlier instructions, she waved her hand, that metallic fragment flying into the air, landing between the cold sun and the dim moon. The seemingly ordinary fragment suddenly burst out with a blurry, half-black, half-white brilliance that connected the icy blue sun and the pitch-black full moon. The cold sun and dark moon that were on the verge of destruction instantly froze in midair. The next moment, the saber light flashed, and the wind and clouds rose. The black saber left its scabbard, transforming into a streak of light as it mightily hacked towards that strange, distorted sun and moon with the momentum of certain death. The myriad dragon palace shook amidst a loud boom, the heavens and earth roiling within. Streams of light transformed into a rain of light, scattering in all directions. Amidst the fluctuating spacetime within the palace, the same scene appeared in all the different spaces. The heavens and earth were overturned, the universe shattered, the sun, moon and stars extinguished together. Ah Hu and Pan Pan watched all this nervously. As that rain of light landed on their bodies, while its concept was deep and vast, it did not cause them any harm as it instead gave them a carefree feeling of being reborn. It is indeed as young master predicted. Ah, who was overjoyed as he gazed towards the center of the light source. There, jet-black moonlight circulated and surrounded it, ice-blue sunlight surging unceasingly at its very core. At the center of the great sun that flickered with a dim, cold light, a figure wielding a saber appeared. It was precisely Feng Yunsheng. Numerous ice-blue runes now surfaced on the surface of the black saber in Feng Yunsheng's hands, covering its entire body. The mighty, majestic power of the reversed sun was still being infused into the saber in an endless stream. The saber that had originally only been 3 feet long expanded and contracted unceasingly at this moment, sometimes towering like a mountain, sometimes minuscule like a speck of dust. Numerous ice-blue runes also appeared on Feng Yunsheng's saber-wielding palm. A violent force emanated from the saber, surging into her body as she felt somewhat unable to bear it for a time. Her pupils turned completely ice-blue at this moment, resembling 2 cold suns that hung amidst the horizon. The jet-black dim moonlight was also attracted by the power of the cold sun at this moment, congregating within Feng Yunsheng's body in great amounts. However, even more jet-black moonlight and a small amount of ice-blue sunlight still circulated within the myriad dragon palace. Ah Hu and Pan Pan had both followed Yan Zhaoge's earlier instructions, borrowing the assistance of the myriad dragon palace to receive the baptism of the reversed sun and moon along with Feng Yunsheng. The myriad dragon palace inhaled and exhaled spiritual qi, absorbing the remaining power of the reversed sun and moon. Feng Yunsheng's gaze seemed to traverse spacetime, traversing the obstructions of the myriad dragon palace as she felt a concealed, vicious aura that seemed both familiar and foreign outside the palace. She knew that it should be the power of the Rahu star that Nong Yuxuan had refined as Yan Zhaoge had once mentioned. Sensing that power, the saber in her hand shook unceasingly. Sensing this, Feng Yunsheng raised her saber. Accompanied by the rise of the saber, the ice-blue runes on its surface all turned black, transforming into a dark, brutal aura. An illusory image seemed to form at the tip of the saber. Within the image, the sun hung high, illuminating the heavens and the earth. However, the next moment, dim black-blue light swept the area, instantly devouring the sunlight, causing the sun to disappear without a trace as the world descended into eternal darkness. It was also at that instant that Feng Yunsheng raised her saber that the true essence within Nong Yuxuan's body suddenly went out of control. The brutal aura of the Rahu star that he had initially refined clashed intensely with his sun-moon interchanging art at this moment. This was not like when he had clashed with Kang Jinyuan and the others earlier, where he had intentionally made use of light erosion to generate a massive force for his own use. Instead, it was a conflict that Nong Yuxuan himself was unable to control and prevent. The rampaging power rampaged within Nong Yuxuan's body, causing him to directly spit out a mouthful of blood as he fell into cultivation deviation. Around his body, the great golden sun was extinguished, the silver moonlight withering. Amidst Nong Yuxuan's great shock, he felt the surrounding space freeze as all was icy cold and deathly silent between the heavens and the earth. Executed by Yan Zhaoge's reverse scale cold, a dragon leaving the icy sea, a violent force struck straight towards Nong Yuxuan's chest. Nong Yuxuan's face was livid as the light of his sacred artifact, the heavenly starlight armor, lit up, blocking Yan Zhaoge's attack. Yan Zhaoge laughed lightly, raising his hand as a 5-foot-long bamboo cane appeared within it, which he struck down towards Nong Yuxuan's head. The infinite radiance emitted by the heavenly starlight armor was instantly dimmed by the bamboo cane. Chapter 643. Layers upon layers of starlight were obliterated, as if the countless stars in the sea of stars had shattered together. Nong Yuxuan looked quizzically at the dark green bamboo cane in Yan Zhaoge's hand, momentarily unable to make heads or tails of it. There was no powerful aura. There was no vast spiritual energy fluctuation. There was still no profound power concept. No matter how one looked at it, it was just an ordinary bamboo stick that could not be any more ordinary, as if it had been casually plucked from some bamboo forest. However, it was this ordinary-looking bamboo cane that caused the low-grade sacred artifact, the heavenly starlight armor, to dim. Nong Yuxuan could even feel that the connection between him and the heavenly starlight armor had become much weaker because of this. The heavenly starlight armor was unable to exert its effects, Nong Yuxuan himself having fallen into cultivation deviation as Yan Zhaoge's reverse scale cold directly arrived before him. The true dragon formed of his true martial avatar slammed into Nong Yuxuan's chest, sending this most outstanding expert of the Radiant Light sect's senior generation flying. As the specks of flowing light scattered, Nong Yuxuan spat out another mouthful of blood uncontrollably, suffering yet another heavy injury. Yan Zhaoge strode forward, continuing to press towards Nong Yuxuan. Having been injured both internally and externally, Nong Yuxuan raised his head to look rather unwillingly at Yan Zhaoge, also looking at the myriad dragon palace up above which was no longer shaking as it gradually regained its calm. Could it be that the Rahu blade still has its remains? It actually fell into this person's hands. Nong Yuxuan was seeing stars. Compared to the injuries on his body, the fact that he had actually lost to a martial grandmaster from the lower realms caused him to feel so stifled in his chest that he wanted to vomit blood. Moreover, this defeat was mostly self-inflicted. Not too long ago, he'd refined the Rahu luminous energy and mastered it thoroughly with his cultivation and ultimate techniques. His strength was already outstanding in the first place, and he'd even looked down upon all his peers at the same cultivation realm. How high-spirited was he? Yet today, it was precisely because of the corrosion energy of darkness that he'd refined that he'd suffered a great defeat. It was simply like being slapped in the face at the most glorious moment of his life. The one who had beaten him up was still Yan Zhaoge, who had exceeded his expectations. The Radiant Light sect was helpless against the suppression of the strength of experts above the third level of the martial saint realm by the Eight Extremities world. He was helpless that most of his energy was being held down by the Grand Xian dynasty and the Dim Darkness sect. They were helpless that a mere martial grandmaster like Yan Zhaoge could wield a divine artifact like the Extreme Yang Seal. However, none of the Radiant Light sect martial practitioners, Nong Yuxuan included, had ever thought that they would actually suffer a great loss at the hands of Yan Zhaoge in the world beyond world's royal reed sea. Yan Zhaoge and those of Broad Creed Mountain might have found a way to ascend to the world beyond worlds, seeking a power that was hostile to them as a backer. The people of the Radiant Light sect might have guessed this. However, the Yan Zhaoge whom he had expected to only be able to keep his tail between his legs after coming to the world beyond worlds had instead given him a resounding slap on the face in the end, causing Nong Yuxuan to be unable to regain his wits for a time. However, the current situation didn't give him the chance to regain his dignity. If they continued fighting, even without Yan Zhaoge having to make a move, his own cultivation deviation would already be in danger of his life. Nong Yuxuan glanced at Yan Zhaoge one last time, not even leaving behind a single word as he did not even look back as he fled into the distance with all his might. With just a slight hesitation, the Dim Darkness sect martial practitioners and that descendant of the time-flowing sword Kang Jinyuan should have already targeted him. Yan Zhaoge had actually wounded the late merging avatar martial saint Nong Yuxuan with just a raise of his hand, shocking Kang Jinyuan and the others as well. However, the two quickly realized that something was wrong with Nong Yuxuan himself for some reason. Having suffered a loss at Nong Yuxuan's hands earlier, Kang Jinyuan's eyes swiveled as he instead chased after Nong Yuxuan. That Dim Darkness sect elder looked at Yan Zhaoge with a hesitant look in his eyes. Yan Zhaoge smiled, "I am surnamed Yan Zhaoge. I wonder if Elder Wu Zixio and Elder Nie Sheng of your sect's Flourishing Peace region have mentioned me to your sect's main altar." This Dim Darkness sect elder was taken aback. "You are Yan Zhaoge. But you should be in the Flourishing Peace region." Yan Zhaoge spread his palms apart. "I am ashamed to say this. When your sect's ritual circulated, this Yan was accidentally swept within. I luckily managed to preserve my life, but when I regained my wits, I had already arrived at your sect's main altar, even being enveloped by the power of reversed sun and moon. Afterwards, I ended up here in a muddle. Just now, I was nearly blown to smithereens by the power of reversed sun and moon. Now, I really narrowly escaped death. That dim darkness sect elder looked dazedly at Yan Zhaoge as he heard this, swept within the dim sun-cold moon ritual. I should have been crushed by the power of the ritual over at the flourishing peace region. Even if I didn't die, I shouldn't have been sent here to your main altar. Appraising Yan Zhaoge all over, he was shocked. It really is as Elder Wu and the others say. This person's true age is still less than 30. So young, yet already possessing such a high cultivation base, his strength also being able to penetrate the heavens and penetrate the earth. While Nong Yuxuan had been defeated due to cultivation deviation earlier, this dim darkness sect elder had also seen Yan Zhaoge's actions, causing him to feel greatly shocked. This was especially so when Yan Zhaoge had even been able to dispel the explosion of the cold sun and dim moon. Such methods were truly shocking to the world. While this dim darkness sect elder did not know what had happened, he too suspected that Nong Yuxuan's cultivation deviation might have been caused by Yan Zhaoge. Such talent, such cultivation base, such strange, tyrannical methods, he could not help but feel shocked. As he was pondering how he should reply, the heavens and earth in the distance suddenly shook, numerous frenzied tides sweeping through the surrounding area, instantly affecting the heavens and earth where they were. Gazing over there as well, Yan Zhaoge saw infinite radiance illuminating the heavens and earth into a vast expanse of whiteness as nothing else could be seen. The density of the spiritual qi of the world beyond worlds, the beauty of the heavens and earth and the stability of its boundaries far surpassed worlds like the Eight Extremities world, the Flame Devil world, the vast ocean world and the floating life world. If martial practitioners wanted to influence the environment here, they would have to be of a higher level. Here, there were few martial saints who could see true divinity and cause such magnificent phenomena between the heavens and the earth, breaking through space. Such majestic radiance that was vast as the sea of smoke as it enveloped the sky was rarely seen in this royal reed sea. Luo Ziyuan. That dim darkness sect elder blurted out. Yan Zhaoge nodded slightly. The chief of the radiant light sect, light dazzling the nine heavens Luo Ziyuan. However, amidst the infinite radiance, there was clearly a blurry long river that flowed, resembling the flow of time as it split the sea of radiance into two. A haggard old man stepped on the long river of time. While he looked extremely old, his eyes were exceptionally young and spirited, resembling a child who had just been born not long ago. With a sword in hand, the old man's sword light resembled water as wherever it passed, time seemed to have slowed along with it. It was shockingly also a technique of the time-flowing sword. He was battling the chief of the Radiant Light sect, Luo Ziyuan, while the chief of the Dim Darkness sect, Zhou Haosheng, was also battling King Xuanmu in the distance. There were also peak experts who were similarly locked in battle. Having found the main altar of the Dim Darkness sect, the Grand Xian dynasty had gone all out. Pulling one part would affect the rest as virtually all the peak experts of the entire Royal Reed Sea were currently embroiled in this great battle. Yan Zhaoge entered the Myriad Dragon Palace, the Great Hall directly sinking into the Great Sea lest it be affected by the aftershocks of the great battle between Luo Ziyuan and the others. Still, as compared to his current nemesis the Radiant Light sect, Yan Zhaoge was currently thinking more about that sword light that resembled the flowing river of time. Sway what sway, moon what moon, flow what flow, light what light, sword what sword ah. Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes into slits, that was clearly a martial art derived from the Aeon Light heavenly scripture. Chapter 644. Everyone, please support the official subscriptions. Thank you. Within the Myriad Dragon Palace, the dissipating ice-blue sunlight and jet-black moonlight still descended as a rain of light, bathing Yan Zhaoge within. Gazing over, he saw Feng Yunsheng and Ah Hu seated in the meditative position. Even Pan Pan was no longer lying on the ground as he usually was, instead standing on his hind legs. Black water and white fire danced about Pan Pan's body. The ice-blue sunlight intertwined with the white flames, while the jet-black moonlight merged with the similarly black water. Before Yan Zhaoge's eyes, Pan Pan's figure was virtually enlarging at a speed that could be clearly discerned by the naked eye. While he knew that this fatty would still be able to shrink his body afterwards, looking at his body that was gradually becoming like a mountain range, the corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth could not help but twitch slightly. If not for the myriad dragon palace being a self-proclaimed space, it would probably not be able to contain the current Pan Pan. Ah Hu sat in the meditative position, the acupoints of his entire body emitting streams of dragon qi which merged with the surrounding dim moonlight and cold sun. Over the past few days, having cultivated in the myriad dragon palace, Ah Hu had not had to worry about accumulating his essence qi at all. Now that he was absorbing the power of reversed sun and moon, it was mostly used to cleanse his body and raise the quality of his physique, establishing a more solid foundation for his future cultivation. On the other side, Feng Yunsheng's situation was different. What remained in the myriad dragon palace was mainly the dim moonlight and the power of reversed moon. The power of the ice-blue cold sun was mostly absorbed by that black saber in Feng Yunsheng's hands. As its owner, Feng Yunsheng's connection with that black saber grew even closer as she also refined a great amount of the power of cold sun into her body. Now, runes that flickered with a cold, dim light unceasingly surfaced on the surface of her body. As she opened her eyes, her pupils shone with a blue light, resembling two cold suns rising within. Coming before Feng Yunsheng, Yan Zhaoge lowered his head to look at that black saber, feeling the concept contained within as he slowly shook his head. From the looks of it, while that treasure which refined the power of the Rahu star was destroyed, it has not been extinguished. It has just lost its previous form, its power and aura having dispersed. This blade was born from the remains of the Rahu star of eclipse. Although its power has become weak, its foundation is still there. It can influence the energy that has dissipated from the Rahu star of eclipse. Yan Zhaoge smiled, relying on this saber and reabsorbing the dissipated power of corrosion. Under the dim glorious devilish chi's refinement, there might be a possibility of it returning to its former form. Feng Yunsheng sat upright on the ground without moving, silently circulating her profound art to dissolve the power of the cold sun that had entered her body. Looking at the saber in her hand, she sighed, something like the extreme Yang seal and the extreme Yin crown. Rahu. Dao. Yan Zhaoge said, perhaps this was how it was called in the past. Still, having experienced that tribulation that year as well as today's trial of refining the power of cold sun, it is virtually equivalent to being reborn twice. If it is still called the Rahu saber, it might not even be willing to do so. Feng Yunsheng sat there without moving. She gently waved the black long blade in her hand that flashed with a faint blue luster. That's right. From now on, I'll call it Cold Sun. Cold Sun Divine Saber. Yan Zhaoge smiled, pretty good. Feng Yunsheng smiled as well. Isn't this divine character something that needs to be discussed? Yan Zhaoge waved his hands. I don't know how this saber met with a tribulation that year, but this rebirth caused it to become somewhat miraculous. As it continues to grow unceasingly, even the Rahu saber of its previous life might not be able to compare to it. I even feel some anticipation towards its future. Looking at the cold sun divine saber in her hand, Feng Yunsheng suddenly laughed. The radiant light sect has gained something else that they are concerned about. Yan Zhaoge said, they can't not be concerned about it. This saber is precisely that Nong Yushuan's nemesis. At this point, Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. This guy has probably already gathered most of the dim glorious devilish qi that was scattered by the Rahu saber that year. It is just that due to time, he has only managed to refine a small portion of it. Feng Yunsheng pondered as she said, that's why his cultivation deviation was so severe just now. It was not just the dim glorious devilish qi that he refined that suffered a backlash. Even more corrosive powers that he had yet to refine also acted up together. Yan Zhaoge nodded, "That's right, it is precisely so." He stroked his lower chin, not waiting for the extreme Yang seal to recover this time before hurrying to the world beyond worlds. A considerable part of the reason was to prevent the Rahu saber, or rather a large portion of its power, from falling into the hands of the Radiant Light sect. From the looks of it now, my earlier worries were very necessary. While the Rahu saber has collapsed, a large portion of its power is currently still in Nong Yushuan's hands. If he is given sufficient time to refine most of its power, he would be able to restrict and control it at the very least. In that case, it would probably be very hard for the Cold Sun Divine Saber to counter him. If one said that Kang Jinyuan's sword Dao was still lacking, after seeing that old man who had clashed with Luo Ziyuan, it could not be any clearer. That was a martial art of the orthodox direct lineage of the Aeon Light Heavenly Scripture. Like the Peerless Heavenly Scripture, the Cyclic Heavenly Scripture and the Life Creation Heavenly Scripture, it was a supreme martial art of the primordial Heavenly Scriptures. The Grand Xian dynasty's 5-fire true art and 7-foul treasured spear could only be considered a derivative, while the Aeon Light Heavenly Scripture was the orthodox direct lineage of Taoism's clear jade lineage. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.